What's going on? And how are you? You guys some kind of cool guys or something like that? Is that what this is? Is this a hangout of some cool customers? Nice drums joke there, PV. It's great to see you, my friend. How are you? PV, Team PV. And what's shaking? Oh, Neo! Holy crap. Thank you, Neo. Thank you very much. You got some awesome folks in the mix. You got the Sanders man, Dion Sanders in the mix. Number 21, baby. Playing both ways, stealing bases for the Cincinnati Reds. Holy crap. How's it going, Sanders? Thank you very much, Neo. That is an unbelievably Matrix thing for someone to do. What up, Cactus? The man. What is shaking with the Cactus man all the way from the desert? The Cactus is here. You'll also know that we got a kitty back here, and she's making a scene. Thank you, Neo. Thank you very much. That is unbelievable. Yeah, we're zipping and zapping, PV. How's it going, guys? I'm just gonna say it. I missed you, and I'm very grateful to be here with you. How's it going? Hope everybody's had an amazing week, and you're ready to kick off the weekend with some TLD action. I gotta tell you, I'm pretty excited. Aretha, will you settle down? We're busy over here, you know? Oh, Pack and Play. Pack and Play is zipping, baby. Thank you very much, Pack and Play. Oh my gosh, so much zapping is happening. We got Aretha over here. This is wild. He played for the Yankees also. That's it, Neo. He sure did. I still haven't figured out, I think you may have told me, but how did a fella from Louisiana end up as a Yankees fan? I think this may be redundancy, but I would love to understand. Oh, thank you, Neo. I will say, I like when this one happens early because I care about my gal, and I appreciate it, Neo. Thank you. You're putting on quite an all-star or Pro Bowl performance. Unbelievable. I appreciate it. All right, Aretha, the wait is over. Neo has gifted you what you love. You know what she loves to do? She loves to party. And it's Frisky's Party Mix, baby. It's the best party in the world. We're going with the Beachside Crunch Edition, if you know our gal. And it's got some good things inside. Check this out. It's got ocean whitefish. It's got flavors of shrimp, crab, and even one more ingredient. And I'm wondering if anybody knows what it is. I see it there. I'm pretty sure I see what ingredient it is, but I have no idea if it's true. And you know what it is? It's tuna. So it's the party time, baby. It's ocean whitefish and everything else. And it's the Beachside Crunch Edition. So we open up the pack and we give the gal a nice little handful. Approximately 4 to 6 treats each time. Don't want to give her any too much or too little. Okay. Neo is the GOAT, All-Pro, First Ballot Hall of Famer, undisputed, undefeated. That's what I'm talking about. Neo is the man. He is the absolute man. You'll be happy to know, too, Neo, that I did check out Cape Fear, and I got to see some cool stuff. I haven't gotten too far into it, but as always, Neo, your suggestions are on point, and I look forward to tackling and seeing what's going on. I saw that they made Amy Adams a lawyer as well, so she's running around, and they kind of changed it up a little bit, of course, and we're gonna get to see how Max Cady gets his revenge on these prosecutors who put him away. My first baseball game was the Rangers v. Yanks. All of my family are Rangers fans, so me being me, well, at least you admit it, Neo, that you are a contrarian. That's hilarious. I could just see little Neo at the ball field. Well, you can help us when we reenact any streaking incidents then, since you have some baseball experience. I think I've been to a couple baseball games, but not too many. I don't think I've ever sat anywhere close to behind home plate or anything like that. I've sat maybe in the outfield, and I don't have too much of a recollection of it. I was pretty young, and I don't know if we stayed for the whole thing or how it went. But I could say this. Live sporting events are great, and so is being here with you guys. I'll tell you that. I'm ready to rock out, and I'm ready to get crazy. I didn't want to give too much away about the show, but an awesome watch. Yeah, and I still need to get into it, so I haven't checked it out. What I can tell you is that Javier Bardem was fantastic in No Country for Old Men, and stories like these are definitely predicated on their antagonist. So I really think this guy's going to do a good job at being, kind of a quiet bad guy. And I'm hoping he's as intimidating as I felt like Robert De Niro and Robert Mitchum were in the first two versions of this story. So that's going to be super exciting to see. We're going to check it out. Cape Fear. And of course, right in the intro, you hear the classic music, the Sideshow Bob music, that infamous orchestral kind of cool Cape Fear music. That is one of the most important parts of the whole thing. I don't know if it was part of the Robert Mitchum version, but it was definitely part of the 1991 Cape Fear with Scorsese and De Niro. That one's fantastic. Thank you very much, Neo and Pack and Play. It says we have collected all of the level 1 treasure chests. So we have to do something like this for all this baseball talk. So I hope you're ready to party, because we got a lot going on here. We got some serious stuff, and today's a day where we're getting back to business, It's time to center ourselves and, head back to the office. And the office for us means pushing to the absolute limit of all the limits of everything in limits. And I think we found it. The committee put together something pretty crazy, and it's going to get wild today. I know that. But as we're heading into the latter part of summer here in a fantastic year, in the latter part of our week, I'm just filled with what I usually am when I get to hang out with my pals, which is gratitude and some excitement. So I'm pretty fired up. I'll say that. And it's time. I know that one thing that is very important for me to always talk about, you know what it is. It's Aretha's favorite website in the world. It's the only place she would want you to go. You know what it is. It's Larone.net, baby, the best website in the world. So she usually goes over there and she clicks on the YouTube, and she sees all kinds of various things, like our playlist to Aloni Jabroni, where every Sunday we play various games like Retro Rewind, a video store simulator, and all kinds of stuff. We got highlights from the week's live streams and exciting new things coming around the corner, I'll tell you that. It's all at Larone.net, baby. The best website in the absolute world. And those are her words, I'm telling you. So, I'm really hoping that everybody's going to check out that YouTube and see what's going on over there. And you could see the VODs that go away after 2 weeks on Twitch there. And you could check out the back catalog. What a thrill that is, right? First, I thought 21 was impossible. Then I saw Ladies Night. And now this. This truly is the hardest challenge. I couldn't have said it better myself, Pack and Play. You know what it is. It's crazy. It is the Franklin Challenge. Oh my gosh. Big Frank, man. It's crazy. It's all about doing things as hard as possible. Live for 100 days. 100 minimum bow shots. Accuracy must be 100. No stones. no health regen except birch bark, and no mending fails. So I think it was what Sanders says. No mending fails, so no mending. That's pretty much it, Sanders. That is exactly it. If you do any sort of mending, you're risking it. So there's all kinds of small things like stones or mending that might just seem not too challenging on paper, but they're absolutely stuff that comes up every day when you survive. They are truly mechanics that absolutely change your run. What this one really puts us to is the furthest limits of accuracy that we've ever been subject to. Having to hit 100 shots in a row is something that I will probably never do ever in my whole life. In anything, really. Free throws, this game, whatever it takes, 100 shots in a row is truly the limit. I can't imagine things being tougher on us, and yeah, this is it. This is truly the end of the rainbow here. So we're going to try everything we can to keep our bow steady. I don't know what to say about it, except for the fact that we're going to try to do our best, and we're going to try to focus. We're going to take it one shot at a time, and we're going to live to the fullest. So it's the usual situation, man. It's push it to the limit. Shoot 100 shots, live for 100 days. No stones, no health regen, and no mending fails. The other fine print is down here. The usual stuff. No snares. No map exploits or save scumming. No shooting guys by a fire. None of that nonsense. It's just down to business, seriousness, all business, baby. So you got to do what you got to do to kind of get your gear together, and it's going to come with new complications. Since this is a little longer than what we're used to, it's probably going to make us have to stay or adapt to the new circumstances a little bit more. We're going to have to find extra clothes maybe, because the clothes on us are going to disintegrate within maybe a month or two, and we're still going to be around. What else is great about this one is that I've been really dying to see if we can live the other tournaments that lasted this long on this hard skill kind of sandbox setting. Is we've never lived longer than 20 days. And part of what's so tough about this sandbox is that all the sliders are set to as hard as it could possibly be. So living for a long time is even tough on this one, and we've never had to live longer than 21 days. Now we're going to be faced with living over 3 calendar months, and it's going to require us to plan a lot more responsibly and deal with the elements getting colder over time and all the rest of it. Supplies are going to start running out. Everything is going to get tough. It's crazy, and we have the code, and we're ready. It's time to get out there and get crazy. It's the Franklin Challenge. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is the end of the rainbow, baby. We got to do it. And this is the way, this is the kite flying we have to do. And this is what this guy would want, man. He would want us to survive and thrive. Let's get out there. Hi, Larone in chat. Good luck. Thank you, Zert. How's it going, buddy? Yeah, we were just talking about this crazy new challenge that we have to participate in. Committee's really done a number on this one, I'll tell you that. But I could say that I think if we could keep ourselves responsible and committed to one step at a time, that I think we have a shot. We can't get too bogged down by thinking into the future too much, given that this is a little bit more of a marathon and less of a sprint. But I don't think it's going to be hard for us to not focus on that, because we're literally going to be living on death's doorstep pretty much every day with this one. So it's going to be about getting birch, being responsible with our planning, and probably getting a few pairs of shoes together. Yeah, we might have to, because we're going to have to get all the gear on the map almost, especially clothes, if we plan on staying warm once things get super cold. We're going to be walking around with like 5 Celsius warmth bonus and freezing our butt off the second we leave the house. Resources are going to run out, the whole thing. It's going to be tough. But I know a couple things. I know there's only a couple ways to describe the game we're playing, and I'm almost certain. I'm not certain if we're going to beat the challenge, but I'm sure when I describe this game, that it's two adjectives, short and bright. I'm not incorrect about that. It's a short and bright game, and I'm sure that it's called the Short Bright. And I don't think I have to think any more about that. Wait a second. It's not the Short Bright, is it? Hey, what's up, NL? Happy Derp Friday, baby. How's it going? I was just telling everybody that this is the Short Bright, right? That's what this one is, NL. It's gotta be. I'm certain. Wait a second. It's not the Short Bright. And this bit is totally fresh, original, and not played out. Let me think about it again. No, it's not the Short Bright. I think there's other words to describe this game. Short Bright? No, it's not the Short Bright. Actually, it's the Long Dark, baby! And we are back! And this is the best game ever! It's a game where you go outside in the Canadian wilderness and it's freezing. The environment's after you, and the wildlife is crazy. Wildlife gets even crazier when you see the northern lights come on outside. It gets green, pink, and beautiful in the sky, and you hear weird sound effects going on in the soundtrack. But don't let the beauty and the weird sound effects fool you. It's crazy. The animals become haunted. They come after you with furious might, and it gets even tougher to survive out there. So, you have to survive with limited supplies, the weather, and the animals after you, and it's absolutely ferociousness at every turn. So we're going to do everything we can to survive in this. It's the Long Dark, baby, and we're doing a crazy challenge that has never been conquered before. We're going to do everything we can to be responsible, live one step ahead, get rose hips from our friends, and storm the steeds, baby. We got to do it big. We got to get in there, and we're not going to mess about. We're going to get right to it because we're not playing the Short Bright, baby. We're playing other things. The Long Dark. Let's do it, baby. You can craft clothes, and that's a good point, Zert. I think that's what we're going to have to do. You got it. So I'm going to make sure that we have the custom code over here so that we can get in there and make a scene on this. And so we're going to have to go over and make sure we have the custom code copied and ready to rock. And then we're going to put it in there. Okay. And then we'll take a brief look at the settings that the committee has prepared. It is crazy. You start in a blizzard. The environment is absolutely wild. It's just brutality at every basically slider here set up. You can see that the weather's just going to get very cold. It's completely insane. The health over here, calories burn out of you fast. You get thirsty fast, the whole nine. And of course, we don't get health back when we sleep. So the only way to get health back, either take an emergency stim where you got a moose barreling down at you and that'll give you 10 HP back and then crash you out after a couple minutes, or birch bark tea, which gives you 5 HP and it gives you that health back over 2 hours. So that's going to be our only source of health. As far as the gear, there's absolutely nothing that is provided for you. It is the bare minimum. So when it comes down to bushels of rose hips and everything else, all of it is going to be the least amount possible. We tried another challenge, and it was regular interloper, I think. And boy, we couldn't believe how many teas we found on stumps because we were so used to tough things. So back to reality over here, where we get, very scarcely supplied everything, basically. And then, of course, the wildlife over here. Just insane. The wolves are after you. They can spawn right next to your door when you walk outside. It's an absolute brutality, pretty much, around every turn. So, they can smell you from anywhere, and when you struggle with the wolves or any of the bad guys, it's tough to get out of the minigame. It is crazy. So let's get in there and see what we can do in the Franklin Challenge. All right, we're going to Lower Great Bear. And we could go random if we would like. I'm going to DP just for familiarity. because we know a lot about how to handle that situation. We could find something like a pry bar or some sort of forging tool, and then we could figure out exactly what loot pool we're on. We know that there's 4 loot pool total, and we could just do process of elimination and start to figure out where we're going to find stuff on this entire map. This is Great Bear Island, baby. And there's all kinds of little towns you can go to, and they're all connected. This is one of the coolest maps ever in any game. And each one of these little towns is a humongous map with disorienting tree formations and craziness and bad guys. So we're going to Desolation Point. For intermediate players, several key shelters, including a lighthouse and the whale factory. And then there's, of course, the faithful wolves who like to frequent the church and also eat us when we're in there. So we're probably going to start over here, try to get some matches. If we're lucky, we're going to get one of the good loot pools. Who knows? We'll see what happens. But all I can say is I'm very fired up. And I'm happy. All right, we're picking Will. We're not going to use any feats. Those are, of course, banned by the challenge. And we're going to have to turn off the trader. As much as this guy's cool, we still seek our first trade ever with the trader. One time I called him up, but we never went through with the deal. We finished our run before the end. So we've still never done anything with the trader. We're turning him off. As cool as he is, Franklin Will won. And this is our first one. Woo! No feet. So walking on our hands everywhere. Talk about a challenge. Those are the dad jokes that we need to get us to the end of this thing, Bloody. That's what I'm talking about. The Cactus Man with the dad jokes, baby. Early on a Friday. We could also find a bedroll or storm lantern DP. Yeah. Oh, look. We got a bedroll. Oh, Naku the man. What is shaking, my dude? How's it going, Naku? I hope you're doing very well, my friend. It's nice to see you coming in here yellow with a fresh new tag for your name. And just simply Naku, simply the best. That's your tagline, baby. It's good to see you, Naku. Hope you've been doing very well, my friend. Are you ready for the weekend? The weekend of $100 bills raining on us at the club. Thank you for those hips back in play. Thank you very much. I appreciate those hips. And I'll just say this. Pack and Play's got the right idea. I'm not going to sit here and beat around the rose hip bush right now. I'm going to go on a 100-day run over here. I'm in way over my head. I need all the rose hips I can get. Let's not play games. Let's definitely keep the hips rolling, baby. You know what I'm saying? My son is leaving for college today. I'm writing him a letter. It's full of dad jokes. Wow, nice, Cactus. That is amazing. This is a pretty cool day. Great work, my friend. And that's awesome. I hope that he has a great time at university and he kicks butt and he gets an awesome education and lives life and learns those things that a lot of us learn when we leave house, which is life stuff, you know, the seriousness of it all. Awesome stuff. Nice work, Cactus. Here we go, baby. Yeah, make sure to tell him once he becomes super educated and awesome that his entire business should center around sending me rose hips. That's also a good prospect for the future for most people. Read this running amok. Been doing not too bad. Got the new color, new name, and some new tunes coming out, and should be having my first stream sometime next week. Hope you've been well. Nice, Naku. Seems like you got the commercial going already, too. Maybe you could work with Aretha. She's been helping me talk about Larone.net as well. She's wonderful in advertising. She's like the Don Draper of kitties, if you will. You know? It's good to see you, Knock. We're just getting started over here. I'm just trying to settle down and get my act together. It's pretty serious, you know? Let's do it. Stephen King, The Stand. Just come out the other side. That's it, Knock. So, what I think, thank you, Naku, for those hips. I'm gonna put those in an empanada later. I was thinking we should probably talk about strategies. This is the longest challenge we've ever tried, definitely the hardest. So we're gonna have, maybe, like what Zert mentioned, animal clothes is a good investment. Those things come out at 99%, and they definitely make you warm, and you have a little bit of time to put them together, so that's a decent prospect, is maybe getting together a bunch of hides. We obviously can't hunt any of the animals ourselves. We're gonna have to let nature call and make those moves. But sort of strategies for us. For a 100-day run with no mending. Oh! I just realized something. I picked up a stone, and stones are banned. I'm wondering... I obviously can go like this. We just started, right? Like, I feel like the stone has done nothing, and it'd be crazy to restart for right now. It would be so procedural at this point. No stones, okay? I would like to bring up the fact that you picked up a stone for 2 minutes, didn't use it, and put it down. Yeah, the committee's already coming after me, man. Yo, what up, Dunk the man? How's it going, Dunk? I just disqualified myself, sort of, right out the gates. Obviously, the main reason stones are banned is because you can throw them at rabbits and get early food and stuff, and really help yourself early game, too. Not to mention the obvious fact that stones are probably the #1 reason you stay alive during wolf encounters. When the wolves are stalking you, the main move is drop a lit torch, pump fake with the stone, and you can get the wolf off of you. But now we're forced to give him the old Barry Sanders and run around with no stones. So, I'm being snapped back into reality with the absolute scarcity of all the supplies. I don't think we've even found a stick yet. This is insane. Ouch, my disqualification would happen. You squeebed when you should have squawked. Well, I just picked up a stone out of instinct and realized we can't use them. So I put it right back down. Okay, if you've seen any of this before, you know that right now we're going to be talking about Christmas morning strat. This is, of course, when we're going to look to the right and see if we have a storm lantern over there. If we do, we have to pretend like we're excited for it, like you do when you get socks for Christmas. Oh, thanks. Okay, so here's the first one, the storm lantern. Nice, no storm lantern, okay. We avoided the first obstacle. Now, what I can say that it feels like is that Raph has hacked into my long dark game, and he has made it so that every time I get the bedroll. That's the other obstacle. We do not want the bedroll, because if we can avoid the lantern and the bedroll, we're going to get an early hacksaw and really get a jump start to things. I'd say this, though. If there were a time that he didn't give me the bedroll, it would be this time when we have 100 days on our calendar. Classic Raph action. Okay, second obstacle coming up. At this point, I'm not even sure if it's a bad thing if we get the bedroll, because we're in much more of a marathon, and I have more of a grace period to build that bow. But either way, I kind of do always like an early hacksaw. So let's see if we have to implement socks for Christmas in the form of a bedroll. Here we go. Quick. Take the bedroll, eh? Here we go. Oh. Hey, Rav, thank you for this bedroll. Look at it. It's so nice. 83%. What a nice bedroll, Rav. Loot pool 4 is here. All right, it's been established. So that'll probably be our first note. While we're lighting a fire and boiling some water, we're going to write down loot pool 4, baby. At this point, I can't even argue it because we've defied the odds a couple times with these goofy loot pools. Maybe they're not so goofy. Maybe all along, you know, true love was right in front of us. All right, here we go. Probably got to break down some tinder in the form of these busted cardboard things. I hope everybody had an awesome week, and I hope that we're also thinking of strategies, because I don't know if you realize this, but I'm in way over my head. Oh, son of a gun. That was one. All right, we're trying to pick the right boxes over here. We're taking a big drip doing this, and also wasting our flare duration. We unfortunately have never had success on the early hacksaw runs. Yeah, it's pretty tough to get success, but the 2 times we have, I believe it was on one of these loot pools, so I think you've been right all along, my friend. The bedroll loot pool is pretty great. I just don't know if I'll ever be in the position to admit it fully, you know? All right, so we're having to shift gears here. We're going to have whetstones more, and it's going to be a long thing. I do think that it's a very important point that Zert brought up when he mentioned that animal clothes are in the mix. Animal clothes that you won't fail anytime you're creating them, so it doesn't risk the mending fail. And they also come out at 99%. I think obviously the most daunting part of this one for us is going to be accurate shooting. What I do like about this one is that it's very hunt focused. Once things kick off, it's going to take the most, a thing we don't have, the serious hunter skill, you know? We're going to have to focus. We're going to have to put on eye paint and act like John Rambo. And for these first 6 days, it's the calm before the storm, planning for how we're going to deal with this daunting task. So we're going to look for hides, plan accordingly with that, and then think about any other obstacles we're going to encounter on this kind of loot pool with what we have ahead of us. Going to have to harvest some of the stuff you kill as well. Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, what's up? What's up, Knackered? How many of us play TLD wrapped up in winter wear from the comfort of our centrally heated houses? Well, at least I do. Serious cred for the immersion levels. Nice. That's it, Knackered. We're doing it big. We live in Antarctica, and we immerse ourselves as far as we can to the TLD experience. And I hope you're ready for exciting craziness, because that's what we're up to. And we also are doing hotshot walks around here. We just do it like it's something to do now. But it shouldn't go without being mentioned how much of hotshot stuff that is. So, We're doing a lot of stuff here that's almost muscle memory for us, given that we know our way around this whale factory. Right now, we're kind of getting all the loot that's provided here in this place, and it gives you a nice eclectic mix of things you need to get a good run going, including a bedroll whenever we're playing. You might be surprised in thinking, are there various loot pools? Because it seems like literally every time you get the bedroll. I believe you. I agree. Other than RNG, I can send my friend Neo into the Matrix and he could switch stuff up for us, but I'll tell you, it's tough. Going against Wrath, the man works 24 hours a day. The only thing he ever does to leave is when he goes to the steakhouse to eat a salad. So normally I can't even do anything to prevent it because he never stops working. He works tirelessly. You sure could, Zert. I've learned it from the pros, and I love to show it because I think it's super cool. It really doesn't do much except for just make you look like Tom Cruise up there. And to me, that's enough of a reason. The other way you can get up there if you want to go up traditionally is, of course, just walk through this tube. And you get access to all that bonus gear that's up there by those canoes. Guaranteed cup of coffee, and usually you'll find a super tube. So without that in this place, you won't have any heating mechanism, so leaving the whale factory would be tough. All right, so let's pull the torch and get over to that safe and see what kind of nonsense we're going to get. All predictions, get them in! Because I heard everybody thought I was going to get Mackinac work boots. And I'm thinking right now, those things are cool. I'm not even sure what is the coolest. A thermos might be the coolest, really. Cash and pry bar, syrup, cash. Oh! All right, 7 or 8. 28, 28. Franklin's, baby. Let's do it. So yeah, I think with this one, our third. Holy! Nice appearance, Yinzers. And I will say, last Sunday was amazing having you at the beach. I didn't realize how great it was gonna go. We gotta find somebody else to work on Sundays. Yinzers made it poppin', baby. What's up, Yinzers? Oh, thank you for those rose hips, baby. All right, it was 8:28. I'm sorry, I got distracted by John McClane. Run of the mill jeans, some accelerant, you know, no problem. All right, this is what we got. This is Franklin Will 1. He's got busted up Sadie Hawkins, busted up everything, really. No, he's got his porcelain white hands and face hanging out because he has no extremities covered, so we'll be subject to frostbite. We're going to try to get some gloves over time and animal clothes in our future, but this is the usual starter kit. When you put the settings crazy, you're only going to get maybe some jeans and underpants and some old gym socks and busted up Sadie Hawkins. I'll tell you, 76 isn't bad. We do know that Raph loves Sadie Hawkins shoes, so they're kind of solid, actually. But let's continue to talk about strategies for a 100-day run. And what's going to help us the most? There might be skill books involved and different stuff like that. This is a new world for us. Aladdin style. A whole new world. He has a pair of jeans he's not wearing. Yeah, that was a test, Duncan. Thank you, buddy. It wasn't a test. I'm lying. Okay, we ready to go out of the whale factory now? Okay, NL. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Also, not miss a shot. Otherwise, we're disqualified. Or do any of the other stuff. Are we ready for this? Okay, I did miss that dunk. You're saying to get the stem? I got a question. You guys believe in whimsy? This is a normal trailer over here. Whimsy? In this long, dark world? Never. It's a regular trailer, don't. This is just your run-of-the-mill, empty-looking trailer with bunk beds, man. There couldn't be anything whimsical about this place, I'll tell you that. All I see is desolation here in Desolation Point. No whimsy in this cold, forsaken place. You think so? What if we open this door under the handle? What would you say to that? Looks like a different trailer to me. Shenanigans! Look at the sardines we got from this whimsy, Lily. Isn't this crazy? It's good to see you, Lily. I am awed by the whimsy of this world. Thank you, Duncan, for teaching us about this great trick. It comes up every time, and it's so fun. All right, so we're here in the whimsical Narnia trailer world of whimsy. And we got free sardines out of it. Sometimes you can find jeans over here. It's got it all. It gives you opportunities to create a little wonder and excitement in the lives of those who were maybe thinking that this world had a lack of whimsy in it. You could even put a chair on a desk, man. It's crazy in here. I'm telling you. So all you have to do is open it below the handle, and somehow the code breaks and the matrix opens up. Okay, so we're doing a little bit of a detour from our usual circumstances here. We're going to go to the lighthouse. We're planning for the future.
Never would have thought to look here.
I wouldn't have either. Wow. All right, we got to keep on the lookout for the old Hollywood moose. He loves to frequent two places here in Desolation. Either he's taking his headshots on the bridge to the right of us, or he's hanging out on a rock formation over here. I've had my butt kicked a few times by this Hollywood moose. Gotta say, almost died getting stuck in a boat. Well, you know what we're up to. We like to soft lock ourselves anywhere possible. That's our thing. Man, I'm just very happy right now. This is the best. It is the long dark. And it's Dave's Cave, baby. That's really what it is. So, another thing that I did look at when I was looking at the DP map is this is called Little Island right here. This, I believe, has 2 maple spawns. And those would complete every single maple spawn location that we know about here in Desolation. So there's about 2 of them behind this place here, and you can check for maple over there if you get an early hacksaw. Of course, for us, we're relegated to the bedroll most times, so we're on Loop Pool 4, meaning that there's going to be 3 spots in Coastal Highway we can grab that hacksaw, either at Quincy's Quonset, the car down the road there along the lake, or way up at the abandoned lookout. So we're going to be checking those spots out for the hacksaw. And then we're getting the hammer either at the ravine or at Trapper's Cabin in Mystery Lake. It's likely on a 100-day run we're going to be doing a lot of nomadic action. So we'll probably be traveling Wilburys all over the place. All right, I see Hollywood over there. I would love to throw a stone and spasm, but of course stones are banned. You hear his bassy little sound effects over there? Ooh. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the Moo's voice.
Damn.
You want my autograph? No, it needs to be like cooler. More James Dean style. You want my autograph? Ooh. Yeah. All right, we're taking the drip. Let's see if we can get around Hollywood here. I don't know if you can reverse goat up that part. I know you can on the left side of it, so we'll give it a shot and try to get into this lighthouse. Let's get in there. We're taking a drip. All right, so there is a reverse goat here I'm going to try to attempt. You know, I gotta say, I'm not sure how to do it. There we go. Oh, snap! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7th inning stretch of another excruciatingly boring baseball game. The Oakland Athletics have put up... Oh, my God. Nobody heard that, okay? Everybody was listening to the announcer of the baseball game. The Oakland Athletics have put up a few runs today, but the Seattle Mariners continue their winning streak as they really put it to the Oakland Ball squad. Today is going to be clowns and cannons in the outfield, but wait a second. There's something going on. There's a flower bed being strewn about the outfield, almost like somebody's walking out to be married. This is crazy. There's flowers all over the outfield, and there goes a naked lady running around in the outfield. Oh my gosh, she's streaking, Johnson. This is wild. And her name appears to be Lily, and she's running past, flowers being strewn about. Jose Canseco can't believe what he sees. Looks like he picked up some of the flowers. He's going to try to bring them home to his fiance. This is a crazy turn of events here during the 7th inning stretch. Shucking, jiving. There's soil and rose petals everywhere. Speaking of which, Johnson, we're supposed to be sending rose hips to that one jabroni guy. Yeah, we should all do that for sure. She's streaking through the outfield and over the outfield wall. Zero chance for security to wrangle in those petals. Nice stuff there, Johnson, I gotta say. Thank you, Pack, for those hips. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lily, for those hips. Nice streaking, Lily. Lily's been here for a few ball games. I gotta say, I'm slightly becoming a Seattle Mariners fan. Just out of... I don't know, I'm just growing to love them. They were owned by Nintendo. Ken Griffey's pretty cool. Duncan's cool. All right, I'm getting in this lighthouse. Thank you, Duncan, for those hips. There we go. A little hip streak going there. It's tough when you pass stones and you're used to playing. You just, well, don't have those today. They tied the record for worst shutout loss since 1888. Oh, my God. We're going back to the 1800s for this one. Good Lord. Yeah, I don't think they have a skunk rule in pro ball, do they? It's just get your butt kicked.
This stuff will come in handy.
Oh, 85% wool toque. So a lot of these early clothes we're getting are really going to help us in early game, basically, because you're subject to whatever percentage you find. So when you do find a good warm clothes, you know you're going to be warm up until. But I'm taking the drip over here, monologuing. I'm almost at 50% HP on day one. So I think it's time I get some warm rest in this bed and a 5 Celsius warmth bonus. It's good to see you guys, man. All right, here we go. Probably got to start drinking some of these heavy sodas. Look at us with 3 Sprites over here. All right, here's the reason we came here. The emergency stim. Yeah, I think additional looting is going to help in the early game here. I appreciate the advice, Dunk. I need all the advice I can get for sure. It won't take long if you are new on the scene to realize that I'm an absolute jabroni at this one. But I do love it. It's a really fun game, and it's great even if you are a jabroni. Alright, we're getting into this exclusive locker thanks to our pry bar. So, with that type of advice at the forefront of our mind, that may mean a few more filing cabinets. Stopping at a few more misanthropes homesteads when you're in coastal. Trying to hit the major POIs. You know, a smart man might have gone to the Riken for that guaranteed thermos as well. If I can admit defeat and consider backtracking maybe a few feet, that would be a wise move for us. And I hope everybody's having an amazing day. We're in it for the long haul. I can tell you that. We're playing the best game ever. We're trying the hardest challenge ever. And we have driving gloves. Harkening back to Felon Will. One of, he was he made some waves, Felon Will. He was trying to clean up his act. We even have a hat we're not wearing. Just passing all the tests today, Duncan. That's exactly right. Look at us now. 6 Celsius, baby. Okay, so let's think about this. We're going to put our first responsible note over here. Loot Pool 4. Now let's make sure we label this Will appropriately. Franklin Will 1. Then we also need to make note of one of the most important pop culture characters of our time. Mario Lopez sits in a chair so cool that people question the definition of cool itself. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Either way, I hope you feel my enthusiasm, at least for the process. I'm having a good time. We got time. We do. Banged up dog food. All right. How about some more banged up dog food? I probably should be saving a lot of these canned goods till I have a can opener so I can maximize the calories. Lost 17% of them opening it so primitively. One of the many reasons, the laundry list of reasons why the can opener is so great. So, We're probably going to Coastal Highway pretty soon. We'll pick up a bunch of lumps and head over there. Do you have anything planned for Halloween streams? I do, Lily. I have a custom code for a vampire challenge listed on the TLD fan website. Holy crap. I come to challenge the... Well, that's kind of a Russian guy. On the road to Vostok. Let me work on that one a little bit, Lily. Hello. I am here to play the long dark. It still sounds Russian. Transylvania is probably pretty close to Russia, and it's a totally real geographical location. I want to play the long dark. On the road to Vostok. We are the hit band. 48 degrees. We fill the pothole that is the void in your heart. We are a boy band. We play vampire challenges. All right, let's throw on a scarf. Bang. All right, Riken or no Riken before we leave this place? We have to think about these things seriously. I'm having to reprogram my brain each challenge concertedly to... He's running around. He's spazzing. I'm out of here. Is that Mr. Hollywood I hear? It is, Bean. It's great to see you. Is that the amazing Bean I see? In the mix with the Twitch folks, living the dream. How's it going, Bean? How are you? Yeah, we're passing old Hollywood over here. Yeah, I'm trying to come up. What does the moose talk like? Again, it's James Dean so far. That's what I'm thinking. Paparazzi everywhere. I saw you with the camera last week. Why don't you take some of my headshots over here for free? What do you say? I don't think so, Moose. You're too Hollywood for us. All right, so we know that there's a guaranteed thermos in the Riken, and it's the entire reason we backtracked over here to check it out. Oh, cotton. Yeah, it might. Yeah, it'll come in handy right now, man. Uh-oh, he's starting to turn into Felon Will. Look out. He's back. You know what I will say as well? These barrels look a lot like bedrolls. No? Sorta? Kinda. Alright. Enough shenanigans. This is a series. This is the hardest challenge in the world. I'm over here playing, you know, art day at the old... How did that challenge end up on Friday? Did you summon and save Astrid? Well, it's to be continued at this point, Dunk. I'll tell you. We're going to have to make sure when it's time that we do save Astrid, because she was in a cage. And I don't think she would like it in there. And with her new sweet blonde hair and everything. All right, we have to do a thermos. Where is this thermos? And since I don't have anything except a flare to light up and see in here, I'm kind of trying to save it. I suppose I might have to ignite it if I do plan on finding this awesome thermos we're looking for. Can't see nothing. Oh! Here we go! Okay. As usual, we like to kind of find out which 80s or 70s or 90s movie that this thermos is. It's a purple thermos, and I'm interested in all ideas as to what kind of thermos this is. We've had greats in the past, like arachnophobia thermos. One time we had a King Ralph thermos. Those were our John Goodman varieties. We've also had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Donatello edition, Terminator thermoses, all kinds. And I would love to know if you guys see what kind of thermos this is. The Color Violet, great movie, just rented it at my local video rental store. You think so, dog? The Color Violet, eh?
Cold.
Man, I should get off the drip. This isn't good. I'm messing around too much, man.
That should help warm things up.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna pull some torches out of here and start moving to one of the mines where we're gonna go through, get some coal, and then get over to Coastal Highway. We're gonna get our forging tools, start planning for a bow. That's it. You got it, Dunk. You're killing it, bud. Very responsible moves we're gonna make, you know? Good thing he ran. He probably thought you were gonna pester him for an autograph. Yeah, he's become... He has a different life than most of us. He's used to constantly being stopped for pictures and everything, so it makes him a bit antisocial sometimes because, you know, we're always looking for something from him. That's the Hollywood life. It's a burden, you know, being as cool as he is. All right, no stone, pump fake with the torch. So it's all kind of, you got to kind of move around when you're playing with the wolves. If you get up on rock formations, sometimes you could de-aggro them. It's almost like a magnet once they become attached to you. Once they square in on you, you have to do something to break that aggro. And it's usually wait till you hear them go from charging you to just like kind of standing there and growling. So one of two ways you can get away from them is pretty much just run up on the rock and try to juke them out, basically. It creates cool moments of evasiveness, I suppose. Duncan is right, the color violet. That's it. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen it, Bean, but we run a crazy video store. We rent out Oprah movies out of it, and we called it Dave's Cake. It's quite an endeavor. Yields hypothermia risk. All right, we got a rabbit there. Nature calling is a solid way to do things. I will say this. nature calling is definitely one of the ways you end up playing a game that you're not prepared for a lot of times. Sometimes you think you're just going to make the wolf do what you like and it's going to go smoothly, and then he ends up mauling you. So do it with a wide-eyed attentiveness, because I usually fade into the long dark a lot of times. Dances with Wolves, a classic from the 90s. Yeah, we're going to be dancing with the wolves today, Pack. That's it. Also, let's talk about new tips and tricks. I got one for you. Check this out. I used to think crows flying overhead when they just fly was for no reason. I thought it was kind of an ambiance thing. But there's an actual mechanic to it. It is the foreshadowing of a weather change. So if you see crows flying overhead in like a flying V, it is not just for fun. It is to let you know weather is about to change and the birds are onto it before everybody. The birds know. So prepare to find shelter if you see a crow group flying overhead, is the moral of the story. I thought it was interesting. But that's also because I've become a mega nerd at this one. So, basically, if you see crows flying overhead and they're not circling a hide, particularly, the crow thing has been highly debated in the community for years now. Yeah, it goes to show how new I am, that I don't even know that it's been debated for a while. And I think I'm bringing new information to the table. The opposite, actually. The crows can only show up when the weather is nice. Well, let's say we see them flying away. Then we can assume that the weather is going to change soon, is what I think. Because I started to see them fly over, and I said, maybe this isn't just like a cosmetic ambiance thing, and maybe it's actually something. And did start to know within the hours, shortly after, that they were definitely a foreshadowing to the weather change. Conspiracy theory will. Listen, man. Listen, man. Alright. Another thing, if you're new, is that I spread misinformation, apparently. And speak of it as if it were actual fact. Dusting sulfur. So nothing pre-cured over here. Let's talk about bunkers. Bunkers have a chance on custom loot pools to be stocked 1 out of 4 chances. I would say in 100 days, it would definitely behoove us to frequent all of the bunker locations, not just the Dave's Cave one, and check for them to be stocked. Because we got the time, baby. And those are game changers. So part of our journey should definitely include checking out the appropriate bunkers and seeing if we can hit. If we find 4 of those things, we're going to hit on one of them. Got a 25% chance of hitting. And right now we are gathering Fire is Life in the form of 20 Celsius per lump. These things keep you alive, especially when you're playing on the hardest difficulty, and definitely anytime. You can start a fire, throw a lump of coal in there, and it'll basically keep you from fading. The difference between what your drip is on your health bar down there and what's sent us cascading already to 41 HP is the temperature. Once the temperature's at 0, you lose 20 HP per hour. And the other ones are fatigue 1, thirst 2 HP, and 1 HP from hunger. And since we don't have any health being rebuilt in the evening time like traditional interloper, we're not allowed to use the starvation tactic or anything like that. So we really got to be more cognizant than I have been thus far on the health bar and being serious about it. Super serious. On this difficulty, it's safe to assume at any time that the weather's about to change. That's also a great point, Bean. And maybe where my conspiracy was spawned from. You know, if I play on a difficulty like this and the crows fly, it might just be coincidental. But listen, man. Yeah, you guys are right. Well, I'll get back to you on more crow information. Stay tuned. One thing I can obviously be sure of is if when you hear crows, you know you're close to a hide, so you can go get some feathers and maybe a little bit of lunch. Why so serious? That's it. Do you think I would put such a simple signal when I'm about to attack with foul weather? Eh? That's it. I'm pretty sure it was debunked as a coincidence. Weather changes in certain intervals and crows fly over certain intervals and sometimes they overlap. Well, I'll tell you, Lily, you got some pro knowledge. Okay. Sounds a bit gusty out there, huh? Okay. I think we should do Bezos and think about the upcoming leg of our journey. And then we'll make sure we plan out. That's a good point too, Dunk. Plan out the next leg of what we're up to. And any of the stuff we need to kind of think of since we're on a 100-day run. We would definitely like to do things that we, you know, lean into things that you can do with a longer run, kind of. And not just leave those on the table. And I think Zert brought up the great point of animal clothes. That's like almost a cheat code. If you can get some animal clothes on, you're getting 99%, super warm, great investment. Obviously, you're limited for the first 6 days, but then you have 94 days to get the clothes together. So you're going to be, I think, warm enough. Well, we should be okay with that. It's about building the right skills in those times that benefit whatever we're trying to do, but really just planning so that when we do hunt, we do it so serious, because the hunts where it doesn't matter how warm you are, you could blow a shot one time and it's done. There is a unique crow sound they make when a bear is nearby. It's kind of a frantic sound. They won't be visible, but you can hear them. Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that. Maybe get some health inspector stew. Is that a recipe, Dom? We have a bedroll. We can sleep it off in the basement. And yeah, we have the bedroll. We're still seeking the crowbar and the hacksaw and the heavy hammer. We pretty much know just out of memory where we're going to get most of those things. This is what we got. These are pretty much the guidelines for old Franklin over here. It's a callback to when Beulah took care of a health inspector snooping around her basement. Oh, nice, Dunk. We're going deep in the lore, too. I guess that's what happens, you know? We've been on this island for a little while now, and it's been the greatest time of our life. We love it over here in the southeast corner of the map, too. There's something comforting about these familiar lands, and we like to go into Crumbling Highway, little coastal, little DP, stay as far away from Scruffy as possible. But what I was really thinking about when I was putting this one together, we could obviously go less. But then what we're doing is showing that we can speedrun bow creation. That, I think, is less of a challenge than having to hunt so many darn bear, moose, wolf, whatever, and never miss a shot. When I think about that, I think this will probably never happen in the history of mankind. After 100 shots, you have to miss. So I kind of expect us to have a tough time with this one, to say the least. And we're going to try to just plan to make it so that everything around the hunt is smart. We go outside when it's 12 noon to 7 p.m. every time. So it's going to be warm. There's going to be light. When we do John Candy or Hollywood Moose hunts, whatever it is, we want it to be nice and warm, bright skies, well stocked with teas and things. No hastiness. There's no reason to be hasty right now. And what it's going to take is absolute discipline. We got to be like the best free throw shooter in the league. Automatic, no mistakes. Just get up there, do our routine, shoot the bow, seriousness. I don't know. I'm hoping. But that's all I got at this point is hope. And it's a good thing to have. Hope doesn't disappoint us. Let's do it, baby. You know what I mean? Let's get in there and storm the steeds. So, strategies for 100-day runs. I would love to start implementing these. We know that we're going to be making animal clothes. It's really just about smart hunting, planning right, knowing that the world's going to get super cold by the end of like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. There's going to be cougar everywhere, wolves everywhere. It's going to be crazy. We just got to get real. We just got to get real, you know? I love this game. Day 50 is when it gets max cold. Yeah, and this will be uncharted territories, you know? We're going to be in a really cold world that we're going to have to handle. There's going to be no games. It's just going to be about getting out there and trying to stay warm with animal clothes and probably plan for backup animal clothes after that. The clothes are set to deteriorate as fast as possible. I imagine that animal clothes deteriorate at the same rate as normal ones, but those things were basically falling apart every step we took, it felt like, and our socks would be down like 1% and stuff like that. So, we got to do it big. Trusty brand inventory. We got 10 trusty brand over here, and it would definitely be better for us if we have more. Sounds like the wind died. My usual scam goes bow, kill 2 bears, and hides. Summit while hides cure. Return and make coat and satchel. Okay, what's the summit do, Dunk? Is the summit getting you the tech backpack or something? Are we talking about a different summit than Timberwolf Mountain? As you can see here, there's beautiful weather on Great Bear Island. And sometimes you could get caught up in it. Summit has a tech backpack and tons of supplies. Yeah, it's not a bad one. I like your strats. And this may be one of those times where we have the time to get a lot of that stuff done if we see it fit. I'll tell you, you know what scares me about this cave is the local wolves nearby will pin you in here. Without stones, you're kind of subject to the drama if they do. We learned the hard way how the aggro on wolves works with cave entrances and exits, and that they could re-aggro onto you the second they exit a cave. So that you could pump fake them off of you.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit. All right, I'm going to think about our skill books right now. Looks like it worked.
I'm not gonna just throw them on there willy-nilly. Alright, when I think about can openers, I can't really think... Mum's the word, boys! I'm surprised they're not making fun of me. Those guys would be the type of guys, you know? Scruffy and Boris, Wrath. That's the Chuckle Gang when I waste matches. But nobody wasted matches, so... nothing to laugh about, right? Alright, I'm about to get cheeky with it. I'm skipping the basement right now. As Bedroll still sleeps in car, yep. You can't light a fire in that basement, Dunk. If I sleep in that basement with just a bedroll, I'm getting like a quarter of my heat. I needed the full thing for the walk. So there was a plan behind it, if you can believe it. I wanted that lumpy, you know? That 40 Celsius goodness. Alright, let's go to Coastal, get ourselves a hacksaw. We're going everywhere. We're going to Misanthropes. We're doing big things. You got time to sleep at night, at least until you get your pies. Yeah. I think just part of my gameplay, no matter what, will always be maximize and optimize, even when we have 100 days. But I do believe that you are correct in that I could take my foot off the pedal if I wanted to a little bit and sleep longer in the nights. It's not going to stop me from trying to take advantage of each day, given the fact that I have to hunt 100 animals without missing. I don't want to ever act like I got all the time in the world. I got to get focused and be responsible. Speaking of which, let's get some rose hips for our empanadas in the future. It's not going to be crazy interloper rose hip provided to us. Commuters lament. All right, what do we got over here? We got both crews. We got a birch and a maple. Yeah, the 2 bears and hides plan, once we make the bow, isn't bad. You could do a couple John Candies and maybe do a little moose action. The moose part's obviously a little tougher, but I think you can get a lot of valuable stuff from the moose. I think probably the most important thing for us is to just be as warm as we possibly can so we can hunt longer and have less stuff to worry about while we're doing that hunt. So carrying capacity is probably a tiny bit less of a priority for myself and heat. But the only thing about carrying capacity is nice is that you have more agility. It takes more gear for you to even do that. What I like to do when I do the hunt is be able to drop all my lumps or something in a pile next to where I'm hunting, so I'm still underweight and nice and limber for the battle. But all those things like tech backpacks and moose hide satchels give you extra carrying capacity, like a well-fed buff. And all that stuff will keep you more elusive while you're hunting. Definitely one of the pretty much two important things to do when you are doing a hunt. Don't miss and don't get caught. Serious times and serious games this summer, just when you thought it wasn't gonna get serious. Hey, is it getting serious around here? No, it's getting even more serious than you ever thought. This summer, it is the seriousness. All right, we got some kind of guy over here. I'm gonna come check it out.
Fingers feel numb.
Let's start to get ahead on our feathers. God knows how many arrows we're gonna have to make. We got a long time. We got a gut opportunity and hide things. Trying to think of the best way to make our bow here. We really don't have any sort of plan. I'm probably gonna do a Forlorn Muskeg forge. So we'll be leaving everything in Mystery Lake. I'll probably just leave most of this stuff here. Timbies? I don't think so. You know, when the committee was putting this challenge together, they were actually going to include a point system, and then they realized that nobody's ever going to do this. If you get to the end, that's it. You did it. And then it'll just be awesome that you got a bunch of things hunted, but getting to the end of this is the thing.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Okay, let's go to Misanthropes and see what he's got. We always talk about it. It's one of the cornerstones of Long Dark gameplay. Rummaging through your neighbor's cabinets and closets. If you've ever played a zombie game or any sort of survival game, you know that you go and take liberties with other people's belongings pretty shortly after everything breaks down. You rummage for canned goods and all kinds of things. And maybe even a can opener. Alright, I gotta make sure I don't run out of these trusty brand. I think if we're going to all these locations, we're gonna get plenty of blue boxes over here. So I'm gonna get a little loose with them. Maybe I should even think about making some more torches and getting a little more responsible in this place. I got 227% torches here. Rummage through your neighbor's cabinets, man. You look for big finds. Can openers. Dusty floor potatoes. All of the delicacies of the world, really. And as you can also see here on the hardest difficulty in the planet, there's nothing in anything. So you just rummage and you hope. But you never find anything. It's always empty. The cool thing about things being always empty is that it's definitely more realistic. You would imagine a lot of these people would take their stuff before they took off.
I think I can use this.
I definitely could, but who knows what we're gonna do. Maybe an improvised head wrap. what we know we're not going to do is try to fix our clothes. I'm leaving it. All right, dirty toilet water, baby. My favorite water. All right, so without the trader, we're going to hope that we find every bag of flour on this place. We'll get some empanadas going throughout the run. Get those going at cooking level 3. We unlock the ability to create rosehip empanadas.
Find some place to escape this cold.
But we're on our mission to create the boat. It's get the hacksaw from Quincy's, the car, and up the hill. You'll need these for those empanadas. Thank you, Pack. Thank you very much for those rose hips. That's what I'm talking about, Pack. It's great to see you, bud.
Too heavy.
Yeah, sure is. Yikes, no tinder, huh? Alright, I'm taking a bit of a drip here. This is negligence at its finest.
Goddamn freezing.
Okay, take it easy, Will. Some would say getting a bit flippant with my stuff over here. I wanted to push ahead to the fishing hut to start this fire, but I also didn't want to take the drip. Tough scenes.
Professor, take it easy, will you?
Fireside responsibilities. You know the name of the game? Stay on top of it. Some interesting facts about Benjamin Franklin. He has a wide range of potential family members. Some resources will tell you he has like 4 kids. Others will tell you he has like 80. And he has Wilt Chamberlain numbers. I guess it's for you to be the decider of how many kids Benjamin Franklin has. 4 or 80? I don't know. When you fly a kite, it's hard to keep the gals off you. You know what I mean? It's a skill that it has them swooning, really. Whoa, is that guy flying a kite out there? Holy crap, ladies. Let's settle down, you know? Benny got around. Oh my gosh. Old Benny. Wait, is he out there flying a kite? Holy crap. No, I want to go talk to him. You guys stay in here. They were all trying to run outside and talk to Ben.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
I don't think you can, man. Okay. So I'm still looking for long-term plan ideas. I like Duncan's little situation where you go and get a couple bears and moose once you take care of the bow business. And I think you can probably start planning for long-term plans right now and think about how you're going to take a route around the map and different things like that. We'll probably establish ourselves in a few different spots. Central location like the camp office and Mystery Lake will probably have some stuff there curing or something. Mystery Lake is one of those spots that's pretty much in the middle of the map. I don't think
it's sapping my energy.
leather is not used for anything over here. It is used for crampons. But I don't see it used anywhere else. Okay, so if I want crampons, I hang on to these old gloves.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Look at Two Tukes McGee over here. Holy. Flying a kite in a lightning storm. Benny just had that spark with the ladies. Very well said, Pack. That's it. Want to make some meat piles for the long haul. Like it, Dunk. And I appreciate you thinking about the future here, because we need to be planning for these serious things. Name of the game is simple. Get everything around the hunt to be taken care of so we can succeed in the hunt the best way possible, knowing that that's the biggest obstacle, is hitting all those shots. That's what I think. Can also just get the crampons when you go for the tech backpack. In Ash Canyon, are they pre-made there, Bean? I wonder if they're also guaranteed to be there on these crazy difficulty settings, too. That's one thing that would probably be limited in our knowledge of it. Pre-made and premium. Ooh! I like that.
Can't feel my feet.
Here we go. Arrow shafts in our future double time, baby. And some old Sadie Hawkins shoes. What a thrill. Double saps. They will always be there next to the backpack. Well, that's a pretty cool thing. That's probably the second reason we should go to Ash Canyon. It would be an adventure for us, and I gotta say, with 100 days on the calendar, as long as we're responsible during our travel, it might be fun.
Freezing.
The crampon spawn in every survival playthrough. Nice. Hello, Mr. Larone the Poet. What's up, Millie? How's it going? How are you? I don't know how I got the title The Poet, but I'll take it. I believe that the flowers are the stars of the earth. Anonymous. Whose little feet are those? Rabbits. One of them's much larger than the other one. I have a mutated rabbit around me. It's scaring me. All right, I'm taking way too much drip over here. Got to get a little more responsible. What's today's challenge? What's going on, Cubit? How's it going? The whole gang is here, baby. How are you, Cubit?
This could be really useful.
This is the craziest one in history, Cubit. Committee's really done a number on this one. Musical fruit.
I can always use more food.
Yeah. 100 days, 100 bow shots, 100 pies.
I can make
I'll
something of
bring
this.
the old mill flour. You bring the rose hips. This summer it's we all party at the beach. Yeah, we're partying. That reminds me, we are planning for a beach party. But we're gonna need somebody else to work on Sundays because when Yinzers came to the beach, it was awesome. And I was very thrilled to see him there, and he really made it a party. So if we do have a beach plan on Sunday, I don't know who's gonna work at the office on Sundays. So we're looking for somebody who's just gonna go along with it, is not going to object. Maybe somebody with a red stapler. But we're going to need somebody to come in on Sundays too, okay? And we also need Yinzers to go to the beach. All right, we got the snowman shirt rocking over here, baby. Oh, double snowman. And these shirts are terrible. That's a pretty tough challenge. Yeah, Cubit, this is officially never gonna happen. But it's not gonna stop us from trying and giving us our darndest. Thank you, Duncan, for those hips. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. I think with Celsius isn't actually bad. The Two Tukes McGee thing is really helping out. And these work gloves. Alright, what I'm thinking now is we'll get some calories in our belly. The stale chocolate bar. R.I.P. Sweet Tooth Willie. Maybe I should make some broth this time too. Get some animal fat together, make some cooking oil, maybe do some different things like that. This is going to give us an opportunity. And I will say this, just lasting for 100 days on this one is insane without the hunting part. Because these sliders are set to whoop your butt level. It's crazy out here, man. Now you're just getting crazy, man.
My stomach.
Ah!
Oh, it hurts.
Sweet Tooth! I mean, we were just talking about old Sweet Tooth. A lot of pincushion bears. Yeah, Cubit, I'm not sure how it's gonna work. We're gonna want to make some animal clothes to keep us warm. Definitely John Candy strat, for sure. We can do cougars to get the cougar knife and things with the Pensive Pond fishing hut cheese strat. A lot of crazy stuff. Yinzers, congrats on the promotion. I know you've been putting in a lot of work over the weekends with those reports. Man, that's very great of you to say, Pag. And wasn't it so fun at the beach last Sunday when he was there? This whole time, we never knew. Dang, might have to make that tea. Yeah, I got food poisoning, Bean. I did. Someone should also warn Raph about lettuce right now, because I know there's some drama going around IRL with lettuce, and if he is eating salads at steakhouses very often, he might need to eat something else for a little bit. It might be tough on him, but he's gonna have to. We love Raph, even though he's our rival, and we want him to be okay. We gotta tell him, put the word out. Dear Raph, avoid lettuce. Okay, I'm going to have to go outside and maybe make a fire and light up a tea for us before bedtime because we got some drama going on right now. We're going to take a drip and we can't afford it. Lettuce is perfectly safe. It's candy bars and sardines that will make you sick in my world, eh? It's only shredded lettuce, nothing you'll find at Allen's Cave Steakhouse. Okay. Yeah, only the finest lettuce. We don't have that derelict sick lettuce at our place. If you come in here, you better bring your wallet because it's going to be more expensive. Holy crap, Alan.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
You know, I think it said 100% with accelerant. Maybe I need to stop being... Oh, I need to stop.
This is a shitty way to die.
All right, never mind. I'm blowing it over here. Let's get serious.
That should help warm things up.
Okay, a lot of things I'm doing are not the greatest. Good thing you grab some Rishi. Yeah. Try to not let him die in vain. The same problem happened. We're sort of prepared for it by having the Rishi at least prepared, but not cooked. Probably don't need much else out here. It's just going to be tea and bedtime for us. Try to get off this drip. We're on the double drip right now. So I believe once you take the antibiotic, you need to get rest to get off the drip. So we now need to go and get some sleep in Jackrabbit Island homeowner's bed. Heavy drama.
I might have to drop some
When you
gear.
start a 100-day run, you're definitely not aiming to be on 10% HP the second day. Golly. I'm blowing it. All right, beef jerky. Are you going to make me sick? All right, I believe the maximum amount of time we can go down for is a fat Morgan Freeman on this one. Before your thirst runs out. So we drank full thirst, and we're just going to get a fat Morgan over here. Brad, you better get over here. Can sometimes get birch bark by beachcombing. That would be a huge help. Yeah. Just a little rusty after all those easy challenges. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting back into the swing of things over here. It's really good to, you know, head back to the office, so to speak, and get back on the seriousness. And we're feeling it. Oh, you need 3 more hours. Ah! Golly, food poisoning's brutal. Good thing I'm carrying around every toilet water worth of water. Water. Yep. Turns out it takes a... What gave you food poisoning? Might have been the last resort sardines I ate, Cubit. Either that or a chocolate bar. Who knows what it was, really. I was in a food frenzy with all this great stuff I've rummaged through my neighbor's cabinets to get. All right, let's get out of here.
I need to drop something.
I was aiming to go to Quincy's right now, but with our encumbrance... Oh. Crows just flied. Everybody knows. Listen, man. Sardine roulette. Listen, man. Right after the crows flew, the wind stopped. I'm telling you, man. Yeah. We had a guy, I think before your time, Cubit, named Sweet Tooth Willie. He ate a chocolate bar at Quincy's Quonset Garage, got food poisoning when everything was going right, and then was on a 10-hour slow death where he was just stumbling around looking for Rishi, looking to get rest somewhere without a bedroll. It was a tough deal for him. He had it all, really. It was probably one of those ones when I got the early hacksaw, I got the maple cut on the first hour. One of those deals. R.I.P. Sweet Tooth. Beautiful day here in Coastal Highway. You can see pretty much as far as the eye can see. Just beautiful trees and nice ambiance. There's a lot of folks who saw what happened to the Desolation Point trailer that do now believe in whimsy. But I'm pretty sure that there's still a few doubters out there. I see some folks who might need a little bit more to see a little bit more before they truly believe in whimsy. I see you doubters right in front of me. And I'm telling you, you're going to be whimsical before you know it. Just wait for that moment when you were not whimsical and did become whimsical. Think back upon it. Tell your grandkids about it.
My head feels thick.
All right, we're going to try to get into this trailer that may or may not be whimsical. And we're going to warm up there for a second before we go down to Quincy's. I have lost my sense of whimsy. Well, I got just a thing for you, Duncan. I got a little sense of excitement and wonder, really. All right, we got a Ravage right there. We can throw the guts in here if we'd like. With 100 days, I'm probably risking a stink walk if I bring uncured guts over to Mystery Lake. I'll probably gamble that either the one in the ravine is there or the one under the bridge. I have struck out on both those in the past and the gamble didn't pay off. Let's hope this is not that time. Okay, but seriously, you guys don't believe in whimsy, and I can tell. I'm about to change that. This is just a normal old cabin, isn't it? That's what I see. What I don't see in here is anything that could be whimsical for sure. But wait, what if I'm wrong? What if this in fact is a trailer that has whimsy in it? Are you ready to have a different perspective on whimsy versus not whimsy? Prepare yourself to be blown away. This is a normal green shelf over here. Second to bottom shelf is going to stay empty when I move it with blue outline mode. Here it goes. Looks like a plastic container just showed up out of nowhere. That's got to be all of the whimsy, though. But wait. Gosh. This guy showed up out of nowhere on the bottom bunk. Okay, nothing. Is that it? Nope. Prepare to be a believer. Okay, and always nothing. But listen, if you're playing on Stalker or something and you bust out this whimsy, I guarantee you're getting something out of these guys because you'll have a loot pool that's pretty generous. So, you stumble into this place and it doesn't have these three things set up, you could easily get some loot when you wouldn't have had any and defy the odds and survive in the long dark. That was whimsical, wasn't it? Whimsy restored. Nice, Duncan. It's good to bring a little whimsy into our life. Okay, I'm trying to get warm over here, so I might just take a little bit of rest to get that warmth meter where it needs to be. Let's talk about hides and things like that and the best sequence of when to do those hides. I just mentioned stink walking with guts, but that doesn't stop me from potentially getting deer hides, making boots, and other deer things like pants. We got a couple options animal clothes wise, and it's just about when to get the hides timing for us. Right now I'm thinking bow over everything like I usually do, just out of habit, but we can easily start getting some other stuff in the mix like deer hides from these ravaged. It's just about planning. So I'm going to head down to Quincy's and let's continue to think about long term the best way to go about these different things we have coming for us. Summit Soda. Usually 3 deer carcasses near the dam can cure them while you go to Forlorn. Yeah, so you're thinking I could get some hides the same time I get my guts. And you probably also support the idea of not bringing stinky guts from this deer as we walk towards the ravine in Mystery Lake. It would probably be more logical to gamble that one of those carcasses is going to show up there a little bit closer and safer to its final destination where it will cure. It'll be curing, of course, next to the moldy cardboard bed in the trailers in front of Mystery Lake. And we'll pull this up on the map there for anybody who's unfamiliar with it in a couple minutes.
If I can drop any of this gear.
We're riding, baby. The crows have changed the weather on us. That's what I'm sticking to. All right, so we are encumbered right now, indicated by that red symbol in the bottom right corner of our screen. It's because I'm carrying around all kinds of water and wood and stuff. I think I probably could have left some stuff at that trailer and picked it up on the way back. But let's go retrieve our hacksaw and get a bunch of loot out of our 2 neighbors' houses and Quincy's. Yeah, I love this game. It's fun. It's so tough. I think if we had the ability to farm, it would be maybe too overpowered, and that's why we can't plant our own rose-hip bushes in anything. I think it would be great, but it's probably going to be tough to find a way for it not to provide infinite resources for the player. So if he does add a farming mechanic in the sequel Black Frost, it might just be a thing where you have to make it super tough to sustain your plants and literally become the most green thumb gardener of all time to actually keep them growing things. Maybe tend to them often and cycle the soil or something. Grow potatoes and rose hips and things. All right, first hacksaw opportunity right here in this car. All right, 0 for 1, baby. Let's grab this flaya. All right, so the one thing we definitely want to find in our neighbors' houses or Quincy's is some trusty brand. I don't think we got any from Jack Rabbit or Misanthropes. So, seeing as how flippant I've been and negligent with my trusty brand, I definitely need to get some or I'm going to run into some problems. Serious problems. For Black Frost, I saw that there could be a mechanic called the will to live. I'm hoping that means you need to eat an assortment of food and not just live off cattails and fish. The will to live, huh? Alright, I'm taking this part serious because usually there's wolves over here by the gas station. They're derelict wolves. But whenever you see a deer, it's kind of a sigh of relief because you can kind of use those guys as meat shields if the wolf does come around.
Can't feel my hands.
Second hacksaw opportunity coming up. Ah!
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
I just got mauled by a bear here after harvesting a deer. That was a big jabroni move. Well, don't you worry, Pack. You'll be back. And we go again. All right, we're here at Quincy's Quonset. What used to be a bustling gas station is now the ruins of oil and tires. And in here, you'll find a bunch of cool loot. We were hoping we were going to find the hacksaw, but now we are relegated to either getting it from the abandoned lookout, which is a huge ordeal getting up there, or going and getting it from a different location, maybe in Mystery Lake. So this would be good for us to go to the Excel sheet we have that details these things and ascertain if there's a more convenient spot in Mystery Lake to get it and just doing it there. Because sometimes you'll find it in the train car in Forlorn or these different places, and I can get the maple then. I'll be behind the 8 ball if I do that, so maybe we'll need to plan accordingly. But it's go to the abandoned lookout or get it way later right now are our two options. And it's going to mean later bow for us if I do forego abandoned lookout where it's guaranteed that we do find the hacksaw. So I would love to hear you guys' thoughts about what it is. Looks like the lower dam for the hacksaw. Yo, what up, Talget? I've been here for a long time. I've been here for a long time, and I ain't going nowhere. Man, what's up, Talget? The intellectual war horse is arrived. He has the blood of champions. Just think, one day those shelves were full of VHS tapes. Cactus, you're warming my heart. Have you checked out Dave's Cave Video Store by any chance, Cactus? There's some serious stuff going on. We got this guy, Owen, who's running around and he drinks all kinds of cappuccinos or frappuccinos before work. When he puts videos back, he does this speed walk. He literally is just on it at the job, and he's really helping things around there. Productivity's through the roof since Owen came on board. I'll say that. Unbelievable. Okay, so let's talk about this. If I wait to get the hacksaw at the lower dam, I might be delaying cutting that maple and making some moves. I know I'm going to be traveling a lot, so curing isn't going to be happening too often. But it's something to think about. Get the hacksaw, go all the way up that lookout, or just forego it. Get some stuff from my neighbors' houses and head over there and grab the hacksaw at the dam, knowing that we're going over there. I won't be able to get any maples until then. I think our next maple opportunity is either between here and the exit where the ravine is. There's some maple around there, and you have time. But having time means you could do the tower as well. That's it. That's exactly it. So here's what we got. Right now, we're at Quincy's Quonset, over here in this area, on this coastal town site. The two spots we checked are the car here and in front of the house for the hacksaw. We know on Loophole 4 here that the last spot to check, the dreaded abandoned lookout. As you can see, you have to do a bunch of switchbacks on the way up this mountain to climb to get there. And you have wolf after wolf along the way, including this guy, this bear over here who likes to show up. So it's kind of dangerous. When Owen got food poisoning before the big rush, that was awesome. Heck, you have to support Dave's Cave Video Store. I had to do the whole register that day. That was crazy. I wasn't ready for that. I hadn't done it since the first week. Good idea. You think it's a good idea to get the hacksaw now and then maybe hit these other maple opportunities? I have one I could get there and stuff. The thing is, I'll be traveling because I'll come down this way, get on the highway, and then go all the way up to the ravine exit right here. So I have a long way to go westward through the map to get out of this town, where I can probably find a maple along the way. It's just only going to get micro-cured in the few hours we do sleep in between traveling. And then we could gamble the way we are for our guts to getting it a little bit later down the road, like in Mystery Lake, and then putting it down while we go do our forge in Forlorn. This is all very complicated and crazy, and I understand it sounds very nerdy and wild. But it's what we're up to. Okay, so let's go and get the rest of the gear here from Quincy's, and then we'll decide whether we're going to go up to the abandoned lookout or not.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Yeah. Oh, nice. We got a storm lantern. What a thrill. So over time, I have learned that I'm going to leave those blue...
Looking for a drink right now.
We're leaving these because we're pretty much guaranteed to get some sort of tools at the dam. So I think I can at least leave that weight behind. Right now, I'm super encumbered with all these lumps and all the other goofy fur and stuff I'm carrying.
This stuff will come in handy.
Yeah, I think we'll keep these, huh? He's a good man. Look at 3 copies of Sewing Primer. AL hacksaw. Well, if we do go for the American League Hacksaw Talcott, it's all the way up at the abandoned lookout. We know it's guaranteed there, but we're really hoping to not go there. Well, I think I secretly am, because it's always such a nightmare going up there. I almost get killed by wolves and bear every time. I think the danger factor is the toughest part of it, even over sloth. Yeah. Summit soda. That's one other thing that Duncan makes a great point about that I think new players would benefit to hear, is that sometimes it might not be the most efficient plan, but if it's a plan that leans into your strengths as a player, it might be better for you. And it might be tougher for you to see that from an external source because they have their own set of things that they have as a forte in their skill set. And me, I've decided to try to lean into the jabroni, knowing that I'm never going to be able to compete without it, so I just have to accept it and learn to compete with it. There's candy under the bed. Oh, I think I got that one, Talga. All right, let's go to our neighbor's house. We got beautiful 10-point bucks frolicking around in the storm. And this is Great Bear Island, baby. This is where it all takes place. The power used to work on this island way before we got here. We were flying our plane over it and we crash landed. Now we're trying to get reunited with the love of our life, with the whole world barreling down on us. Dusty floor potato.
Feels like a lot of gear.
Yeah. Continuing to think about the sequel that could be coming up to this game. We also have... Oh, we got beans. A new DLC potentially coming out for this game. I've never really thought about what I would like. I do know that I would love it to be just part of what I already have rather than a DLC. Not into that modern micro-transition or transaction world as much as others, maybe. But either way, if it's something as cool as cougars and empanadas, I understand. And we'll, you know, I'll be excited to see what the amazing folks come up with. Yes, for this DLC, you will eat salads at Alan's cave. You will be dignified. Oh, is that it? Yes, and you'll be grateful for it. Uh-oh. Moldy chocolate bar. New beef jerky. Ketchup chips, which by the way are amazing. All right, let's keep it rolling, baby.
End up being useful.
Decent baseball cap. I think we'll leave that one behind. Basically, our source of refuge will be the ravine. As you can tell, our health has seen better days. That'll definitely be something that helps us. I'm not sure if I can walk around with all this toilet water. It's starting to get a bit excessive. All right, old Two Tooks McGee over here is carrying around 41 kilograms worth of stuff. He's got 3 copies of Sewing Primer, absolute mad lad. He needs to definitely find a way to get rid of some of this stuff. I want to tear these up for the leather to make those crampons. We did discuss getting pre-made crampons. Are we really cementing into our game plan to go to Ash Canyon? Because I'm down with it if we think it's going to benefit us greatly on this 100-day run. Got 34 lumps, and all the books are probably weighing us down.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Alright, it's a beautiful evening here in Coastal Town Site. We're trying not to let the beauty blind us from the fact that wolves always spawn here, and they're looking for trouble. They're beatniks. And they smoke cigarettes.
To find some place to escape this cold.
Alright, let's go to our other neighbor's house. Seems like I've kind of convinced everybody that I'm too much of a wuss, and we decided we're not going up the hill to face those wolves without torch stone pump fakes. So we're gonna get our hacksaw from later over in Mystery Lake. You have seen a cougar in reality. I don't know, maybe I did at the gym, or not at the gym, the zoo one time, Talget. But it doesn't stick in my head as memory specifically. Now, if I went now after playing this game, I would definitely think about the cougar more when I see her. But I've seen big cats at the zoo. And I also have a cougar that I live with over here, Talget, and she's scratching her scratching post right behind me. I can hear her. Are you on the scene, Aretha? She's rolling around. She's stunning right now. This is unbelievable. I love that cat. Alright, our quest for Trusty Brand continues. We're surprisingly still not finding any Trusty Brand.
This will come in handy.
Nope. $16 more lumps for free. Oh, 91% Parka, baby. Tony Parka. Throw it on. Trusty Brand number sitting at 6. Just thinking about using the rest of my accelerant or a Trusty Brand. Crazy enough, I'm about to use the accelerant. Somehow I ended up in Alaskan Wilds video the other day, and those moose and bear are huge. Oh man, that's crazy. So you saw a moose in real life? What I'm interested in the moose is, how did a vegetarian become such a serious opponent? So I'm wondering, the mooses just have to be territorial and ornery and crazy. Maybe it's the lack of meat. It's putting them in a frenzy. I saw a black bear when I was hiking back in the day. Oh! Holy! That's not good. Well, at least you lived to see the day. Also, Duncan hikes. What an adventurer. Nice, Dunk. Here we go. Cup of herbal tea. Salad makes you strong. Yeah, it does. That was me being the moose, confirming what Rav said. Alright. I'm gonna see what time it is and think about getting some old-fashioned rest here. Like we detailed, we're not gonna build any health during the evening time. So it's just about getting that fatigue bar up. Yeah, I thought about it. I don't know if he's going to sleep for 7. Could have gone down for a Morgan. Probably should have. Brad, if you don't get your frosted tip having... Alright. Split Morgan over here. Alright. You woke up fully rested. HP is 16%. Good lord. I'm not sure when Heartbeat starts, probably at 10 HP. We're getting close to Heartbeat Alley. Not what you're aiming to do when you have only survived 1 day on Great Bear Island. The big mark of shame is the fact that we have yet to acquire a can opener, and probably the sub-highlight is the fact that we're down to 6 Trusty Brand. We're getting some unfortunate Trusty Brand RNG right now. And I am super encumbered, so I think if I was a smart man, I'd leave behind some of this firewood. Let's think about it. Alright, I'm trying to shed some weight over here, and I feel like I'm oddly way over. It's mostly a lot of this food we have. We actually have a pretty fat radial of canned goods, and they're stacking up the weight big time. Those are a little bit tougher to leave behind than firewood for me. Why don't we fill up our belly? Oh, 19%. We're gonna have to talk about that. New dog food. With well-fed, you'll be close on carry capacity. I think we got a couple days till we'll get our well-fed, and let's just eat up some of this weight we're carrying around. A wise man told me food weighs less in your belly than it does in your backpack. Banged up pork and beans. Smashed open on the floor. Alright, now we need to plan out our escape route to leave this place. That's it.
Too much stuff to carry.
Alright, I'm trying to think of our escape route. We have to head westward through Coastal Highway right now, and it's probably going to mean a little bit of night traveling if we want to go pretty much now. As you can tell, it's super cold out here. We're getting hit with 3 down arrows. So all we did right there was go from our neighbor's house to Quincy's, and we lost over a quarter of our temperature, and it's pretty much going to be insane every time we leave. I'm going to bring that fire barrel up and think about wasting one of my 6 remaining trusty brand to potentially start a fire before we go, warming up a tea or a broth, something like that. Is the broth going to gain percentage if I warm it? Probably not. I'm trying to think of a way to cook the broth so the percent goes up the way spoiled fish does. I'll play a little, then come back. Nice, Talget. It's good to see you, bud. You keep on kicking butt. And when you come back, we'll probably have some intellectual, high-level warhorse things we need help with. So you'll be right on time. Nah? Gotta save the broth for some super stew. Okay, so it won't get better. We have these 4 things here as heating mechanisms. Percentage of broth will unfortunately not go up. Okay, I got you, Bean. So, we know what the game plan is here. Well, I'm thinking about warming up something before our walk. Maybe going down for 1 hour right now and trying to get rid of this wind. So that even though it's night walk, it's at least not a windy night walk. Brad. I'm listening for the weather. Sounds the exact same. Or worse. Alright, I'm going to think about indoor activities I want to do. Maybe break down some crowbar for scrap. I'm super proud of this outfit. 8 Celsius warmth bonus right now, and the simple parka and 2 toques are adding up big time. That'll help us on our journeys.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Well, another nice thing about a forlorn forge, if you start in DP, is that you naturally find a good, healthy amount of scrap metal throughout your journeys. We also have this tea to use as a heating mechanism. We could save the soups. Oh, trusty Bran, where art thou? That was lame. Everybody pretend you didn't hear that. If you used it in a stew, what would make an acceptable stew? Alright, the sun is cresting over the moon in no time. Five matches now. Let's do it. Warm up the tea, put it in the thermos, warm up a soup, eat it first before we leave so that we have a tea and a soup's worth 2 hours of warm bonus on our little travels westward. I'm always looking to use the one with the least percentage, because once they go below 20 like the broth did, it gets into that territory of you potentially ending up like Sweet Tooth Willie and getting food poisoning. So, we're pretty well set up right here. We're about to get maybe some cattail dreams along the river when we go to the west part of the map of Coastal here. Right now, we're definitely short on tinder, so I think I'll craft up a couple pieces just to prepare for the upcoming walk as we journey and seek gold. Weather seems like it turned up nice and nasty for us before we took off.
I might have to drop some gear.
You can make plans, but I have other plans, eh? Alright, so we're just going to use this highway and keep going down to the other side. We're going to probably stop at the fishing huts. At this rate, we might have to stop at the Whimsical Blue Trailer just to warm up, but that's the direction we're headed. We're looking for the bare necessities and the simple bare necessities to get us to a bow creation, and we're going to do that forge and forlorn. The two bunkers that are in our future are the Dave's Cave bunker there next to Dave's Quiet Clearing in Mystery Lake, and also the bunker at Forlorn Forge over there in the next to the forge. So those are two we're definitely going to hit. I know about one in Pleasant Valley at the North Star point of the map. We can check that one out too, but I would love to go to as many bunker opportunities for prepper bunkers as possible. It's a beautiful morning here on Great Bear Island. The sun is about to rise for tomorrow to become today.
Can't feel my feet.
Great question, not sure pack. Yeah, there are some little workarounds like that where you can use sketchy foods to make them somehow not. Like if maple syrup is bad and you make pancakes out of the maple syrup, the pancakes are good to go. Alright, we're trying to use that tea to give us a little bit more warmth to get up to this whimsical trailer so that we can sleep for 1 hour next to those corpses and then move westward still towards the fishing huts, the 3 little huts there on the west part of the map. We have 2 birch saplings on us, and we still seek the maple and the guts for the bow creation. We aim to get those things taken care of at the ravine and basically right when we transfer into Mystery Lake. If you've seen our past crazy Insano challenge endeavors, this is one of our favorite routes to take. Starting in DP, going to Mystery, and kind of getting a bow created. And I will say that though I used to backtrack to DP for the forge because I was familiar with it, I was seeing great results when I moved out of my comfort zone and into Forlorn for the forge.
I need to drop something.
You get a lot of good coats and shoes from the... Man, look at the silhouette of that. Holy crap, that's scary, man. Oh my gosh. I was once a coal miner at Great Bear, and now I live on a bunk bed and show whimsy to the world. Yeah, let's get some rest. Oh, what's up, Einz? Answer is yes. 0% broth still works the same with cooking. Hello, peoples. How are you, Einz? How's it going on Great Bear, my friend? We got a new one here for you. I know you were one of those fellas who was crazy enough to try the stuff from the past. Well, the committee really put one together for us here. Just don't ever put a ruined stew or soup inside a flask. It will pull a Travis and eat it. Holy. Whimsy replaced by terror. Did you see the silhouette, Duncan? I was intimidated by it. All right, Grandpa Simpson alert. It's good to see you, Einz. All right, it's about 9 or 10 a.m. right here in Coastal Highway. I'm still getting hit with 3 down arrows when I walk outside, even with our 2 toques and simple parka. We can make it to those fishing huts without drama, then we can get inside there and warm up, and let's try to take the road direction so we can avoid drawing the ire of the local wolves. Let's do it. Another one of the disadvantages to no stones is you can't use a little stone to kind of throw the wolf in a different direction. Look at him skulking around out there. 350 is rough? Oh. I lost my 350-day interloper run last night. Tried killing 3 cougars in Mountain Town back to back. Well, that's a very ambitious goal, Lines. Third one I took on the red and almost pulled it off. Oh, nice. On Heartbeat Alley. Yeah, the cougar's tough, man. If you're not battling her in a fishing hut where she can't get you, she's got range with her paws that spreads beyond any hitbox I've ever seen. It's like she can attack you where she seemingly couldn't.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Yeah, it's pretty cold, man. Zach got taken out by a cougar on his 500-day challenge, but decided to cheat death. I wouldn't go around that graveyard there, I'll tell you. I don't trust any of those cheat death characters. They are haunted, man. I'm telling you. It's better to just give Will or Astrid another life and give them a new story. I understand. Yeah, very Pet Cemetery. That's it.
I felt so cold in my life.
That's one thing you'll never see around here is cheating death. Because I simply do not trust. That's one of the only times you'll ever hear me say I don't trust and will in the same sentence. Because I'll trust that guy with anything. To even fly the plane I'm in. But I sure would not trust a cheat death Will. That's for sure. I do hope Einz and Zach have awesome new runs in their endeavors, though. They're both awesome. All right, I have far too little HP considering how new this run is. We are down to 11. We are 1 HP from Heartbeat Alley. We got nuts and stuff, baby. I'm gonna see how much cloth we have. 4 cloth. Our scrap numbers are at 4, and boy, we're gonna need a lot of arrows, so I could probably never have enough scrap. I am encumbered right now. Let's see how much scrap weighs. I bet it's pretty heavy. 0.2 kilograms, huh? Okay. While we're planning our future, I'm gonna eat a stale chocolate bar and stare at a deer head. Tin of sardines. With 100 days, we might consider not going crazy with arrowheads and just planning for a second forge. Yeah, could happen. There's no question. Larone, I've killed an Aurora cougar at a PV fishing hut. No fire. Not going inside the hut. No vest on. A moose still worries me more for some reason. Well, that's no problem, Mines. You just keep facing that moose, and you'll be lucky if you're going against one that isn't Hollywood. But maybe his vanity will get in the way, and you'll succeed even with him. I will say this. Your courage with the cougar is commendable, Mines, and great work. Oh, the Knifo man is here. Holy, Knifo Nation in the mix. What a shaking, CD. How's it going? And how is it going with country? What a oh my gosh, the sunshine is here. The crew. What's going on, guys? We're just talking about cougars and moose, if you can believe it, and trying to survive in the Canadian wilderness. How's the challenge going? Well, CD, we're just getting underway. It's been pretty daunting for us, but we're not letting that stand in the way of excitement or progress. We're trying to participate in a crazy one over here, one that's pushed us to the limit. And with just beginning, we have to plan for new things like a 100-day run over here. We're in this one. It's the Franklin Challenge. We got to shoot the bow 100 times, and we can't miss any shots. All the settings are set to whoop your butt, and we're doing what we can to try to make it happen. Hollywood Moose is a thief! Oh! Hey, man. You talking about me, the Hollywood Moose? Only thing I steal are the hearts of women worldwide. You go the road. Sounds fun. Thank you, CD. I hope you guys are doing very good. Yeah, if you miss a shot, it's over, Copper. That's the real sad part. And what's even more sad than that is the look on the face of all those who are looking at you, realizing you have to start all over again and that you've maybe disappointed them. That's the look I never want to happen. So for today, we're going to shoot straight and never miss. If you miss a shot, you strip naked and run into a bear. That's a great point, Pac. That is how we went out one time when we did miss a shot. Thank you, Copper. How's it going with Knifo and the crew? Were you guys still gun loping by any chance? And running around with rifles and handling business? One thing I always like about Knifo's runs is that he kind of gets to settle in. So hopefully if we do a 100-day run, we get the same thing where we get to settle in a little bit and dig our roots in, you know? That's what I'm hoping, at least. But it's a Franklin Challenge. You'll get it done. You see how amazing Knifo Nation is? They come in, they bring the sunshine and the great spirits, and they make just any experience better. Unbelievable. Knifo Nation, baby. Still gun loping, just left the airfield, far too cold and windy. I think it gets up to minus 60 on some of those outer territories, doesn't it, Knife? That's 3 lump territory, or minus 40, and then you have to throw 3 lumps on. Yeah, it's pretty tough over there. We actually recently went over to those areas in the far territories for the first time. The first in-depth time. We'd go there once and we just left right away. We spent some time over there. I faded into the long dark a few times more than I'd like to admit. We had a blast, though. We got to get the camera and see what Forsaken was all about. And Forsaken will take your breath away. It's a beautiful open plain. I kind of like that look of just openness. Some folks would probably say it's too many, or it's not enough trees, and I understand that too. I like being able to see in all directions for some reason, just the whole landscape, you know? You can see who's coming. The bad guys are after you. Yo, I'm the Hollywood Moose. I'm coming for everybody. See my latest headshots.
The pack is getting kind of heavy.
Having fun is what this game's about. Whatever you like, TLD suits. That's it. We were talking Black Frost, and we were talking maybe about farming mechanics. I was thinking that they might have to find ways to make it super tough so that you don't have any... like, you can't just have food forever, since that's one of the tough parts about surviving out here. Look at this cheeky granola bar, man. There's barely a corner of it poking out. Few landmarks and low visibility make it tough. Yeah. I was seeking refuge in a coal chute one time I was out there. Get a little emphysema from the lumps. Alright, rummaging through our neighbors' cabinets here at the fishing huts. And then waiting for this blizzard out here to die down before we head up to Bear Creek Campgrounds. Avoiding the bad guys and just trying to get to our destination in the ravine intact.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Well, let's see what we're working with. 36 of 30, and we're on the heels of probably getting towards that well-fed. Mind the bear could be on the boardwalk out here. Sage advice, Pack. That's it. It's just about living, minding the bear, and getting up there in one piece, really. Being responsible, as I say with 11 HP. Here we come, ravine. Really, Will? Buck up, Astrid carries way more. Were you dogging on? Will, look at this guy, country. This guy has 2 toques and a simple parka, a snowman shirt, some work gloves that extend over his jacket cufflink areas, 1 set of gym socks, some Sadie Hawkins at 75%, and double jeans. I mean, there's something going on there. Ladies and gentlemen, you wouldn't believe it, but we have a streaker during the 7th inning stretch. It appears this guy is packing as well. Holy crap. It seems as if all the ladies in the outfield can't believe what they see because the streaker is absolutely packing as he runs through the outfield. Security's having a tough time wrangling this guy because I think they're a bit intimidated. All the ladies are hoping the security guards are unsuccessful in their wrangling of the 7th inning stretch entertainment we have out here. Boy, this guy is packing, baby. And there he goes past Jose Canseco. Jose himself looks like he doesn't know what to do because he's intimidated by Pac as he ducks. He dodges around the outfield security guards and he's over the field. Unbelievable. Well, Johnson, that was pretty crazy. We had something for the guys earlier when we had a gal streaking through the outfield. Now this guy coming through packing. Boy, what a day here at the Mariners Nintendo ball field, I say. And I just dripped that whole time. Yo, what up, Foil? What is shaking, Foil? Listen, man, I was wearing foil on my head earlier when I came up with conspiracies about crows. Man, it's good to see you, Foil. Thank you for those hips back in play. Thank you very much. Nice streaking, by the way. Johnson and the other announcer were pretty impressed, and it seems like it really livened up the 7th inning stretch, you know? Yo, Rocky, you come in here and you say I got no hips. Let me get some of those hips, Rock. You know, I got a big heavyweight fight coming up. I can't miss any shots. Come on, let me get some of those hips, Rock. Wait, you don't like my house? It's good to see you, Rocky. How are you, Rocky? Foil, the whole crew. You're hilarious, Larone. Thank you, country. Thank you very much. I'm about to stream some Minecraft. Holy crap. Pixelation, domination, initiation. I've actually never played Minecraft. It looks super cozy. I've never played Stardew or Minecraft. Those seem like two games that if I ever get like maybe a Loney Jabroni or something, you know, like a Sunday where we're just hanging out, that's a good style of game for that. I've never tried either of them, and they look super chillax. You know what I mean? What challenge are you trying? What's going on, account? Yeah, I think Pac just put it up there for us. Thank you very much, Pac. We're trying the Franklin Challenge, and what it entails is not missing 100 shots in a row and living on the hardest settings possible. So if you can imagine, we're up against it a little bit. Stardew is definitely worth it. Yeah, I'm thinking about some of those cozy games these days, Foil. It's good to see you, bud. I hope you and the fam are doing well. And you are the man. Listen, man. How's it going, Aretha? Alright, I'm trying to wait for this wind to die down. It'd be a great time to travel right now. Okay, sounds good, Foil. I'll see you, bud. Look, we're getting pretty good on Tinder. I got 10 of these things over here. About to head into Cattail Zone. Still only 5 of the Trusty brand. Just gonna have to get lucky somewhere. I'm gonna Grandpa Simpson right now. I'm just gonna make sure it is a blizzard and not high winds.
I might have to drop some gear.
Oh, definite Grandpa territory. Alright, back to reading old headlines. I could read a little bit. That's true, Pac. This is a marathon here. We do have to plan for the future. I suppose that's what we'll do once we don't see nothing going on. Yep. It's time to read. Okay, let's think about this. Fishing, sewing, or cooking. I think it's cooking. It's better than playing solitaire, the dreaded solitaire. All right, now things get to empanadas ASAP. Pac, you're the best. Okay, so there's a wolf spawn at the top right of this hill. Bear comes down here basically every day. Thank you for those hips, Pac. You'll need these later. Yeah, it's pretty much always a good time for Rose hips. That goes for YouTube as well. I definitely could use some hips, and I'll just let you know I'm good for it. All right, this clearing over here between these rock formations on the right, you'll sometimes see some birch saplings in this little area here you can check. We're also headed towards a maple spawn up on the hill. More birch saplings can be seen next to the bear cave as well if you're over here on the west part of Coastal Highway. So far, it's been surprisingly quiet. I feel like I'm going to get jumped. Yo, man, he's got 2 toques. Take his toques, man. No, those are my toques. Yo, what up, Sil? It is the Larone. How's it going, man? We're in Coastal right now, just trying to stay warm. Just traveling, surviving. Toque fast, Toque furious. You got it. That's it. Starring Ludacris. Yo, I'm here. I'm driving this fast car, man. Did you guys like that Ludacris impression? It was spot on. Bear Creek Campgrounds. Okay, we're here at the Bear Creek Campgrounds. Up here on the hill, you can potentially see some maples sometimes. It appears this time we've been skunked, but if you could see right where we're spinning, up there on that hill there'll be some maple opportunities. You'll also see a ravage down here, so you can get a little starter kit of a bow made here in Coastal pretty quickly if you get an early hacksaw. For us, we're going to be probably getting a lot of these ingredients over there in Mystery Lake since we got the bedroll. But hey, Team Bedroll, man. 6 out of 10. I thought it was 10 out of 10. All right, I'm going to grab some of these cattails. Cattails come with 150 calories each. They never depreciate in condition. Stay 100% forever. And also, they come with free tinder. So if you don't have Fire Starting 3 yet, you can use the other part of the cattail, the tail head, as a tinder part. Pretty cool. Cattail dreams, baby. All right, I'm going to head into this rabbit cabin up here. Try to get some warm-up times. Oh, here we go. Irons with the hips over there. Nice, Irons. Red balloon hips. The Tim Curry hips. Nice, Irons.
Okay. Something's gotta go.
So we'll warm up here at the little rabbit cabin and then start traveling. We do have a bedroll, so if we travel at night, we should be okay to take some cheeky 1 hours if we can find the opportunity.
Wonder if this is any good to eat.
All right, so I'm also pretty sure that we discussed definitely going to Ash Canyon as part of our long-term plan and getting pre-made improvised crampons over there. Thank you for those hips, Neo. That's what I'm talking about. Matrix hips, baby. So I'm thinking about dropping these extra gloves. That's the reason I brought up those crampons in the tech backpack, because these were going to be my leather that I would make crampons out of, but I'm almost certain we're headed to get premium pre-made crampons from Ash Canyon. So I'm dropping these gloves. If it turns out I need the crampons to get to this gold mine backpack, I'm going to feel silly, but hey, you know, sometimes. Pre-made premium crampons. That's it. So I'm dropping those gloves, gang. I'm leaving them. I have attachment to them, but we'll just be leaving them right there. The reason I love gloves so much is because you can tear them apart in 15 minutes and get one piece of leather. If you try to tear up your Sadie Hawkins shoes to get that same amount of leather, it takes like an hour. And I love those things that are quick, like crowbars for scrap metal, things like that. That's a bit of a mouthful. Sure is. I'm gonna Grandpa Simpson probably if the weather's bad out there, and it seems like it's just intermittently being windy.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
There you go. Man, this is so fun. I'm excited that we get to live for 100 days. Beautiful night out here. Oh! Thank you, Neo! You got copper in the mix, making it sunnier. Thank you, Neo. Thank you very much for zipping and zapping, my friend. Neo, the Matrix Man, the absolute legend. I'm here to make it cooler. Yeah, Neo's way cooler than the Hollywood Moose. You talking about me? You saying I'm not as cool as that Yankee fan, huh? Yeah, I am saying it, Hollywood Moose. And I'm sticking to it. Thank you, Neo. What are we up to today, Larone? You wouldn't believe it, man. We're doing the craziest of craziest. The hardest challenge the world has ever seen. The Franklin Challenge. This summer, we flew a kite. We've been debating amongst the Franklin Challenge how many illegitimate kids he potentially has. And it's a range of 4 to 80. Yeah, you're in the mix, Copper. You can get to the gold mine an easier way now. They've guaranteed the rope to Homesteader's Respite east of the map, which is closest entry from Timberwolf Mountain. Okay, that was a pretty pro strat slash technical comment you made, Hines. Basically, if I end up... Oh! Something's going on over here. I can barely see where I'm walking in the game, but I see over there Bezos is going crazy. Thank you, Neo. Or go up the center past Angler's Den. Just don't go to the west path with all the rope climbs. Okay, Hines, I might need to talk to you about that in a minute or two and plan out a smart route for that. I'm guessing if I end up in Pleasant Valley, I can get to Timberwolf Mountain and take the route you're mentioning. Try to stay off of Heartbeat Alley. So one
Turned out pretty well.
part of my skill set that I'm still weak at is lighting the fire before I take the drip. Unfortunately, I wait until I'm absolutely taking the drip, and I lose a few pieces of HP before the fire's lit. Room for improvement for sure. Thank you, Neo. Timberwolf Mountain transition to AC through the ravine, yeah? Is it the ravine that I'm headed towards that you're talking about? The ravine right through there. Or is it a second ravine? I'm a bit scared to do this cheek, man. I might just get bedroll bonus. Heartbeat Alley. Heavy drama. Alright, we're going to put this inside of our Color of Violet Oprah thermos, and you're telling me peaches don't go in the thermos? Ah! What kind of jabroni would drink the soup that should have been in the thermos? Alright, nobody saw that. Near the Timberwolf Prepper's cache, that ravine. Ravine in Timberwold, I meant. Okay. And it shows a little bit of my inexperience, Hines. My map knowledge information might not be all there. A lot of things about my intellect might not be all there, huh? Okay. I need to get off of auto walk. I need to get serious here. Because we're going over the Raven Falls Trestle. This is one piece of steel separating you from impending doom. So definitely take auto walk off when you're about to do this and get serious. Woo! Okay. You can tell we're going across a sketchy railroad right now, and it's super scary. I imagine for Will right now, he'd be feeling the wind even stronger up here, and I would potentially be doing a crawl if I were him. I can't imagine how rough that'd be on your knees, trying to crawl across this steel and wood. You do well for someone never been to those places very well. Thank you, Hines. And even some of them I may have gone, and I just have bad retaining skills of some of them. But we're headed to the ravine. We're going to get off a Heartbeat Alley with some of this birch bark tea, try to grab some guts from one of the ravaged deer, and get some more cattails. Maybe there'll be a heavy hammer we could scoop up from here so we don't have to go all the way to Trappers. We got it all ahead of us. Let's talk about the stem that's in the lower ravine of the ravine right here. And if it's necessary on a 100-day run for us to get that lower area stem. To me, I feel like I never like going down there. And I know that I kind of ask loaded questions here where I usually try to sway the votes. But let's talk about that a little bit maybe and think about the stem that's in the lower ravine and whether it's absolutely necessary for us to get. We obviously know that I'm not too keen on going down there because there's a big rope climb between us and there, and it usually ends up draining my fatigue. That's definitely the big reason why it is not great. I can't retain map knowledge well either. I still get lost. Yeah, it's tough, Hines. But that's one you just get with reps. That's kind of why I like starting in Desolation, so that I can learn at least one map and then kind of branch out from there with where I'm familiar with. So I know a lot about Desolation Point. I'll usually spawn there, and there's only 2 spawn locations, so you can kind of get the gist of the town. And then when we go and do crazy stuff like after party stuff and get out of our comfort zone, I try to use those opportunities to go to the sketchy outer territories and learn places that I'm always too intimidated to go when we're doing competitive stuff like this. It's a beautiful night. There's snow dampening our clothes. Tinfoil on our head for our crow conspiracies. Hot peaches getting colder by the moment. Speaking of which, nope, they're cold. Dang it. Okay, so next time, if you have an option to eat peaches or soup, tomato soup, eat the peaches.
My fingers feel numb.
Will's got his limits, and he is not putting peaches in his thermos. That is, of course, an Oprah thermos, and you don't mess around with that. Look under your chairs. Imitation rose hips for everyone. Oh. Why couldn't you get us real rose hips, Oprah? Those are all for me. Oh. Alright, we got a rope here. Also a flask. Summit has guaranteed stim and 50/50 for crampons. I've been hearing that these premium crampons are guaranteed, Hans. What do you think about that? Wouldn't that be a thrill? Premium. She saved them for Gale.
Turned out pretty well.
I probably should add a lump here to expedite this process. One thing I do think we'll be okay on is lump supplies, because we'll be in Pleasant Valley, next to some potential there too. Abandoned Mine for Pleasant Valley has the best source of coal, I think, in the whole map. Prepared reishi mushrooms. So we're just getting our things together here. We just got to the upper part of the ravine. It's the middle of the evening time. And if the weather permits, we're going to go get some more birch and start to look for Ravaged. Not guaranteed at Summit, only Gold Mine. Okay. Yeah, I think that's where we're going. And all these names are kind of confusing to me, because I think that there's 2 summit signs. There's a summit in Timberwolf Mountain, and there's one at the gold mine. And that's the one we're going to, the one with the tech backpack. So I'm pretty sure we're getting guaranteed premium, pre-made crampons at the place we're going eventually. What a thrill. You usually go through the gold mine in AC to get to the summit in Timberwolf Mountain. Well, here in this marathon, we might learn a bit about the map, too. Find some cool shortcuts in these daunting territories. I like it. All right. We're only going to be hearing this heartbeat for a little bit longer. We're just waiting for this dusty potato to cook. And then we're going to take off and get more birch. Can save the tea and use the potato as a heating mechanism. You wouldn't believe it, but it warms your belly. Alright, we're pretty short on water over here. Next fire will be a fat boil. Hope everybody's having an amazing Friday. I gotta say, this is about as good as a way to spend a Friday for myself as possible. I'm very happy. That's just the long and dark of it, really. Frolicking rabbits. Let's go get ourselves some birch. Get off this heartbeat. A couple times I got cramps at mine and Summit. And you got some pretty good experience. Seemed like you got some veteran knowledge. I do remember from some of the early times when you would start out, pretty much everybody was going to get the tech backpack. That's one thing I haven't put into my repertoire yet that I'm excited about learning about. And then I'll be more secure if I ever do feel like it's necessary to go to AC and get this thing. Because right now, I don't think I could get there alone. I'm going to stumble left and right geographically. Over here trying to get my Magellan on. Read some maps. If you wouldn't believe it, we still have yet to find more matches. Also on the hunt for one of those ravaged deer laying around. Here we go. Kind of a rough night out here. But this is the ravine. There are no bad guys here. So if you get over here looking for birch, you at least have a short break from the troving wolves. You can come over here and just see rabbit and deer frolicking around, living in peace. It's connected to the upcoming Mystery Lake. And it's got a lower part that we were talking about, has a guaranteed stem down there. It's just a giant rope climb away. And you would bring that rope that we found in the upper cave over there and bring it to the little rock formation, attach it, and then climb down a huge rope. But it drains you a lot, so sometimes you end up using the stem that you went down there to acquire, just to get back up. Alright, we're on a serious night quest here for some birch. This isn't the most ideal visibility conditions that you usually seek to acquire birch in. We can go to the train car over here and check for the hammer. The Aurora has arrived. Bean's got AC down pat. Is she still here? Your settings, though, kind of not for learning regions. Yeah, they're for kicking butt, right, Hans? Yeah, Bean's pretty much an expert. I didn't know that she had that
Someplace to escape
Ash
this
Canyon
ghost.
knowledge, though. Pretty impressive. Man, this is beautiful. Good night.
I would drink almost anything right now.
Yeah. Alright, more floor scrap metal being provided for us. Small Arms Handbook. I'll keep it as fire. Classically no hammer. Raph the Joke Man's at it again. Huh. What a funny I did. It wasn't funny, Raph. It was very funny. Your sense of humor is skewed. The derelicts at Dave Cave don't know what is funny. Now that was uncalled for. That's good to hear. Alright, couple cattail dreams here. Back to birch acquisitions. Can't stay warm in this area. I might be resorting to lumps again. I don't know how much more of a drip I can take.
So cold.
Getting sketchy. We're on loophole 4, bud.
Come on, come on. Thank goodness for that.
I think we're on Quattro there, Bean. Haven't checked, but I'm pretty sure one is a Fire Striker Hacksaw in DP. So I'm in a situation here. No accelerant. I can't even tell what direction the wind's in right now. Just need to get a fire lit quick, and I have no time to do it. First thing I'm trying to do is figure out which direction the wind's in. It seems like it's omnidirectional at this point. It's crazy. Can't tell if this one's blocked, but at this point, lumps are less important. Nope. Oh my gosh. Jeez, I'm screwing around. Ah! Kim Basinger all over the place, man.
Come on. Waste of damn time.
Right now, I'm contemplating between sprinting to the trailer and mystery or settling up in this cave for some rest and warmth. I'll probably save fire resources if I can get over to the trailer, of course, and then I can sleep on the moldy cardboard bed. I might have enough juice left to get there. I'm gonna have to come back to the ravine for more birch and for the 2 guts. Anytime we want, basically, or we get the guts from below the bridge. I saw some birch over here, too, for looking to get a couple more of those guys cut down. I'm gonna go to the cardboard bed. I love that bed. Okay, now
Getting weaker.
this is bad. We are an absolute mark to the wolf if he shows up. Let's just hope he's busy.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Oh, Andy's gonna be haunted. Forgot about that detail. I think it is down the rope there, Ein. So we're going to get it from Trappers here in Mystery Lake since we're on Loophole Ford. I wanted to get to the cardboard bed for the bit. Right now, I'm taking it easy. I'll get to that bed, though. Don't you worry. And I know everybody's worried about it. Alright, I need to get rest. Let's get some rest. That was a bit of a sketchy ravine travel there for us. Had to use our stem. The scene. Alright, I don't believe I can get a full Morgan out of this on account of our lack of water. A bed with a mattress? How can anyone sleep on this? Our humble beginnings as a yoga instructor. 3 days, 52 minutes. I may have gotten it in all the hubbub, but here we go. Extra 5 kilograms to our carrying capacity under normal circumstances, and we're in the mix. There it is, baby. Well fed. We've done it. We've eaten calories for 3 days straight, and now we can carry a little bit more gear with us, thanks to our elevated vitality, if that's a thing. Street lights will work. Big moment. I'm pretty terrible at keeping well-fed copper, but I'll give it a good Texas try, you know. Okay. Let's think about what the next couple goals are we have. We have a bear sweater in the dam. We have a couple things we can do here. I do need to start prioritizing bow stuff, and we're going to go over to Forlorn to get things accomplished in the regards to, like, our forge. So we're right now just chilling in Mystery Lake, and we have to come up with a solid plan on getting whatever the next step is done right here, whether it's go get those guts from the ravine or under the bridge and cut our maple down somewhere too. There's going to be a maple opportunity for us right next to where those ravaged are, and we can get a twofer right there if we're really lucky. So I think we should do quick Bezos, because I know the boy wants to get his. Hacksaw's in lower dam, so get that, and then saw up the maple. That's a good point. Okay. So, while we're doing Bezos, we're also going to map out our plan. Here we are in the Mystery Lake map. We just went through this entrance right here and came over to these trailers, one of which has a moldy cardboard bed on the floor. No big deal. It's this one, of course. There's the dam right there where you're getting the guaranteed bear sweater. And if you see here, Ravaged and Maple right next to where we are right here. So we could just pop down there.
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
No! Listen! There's a certain mile per hour you have to go, and it's 50 miles an hour. If this bus goes below 50, it's gonna blow. The LA Expressway is gonna completely blow up. And we can't have that. So if you see Sandra, you tell her something twice. Don't slow this bus down, and again, don't slow it down. 50 miles an hour, or it'll blow. Please. All right, here we are. So this is the Mystery Lake map that we're trying to navigate right here, and we just have to get the few things we need for the bow chilling and put them inside the dam here, and then we're just going to kind of either take this path down the river or down this rail and head on over to this exit of Forlorn Muskie. We sure would love to get a stock bunker like we mentioned, and we'll be looking for any of these prepper caches we see. So, we're going to look for prepper's cache and basically any town we go to. So if we have some in Ash Canyon we could find, that'd be super cool when we're doing our travels. We're probably headed over here to Trappers for the heavy hammer to accomplish our forge, since we weren't able to find one in the ravine. So we'll just end up going the route we usually do, probably by getting the stuff here ready for the bow, traveling down the river, and getting to Dave's Cave. There's a couple things about Dave's Cave that you would find interesting. Half-off appetizers, great company, and secondhand smoke. If those things intrigue you, then you should come on down. That's for sure. Okay, so we do have a pretty solid plan, I believe. We know we're in a 100-day run. We just kind of have to navigate the navigating. Right now it's get our hacksaw, cut the maple in the guts, throw them in here, and maybe go get some more birch. Probably do a little bit of a recon mission in the ravine. Get our extra birch over there and get some of those sapling birches too. Another thing about Dave's Cave, rose hips. Thank you, Pat. You know, Keanu would drive it off the bridge into the dam. It's just his style. Yeah, he would do it at 50 miles an hour or faster, though, wouldn't he, Cactus? We have to drive it into the river. There's no other way. Fun fact about Sandra Bullock, she was born in Germany. Well, I can kind of see that. She has that kind of, that feel to her, you know? She likes to control, and she's serious. And she also keeps the bus going 50 miles an hour. There's no question. And she also has a great eye for her blind side. There's no question about that. She's got a left tackle looking out for her. All right. This is serious. Into the dam, bear sweater, hacksaw. Go get the maple in the guts. Here we go. Let's get serious right now. Mystery Lake region. You'll all be happy to know that I got to do some yard work this week. Went to some family members' house and tried to do some chores.
Too much stuff to carry.
into my folks' house and clean the gutters. And you'll be surprised, as maybe I was at least, that when leaves are in the gutter for a long time, they turn into mud. So it was basically like leaves from the 1990s turned into mud that I was taking out of gutters. So we did that. That was a pretty big thrill. And I also cleaned the siding for my siblings' house. And that was pretty cool too. Little bleach in the eye never hurt somebody, right? All right, I want to go get some of this glorious damn toilet water. Right now, we're a bit parched. Beautiful. Okay, let's do the hacksaw. Boy, I'm still scared to light this torch with a match right here, given our trusty brand numbers are so dangerously low.
I'm not sure I can carry much.
4 matches. Bad eye for men, though. I don't even know who Sandra's ever dated. I could probably say that she missed an opportunity if her and Keanu had a thing, because Keanu's the man. Yeah, it's crazy over here, Dunk. Yeah, I gotta do it. This is insano. Alright, we're down to 3. We need those trusty brand. Okay, one thing I haven't done yet, and maybe some of you Loophole 4 experts know exactly where the hacksaw's located in the lower dam when we go down there to check it out. Let's do it.
Too heavy.
Alright, so I do believe I'm technically in the lower dam. Oh boy. Ainz has some wild information about Sheila. Whoever that is. Sounds like a broad you don't want to mess with. Might be other places. I know those can be by the side tables in the big room, that weird little offshoot spot, or under the stairs before you get to the end. Ooh, okay. I don't know about any of that. I think I found it here one time. Alright, we seek the hacksaw. An essential tool for anyone who's trying to make some moves in this game. I think we're about to check under the stairs for it, and we're still actively searching for the glorious blue block box of trusty brand matches that have eluded us. It was like 15 years ago. I think one of the spots was under the stairs. Okay, so we checked that little offshoot area and we checked under the stairs, and this will probably leave some tables in the big room. If we keep striking out, I'll check out the Excel sheet in a second, but we'll probably be able to find it by checking the usual suspect spots. I got issues. Maglinson camp office. Probably have a flare. Probably gonna have to use a flare. A Ric Flair. If you're a pro, look away. I'm doing negligent stuff.
Use this.
And check to see if you already have one of those, boss. And you do. Alright, so I'm going to check the Excel sheet because I've yet to find the hacksaw and I've looked in most of the spots. Need to get up to my fire barrel in the main room, and maybe that's where it's going to be, is that big old room. Let's go get our hacksaw. It will be near the exit, I reckon, close to the bear sweater. Close to the bear sweater. Oh, maybe it's those stairs where the bear sweater is. Wouldn't that be crazy? Better check the sheet. I'm not sure what it is saying. We got it done.
Something's making me feel tired.
Alright, we've carefully inspected most of these areas down in this zone. No hacksaw here with the eyeball checks. So now it's probably going to be somewhere else. Got to go into the alcove thing. Behind the generators here. Behind the generators here. Alcoves. The heck is an alcove? Hacksaw. Did you check near the workbench by the entrance? It could be in the corner, half obscured by a wood crate. Check that little pocket. Go back. I'm blowing it. Checking the pockets and the crevices. Further back. Alright, we seek the secret hacksaw. I'm gonna have to get it done quick. This is a spot I found it before, somewhere in one of, like this area over here. If this is an alcove, yeah, this is where I found it before, right here. We gotta get back to that main room so I can bust up some torches. Keep going at the end. Alright, well, we have to talk about matches and torches and things. Because I gotta get some torches going. And if I leave this place without it, I'm ill prepared. Okay, small room past the exit to WR, behind one of the generators. Exit to WR room under metal shelf, big room under a bench. So first I would have to know what WR means. Alcove is actually short for Alan Covesman.
I need to drop something.
Winding River. Yeah, Winding River. I guess it was that room we were just in, where the exit is to Winding River. I see what you did there, so. Yeah, I can't even tell what's a bit or anything at this point because I'm so turned around.
Horse.
I need my hacksaw. Is there any chance for it up here? Those directions were hard for me to follow.
That did it.
Yeah. Thermos. New tomato soup. Prepared birch bark. Chart says lower dam, which is not up here. This is upper dam. Okay, all three spots are in the lower dam. There's a map for inside the dam. It shows exactly where they are. I gotta get that dam map. Alright, it's time to eat some of this silly food here. Tin of sardines. New chocolate bar. More chocolate bars. Stale ones. Now I'm going to pull some torches and we'll put these teas in our thermos and get to traveling towards our hacksaw in the lower dam. Seems like the conclusion is that
Gotta go.
All the spots for it are in that lower dam, and we just got to go check for them. Let's do it. You're talking about Alan Covesman. Why, of yes, I know him. Sardine roulette? You love the sardines, Cubit. Alright, we're back. This time with torches. Here we are at the lower dam. We're gonna search every alcove and every crevice for this hacksaw. We're not leaving here till we can chop a maple down. Alright, if I'm getting close to one of these places that's mentioned, I'm all ears. Yeah, I think we checked the 2 spots near the Winding River exit already pretty thoroughly, Ein, so I'm guessing if this is the turbine rooms, then this is the room it's in. We're gonna find it in one of these little crevices.
Something's making me feel really tired.
Yeah, it's been a long day, man. We should go sleep on the cardboard bed. In here is turbine. Oh, this is the turbine room. Alright, let's get the hacksaw, baby. Yeah, I think I did check there. Yo, what's up, Claire? How's it going? The bench by the workbench over here, Rock, I think I did look under, if that's what you're saying. Computer says no. Computer says no? This is a big mystery, isn't it? Should I be going back? Yeah, it's going pretty good. You walk past. Okay. Let's go check it out, Rock. That's the angle you're getting when you're coming over here. Blind spot, right? Nice work, Rock. Done it. Hey, yo, Rock, man. Been eating carrots, man. Hacksaw wearing camo. Yeah, that was crazy. Little crevice there. They couldn't pull the wool over old Rocky over here. Yeah, I saw it from a mile away. That's what Paulie trained me for. Okay, so we got a few things we're going to go do. We're going to probably sleep on the moldy cardboard bed. Drop some stuff off here at the dam for our future bow crafting.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Yes, we were just talking about that, Will. We are going to drop some gear at the front of the dam. So this is the dam. One of the scariest parts about the dam is going through here during an aurora. There's these little wires that are on the ground, and they'll be sparking during an aurora and zap your butt. You'll be sent fading into the long dark pretty quickly after you get zapped, so it's always good to be cognizant of the nighttime when you're traveling through here, or you might get stuck. If you don't have a bedroll, you won't be able to sleep either. I'm going to bring this fire barrel to the front where we're going to kind of set up our camp for a sec. We seek a bear sweater probably before we leave here. We'll get some of that windproofness, and we're going to be going into a safe in no time. So if everybody thinks I'm going to get 13 bear sweaters and everything, and all kinds of great stuff out of that safe, I believe you. That is what's going to happen. Where are the matches? We seek the bear sweater. There's a couple spots it can be, and it's guaranteed at the dam here, so it might be on the chair right when we turn this corner. Boom! We've done it. Festive sweater. We go from point 1 to point 8. We're riding high. Man, both these shirts are pretty terrible, aren't they? Alright, I am taking the drip from fatigue right now, so I think I'd be wise to not mess about. We'll be back here at the dam, so there'll definitely be time to do more looting in the future. Let's get rid of some weight. Alright, we're a little lighter on our feet. I think it'd be a great time to go to the moldy cardboard bed. Or just sleep right here and not be a goofball. And come back here. We are going to lose a match. There's always more time to loot. Loot Addicts Anonymous. Yeah, I've been calling that number for many times, and they've talked me out of rummaging through office desks and filing cabinets. I gotta get off the strip. Stop playing games. Windproof on sweaters don't count. Easy way to say it. Well, this one, if we put it on the outer layer, I think Ainz will get it. It probably won't happen, though, with a parka on, so I believe that's what you're referring to. I think the parka is 1.8, we'll have to do. And then the 2.3 would be there if we didn't have the parka on, and this was actually the outside layer. And if you're ever trying to figure out what the outer layers are, it's basically the layers that are further away from Will's character model right here. So this one right here, these three, and also over here, these three. So you put your better windproof stuff on the outside, and you'll end up with that windproof bonus we're talking about here, and getting these Celsius added to your jams. Yeah. All right, let's keep getting rest here. Good old-fashioned sleep, baby. Alright, I need some more of this glorious damn toilet water. Beautiful. Now, we have our hacksaw. It's time to go slice up some ravaged deer guts and maple action. And we're definitely going to need RNG on our side, hoping that there's a maple pretty much right down there. I'm going to check the weather first. Also, same with protection stat, only counts outer. Okay. Oh man, I don't see the ravaged or the maple. Right down there where I'm looking is where those two things would normally be. Alright, now we need to basically be map experts and talk about where the heck I'm going to get this maple at. And here's the moldy cardboard bed. This is what everybody's been raving about. Look how great it is. It's got one flimsy, maybe used to be a shirt blanket. You got an old bedroll, old pillow here, and then a box as your bed. And it's moldy. Okay, listen to the birds. Listen, man. Yeah, we got to find ourselves a maple now, and I might have to source the map to think about where the closest one is. When we go back to the ravine, I don't think we're going to find any maple over there. So, probably check the map here in Mystery Lake and see exactly where the closest one is. It might take us on a bit of an adventure looking for it. This is kind of the trapping of gambling that you're going to get a maple later in your run, and it puts you behind if you're trying to speed run the bow making process. For us, we just probably need to do a little bit of geographical research here in Mystery Lake and find out exactly where we're going to find it. Let's look. So that maple right here is where we were going to go, next to this ravage that doesn't exist either. So our plan naturally was going to go down this river here. We got a birch coming up along the river and another birch. That maple's going to be way up in the sky right there. What about on the way to Dave's cave? Yeah, there's one maple down there. It's going to be tough to get it curing, though. Because if I find that maple, I'm definitely going down this way to get a hammer at Trapper's Cabin, but I probably won't be headed back this corner of the map on my way back into town, so nothing will get cured unless it's dropped into Trapper's for that little time being. Sky Maple's the best bet? Yeah, there might be some as well over here by the moose spawn. Oh, the fireman! What is shaking? Bringing the heat! What is shaking with the fireman? Thank you for zipping and zapping, my friend. I came to see my friends at Dave's Cave. Well, you're welcome here anytime, my friend, and it's great to see you. How are you? We seek the maple over here, Fire. We're headed into a territory with that many bad guys, maybe. And thank you for those hips. Thank you, Fire. If we could all do exactly what Fire just did, then I would be having a belly full of rose hip empanadas in no time, gang. And I think he's leading by example. Thank you, Fire. How's it going, my friend? And how was your Friday? If it was tough, we're going to make it better. And if it was good, well, we're just going to keep on bringing in the good times. We were just doing some map research because we're thinking about having to travel. I've concluded that this maple over here next to the kind of cougar, moose, wolf trifecta is probably our best spot. It's going to be a shot in the dark going over there, though. We got to be used to shots in the dark at this point. Thank you, Fire. How's it going, buddy? Yeah, we're doing the Franklin over here. Trusty brand numbers are pretty weak. Let's talk Loophole 4 Fire Strikers. I didn't really look at them. Where are we thinking Fire Striker-wise? Always raising the bar. Yeah, this one was the craziest. The committee really has it out for us on this one, Fire. 100 shots in a row we have to hit. John Candy or not. Doesn't matter if you come up with crazy 80s movie star strategies. It's still insane to hit 100 shots in a row. Unnamed pawn, derailment, logging camp. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Derailment is right down this way, so we can hit that pretty easily. Logging camp is right ahead. Beautiful. All right, up here on the right is the potential maple spawn. Train loading area. So I think in that vicinity is where the maple is, and judging by what I see so far, I think we struck out. So let's go get our Fire Striker and then assess whether we're going to go to that high up maple spawn location or what. I'll tell you, there's a shortcut to get to the high up place from right here, so we might be able to get there from going up a hill right here next to the logging camp trailers. And we'll get the fire. Heck yeah. William Tell Mackenzie. Okay, now if you're ever coming over here looking for the Fire Striker, it's in as sneaky of a spot as that hacksaw was under that bench that Rocky saw. It is behind the outdoor fireplace at the burnt down cabin right here. So since we're on Loophole 4, we know that one of the 3 opportunities to get the Fire Striker is potentially here at the logging camp And specifically, it's behind this potbelly stove that's in the outside area. So right back here is where you'll find the fire striker, and you'll only see a part of it sticking out. For us, we unfortunately struck out yet again on getting fire starting tools for our survival. But what I do see is a bunch of people who might not know about Whimsy. We've detailed Narnia, and we've seen what blue trailers can bring to the party. Does anybody else recognize a place that could be not whimsical right now, but could be in the future? What up, Gobs? How's it going, Goblin? How are you? You'll be happy to know, Goblin, that we have resisted the urge, and we are actually underweight somehow. Yeah, and there's also some other stuff going on right now, Goblin. Check this out. I see a bunch of empty bunk beds over here. I also see an empty green shelf. Now, let's be real. It's going to stay that way if I move these things, right? And those who believe in whimsy will be disappointed, and those who don't believe in it will say, yeah, I told you. Our nihilistic perspective on this from the beginning was the way to go. There is nothing that's going to show up there. Well, guess what? We just might change that opinion. We just might show some stuff. You think it'll stay the same, Pack? All right, let's keep an eye on this second to bottom green shelf over here. And see if any plastic containers happen to find their way into this whimsical world. Empty bottom bunk over here. Probably going to stay that way forever. There's no chance that something shows up there. Okay. Now that's all the whimsy one person could take. Just when you thought it couldn't get more whimsical, it did. Top bunk looks empty. You gonna stay that way? Yeah, it's gonna stay filled with whimsy is what it's gonna stay. So, just like the same layout in Coastal Highway, whenever you find this layout in your trailer, move those two left bunk beds and that green shelf. You'll get some extra loot and a little whimsy. Whimsy. Alright, so I'm going to pull up the map here once I loot these 3 trailers here, and we're going to see where the next maple is. If I climb up to the abandoned lookout area, that's kind of where I thought the map was pointing towards for the maple in the sky. Can't see Jack. Up there is where I think we can get to that maple. Rocket fire. It's great to see you, bud. Always bring the best vibes. And you'll be happy to know, Fire, that I did get to check out some of your what we should do with Chapter 5 stuff. I hope our boy Raph is listening. That was a good one. Okay, let's make sure we know where we're going if we go for the maple in the sky. Here's where we are right now. We are essentially at the logging camp. I'm hoping to climb up a hill here, and there was a maple in the sky around this vicinity. Okay, looks like we got one over here. That's probably the best bet. Climb up the hill. It's either that or we go up to the destroyed lookout for this one. But this is the one I'm kind of banking on right now. Also sprain a leg or two. If you walk out of the camp office front door and go straight uphill, you'll find it. Okay, so this is the one right here that Ines is talking about next to the Canadian office over here. So we'll check for this one on our way over to the camp office. And then if we strike out here, we at least have the one up here by the cave we can check out on Ankle Break Hill. I was over here bragging about not being encumbered. Look at me now. Okay, we're rising through the ranks. We seek the maple. Once we get the maple cut, it's get a couple deer guts curing, or rabbit, or anything we find, as long as we get 2 guts curing and give them ample time to be prepared to be made into the string part of our survival bow. Just like fishing related lines, you can make the line for the bow out of the guts. Seems like a pretty kind of an unseemly process, but it's what you got to do when you're surviving. You have to make lines out of guts. No stones, of course.
The sun's setting. It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
There's another one. Okay, let's look for a maple when we come up here into this clearing. We're going to be kind of looking into the distance, I believe, seeing if we can spot it. And I think it's going to be right when we get past this rock formation here to the right in the distance. Right over there is Unnamed Pond. I probably should go check for the fire striker. Ah! I'm torn between all these activities. Yeah, heavy drama, right, Ons? I miss Astrid so much. I can't do anything. Okay, we got some Aurora happening. The maple is non-existent. I'll tell you what I have to do. I have 3 spots for the Fire Striker. My match numbers are so weak at 3 If I don't look for the fire striker at the unnamed pond, I'm probably silly. Doesn't look like we're getting a maple here. Aurora, you know what that means. Karaoke night at Dave's Cave. The jukebox starts flickering, and everybody has hopes it might work, but it doesn't. So we all have to make our own entertainment. Goblin, here's what you might have to do. You might have to protect those who walk home from the cave late. Maybe they don't have all their senses about them. Maybe they're a little bit inebriated and can't focus on the dangers around them when they're stumbling back to their own cabins. So Goblin will escort those and protect them. Okay, what we do know about the Aurora is that there is a swap out. The regular animals will leave town knowing that their Aurora counterparts are coming to kick some butt.
Here if I thought I'd ever wake up again.
I'm gonna drop a quarter in anyway and start up friends in low places. Well, we are going big places though, right, Fire? Yeah, we're partying. Unnamed pond. This is one of the 3 opportunities for the fire striker. Here we go. Okay. So the fire striker's at the derailment. We're getting our butt whooped by RNG this time. Ah! Okay, let's go on down to Trapper's Cabin. I have to avoid these wolves. Dripping fatigue for no reason, shaking my head. Go to bed! You know, Duncan, I know that you're all invigorated from your great lunch, but you gotta have some grace. We're trying to look for matches right now. Trusty Brand. Head on down to the oasis that is Dave's Cave. Nice, Goblin. And I hope that you're excited about your new job working for Dave's Cave as the late night escort to make sure people get home safe. They need someone they can trust to get them there safely. They're not going to have all their wits about them. I would volunteer to do it, but I got to stay and watch the bar. The lumps have been known to take liberties with the kegs when Dave's not fully paying attention. I might have to do a spot fire. Yeah, our opothermos is cold. Insane amount of Trusty Brand.
I'm so cold. I'm warming up again.
Let's get cheeky. Oh, I got friends in low places where the beer's watered down and the sliders are greasy. Yeah, that's it, Irons. You got it. You know what's up. Oh! Take it easy, Will. Yo, what up, QC? How's it going, QC? And how are you, my friend? Hope you're doing very well. You can see that we're here in Mystery Lake, and if you've seen our HP bar, you know that we've seen better days. But I hope you're doing very well, my friend.
Come on. It worked.
Man, that wind is looking like it wants to make this fire go down to 9 minutes, doesn't it? I would really like to take a cheek. Feel like it's risky. Is there a chance I get mauled fireside during an aurora by these crazy animals? Probably not. I think the fire should save me. This might be my last. I'm gonna take a cheek. If I see any kettle corn, I won't. But I'm gonna do it. What's happening? Mo cheeks. Uh-oh. This is. Tell Goblin where I live as I'm escorted home. But I give her the address to Alan's instead. Oh! Well, good luck getting in. It's probably been closed for hours. Those type of people are so fancy that they have to get home earlier than 3 in the morning usually. So you'll probably just be turned away by night security. Doberman pinchers with an attitude. Man, you can see the moon gleaming through the trees right now. And it's kind of blinding me for the fact that I'm in serious danger. Aurora walking past wolf spawn locations trying to get to trappers. Still mapleless, by the way. Gonna be a nuisance out there and keep belting out karaoke tunes. I think that's gonna make Great Bear a little bit better. Yeah, I was trying to fall asleep, and then I just heard somebody slurring through the lyrics to Billy Joel's "He Didn't Start the Fire." But surprisingly, it helped me go to sleep. Yeah, we got a whole school of them, didn't we? Is that a pack of Timberwolves howling out there? May have to join you. There it is.
Excellent.
It is excellent. So we can forge now. Fires are still definitely a problem. We were going to get the mag lens from the camp office. We took a bit of a detour to seek matches, and we're still pretty empty on it. Even to light up this cabin to loot it is going to be tough for us. I definitely need to see the blue outline of a trusty brand box here to get things rolling. Let's make sure that drip doesn't come back. Word on the street is this is the best bet in the game. It's up there, Pac. Yeah, you know what's first. And there's no bias about it. It's just irresputed, undisputed, undefeated. Moldy. Ketchup chips. Okay. Now we're going to just kind of feel our way around this cabin some more, looking for fire starters and great things out of the safe here, too. All predictions, get them in now. At this point, I would love a trusty brand, a giant box of those.
This stuff will come in handy.
Nope, none of it will. Let's do it. Beanies in the safe, huh? $17.30. No matches in Mystery Lake, only RNG ones. Yeah. And Raph is doing a great job today with his RNG spite. $17.30.
I'm gonna
Oh, you
need
want
to rest
some of
soon.
those Benjamins? What do you say? Why don't you just hook us up with the goodness? Fire strikers probably never show up in here. Raph is pushing it. Canadian syrup?
Excellent.
Shh. Oh, we got Goodman in the mix. Here we go. All right. We got two Thurman Thomases, baby. One of them John Goodman style. So we're going to be needing another name. We've already exercised Arachnophobia, King Ralph, Roseanne. We're needing to think of more John Goodman movies. I think Big Lebowski is still out there. I think we're almost like saving that one for a day when we can't come up with something else. It's got to be John Goodman titled The Gambler, huh? Is that with Mark Wahlberg by any chance? I don't think I've ever seen The Gambler. All right, I'm smashing open this one over here. Yeah, Marky Mark and John Goodman. Well, that's a pretty good duo. John Goodman is the voice of reason. Marky Mark is the hotshot gambler. Listen, you're gonna go bankrupt if you keep this up. No, I gotta keep it going. I'm telling you, I'm on a heater. Sounds like a great film. Now everybody, don't adjust your screens. It really wasn't John Goodman and Marky Mark here streaming The Long Dark. I know it may have seemed like that for a second. The Big Easy. The Big Easy. Is that one about Louisiana, QC? I think we would love that one. It's actually not a good movie, but John Goodman's scene is pretty awesome. Yeah, John Goodman will amplify any production, even if it's one that's maybe behind schedule. Okay, so let's get out of here. We got all kinds of saplings we want to drop. Just can't happen yet. We also seek the maple desperately.
I could use a drink.
Guess what, buddy? We got soda. Dennis Quaid. Oh, nice. Jaws 3D's own. Combat boots in a book. We might get combat boot signs if we head on down to the Forlorn Muskeg Forge. Usually get a coat or shoes over there. Alright, I'm going to kind of try to look on this beautiful morning out into the distance. Louisiana, you're well versed, my friend. Nice! A lot of folks around here, QC, are actually from the Bayou. So they've introduced me to a lot of great things like Slap Yo Mama seasoning. I know you like to find your way around the grill. It's kind of a competitor maybe to Tony Chachere's in that same field of like an all seasoning. And I like it because it focuses on the pepper. And it's called Slap Yo Mama. It's kind of a more local, less corporate all seasoning. And it's pretty good. I've been using it almost every day. I've been slapping the mama. You guys remember that show Dinosaurs? He said something like slap the mama. You've heard of it? Yeah, it's good stuff. Just got my first jar of it. All right, I see another birch. Can't slap my mama, though. QC would stream no more. I think that's a Friday joke. I'm not sure. Not the mama. That's it. Watch that with the kids a while back. Still holds up. Oh, it does. Man, I haven't seen that one in ages. I pulled that one out of the archives. Basically, what it was a bunch of dinosaurs in costumes, kind of like Barney runs around. It was humans running around in dinosaur costumes, and it was like a regular sitcom. Kind of a spin-off of things like Roseanne or something. I wouldn't want to slap a mama dinosaur. What's up, Lurbia? Yeah, we're talking about all seasoning and old 90s completely dated references. But fire is keeping the fire alive and keeping me from being left alone with my dated references. All right, I'm on the drip here yet again. Tragedy's about to strike.
Goddamn freezing.
All right, take it easy, Will. Hey, how's the run going? It's going pretty good, Chris. How's it going with you? I hope you're doing very well. And I hope the whole crew is doing good. We're just right now trying to get over to Forlorn and get a forge going, and we're just a little bit behind the 8 ball with things like maples and matches. It starts with them. We're behind. The only seasoning I've used today is the mighty MSG. Oh my gosh, does that mean you got some General So's, Lurbia?
It worked.
my butt kicked. And Larone Forlorn does not like me. I have to forge a DP. No problem, QC. You just keep on forging where you're comfortable. You'll find that there are benefits to both. But while you're feeling like you can be safe, knowing your surroundings, I'd highly recommend DP. We were just talking about that earlier. Sometimes, though it might not be the most efficient to those outside on the outside, if it leans into your specific skill set, whether it's map knowledge or whatever, it in the long run will benefit you to go with where you feel comfortable. I think I'm getting cheeky with it. Man, the ambiance of the birds. So good. Still no can openers. We're going to keep that on the down low, though. Sad music as we hit in our Heartbeat Alley. I'm scared to take the cheek. Doing great. I'm enjoying the night in the mountains. Oh, you live in the mountains, Chris. Maybe you're on vacation. I think because I have settled mind, it works well for me. I always end up doing the Death Crypt Walk shortly after FM. You want to know a cool thing too, QC, we realized recently? If you're ever inside a big indoor location and you're on the Crypt Walk Heartbeat Alley,
Nothing to drink.
throw on customization mode and you won't be stumbling while you're inside. So that's a cool little trick we found out recently. Alright, we're gonna have to do a wolf juke up here. I see him kind of lurking. Oh, nice. Chris is on vacation. A little getaway in the mountains. Is the Scarborough man around? Is he in the mountains too, living the dream? Oh, we got 2 thermoses now. All right, let's throw this into our gambler thing. Ah, look at us. At least the heartbeat's quiet. I did make chow mein. I can't remember what brand MSG it is, though. I just bought it in bulk. I don't even exactly know what MSG does. I do know that it's in Chinese food, and that's pretty much the extent of my MSG knowledge. Is it good flavoring? I've learned about Hoshin sauce. That stuff's pretty good. I make my own variety of teriyaki wings with the air fryer and with 3 sauces. You get yourself some Japanese barbecue sauce. You throw in a little glob of Hoshin and a dash of soy sauce. Mix it together and then put the chicken legs or wings in that mix. And you'll have yourself a pretty good time. Seasoned by Slap Yo Mama. Isn't MSG just salt? I'm not sure. Magically delicious salt adjacent. That's amazing. I need some mountain vacation. Creepily flat where I ended up these days. Well, the good thing is, Goblin, I was just talking about this. You can see your surroundings. It'll train you for escorting home all of these Dave's Cave members. They're much needed safety. Ever try Yum Yum sauce? Ooh, I have, Fire. And it lives up to the name. I will say I haven't been to one of those places in a long time where they cook the food in front of you and flip you pieces of shrimp. Those places are sweet. Okay, we're headed to those boxcars right there. If the weather stays exactly like it is, we're gonna go immediately. We're not gonna mess around. It's about right now getting to the boxcar, getting the few pieces of lump and scrap metal from around there, and then heading across the ice towards the forge. The forge is basically located all the way across this pond. Oh, it's gonna be fun. You're gonna see Emilio Estevez and Keenan Thompson, and everything's going to be great. Not a chance. It's thin ice, and we're going to fall through and go swimming if we don't tread lightly. So we do have sort of a path we like to follow, and as soon as we loot this little area right here next to these train cars, we're going to take that path. Trying to avoid the wolf family reunion that usually takes place there in the center of the ice, and just keep on moving. So we're going to try to keep all the smells of sauces and MSG off us while we take that trip. Very often Oh, Reagan! What is shaking, President Reagan? I believe in zipping, and you guessed it, I also believe in zapping. This Friday, I am leading the charge into the future. What's going on, Reagan? Thank you very much for zapping. And definitely thank you for zipping. I hope you're doing amazing, Reagan. One of the absolute OGs. Reagan holds a lot of weight around here. What she says goes. She's been with me since the beginning. And if you can believe it, she's still here. Oh, we got another hacksaw. 88%. After all that hacksaw drama in the dam, we found one just laying next to a barrel. Got a sweatshirt over here. There we go. Thank you, Reagan, very much. Happy Friday. How goes it? Yeah, it's going pretty good. We've been just kind of planning out our endeavors here in the long dark, and I've just been having one of the greatest days ever, Reagan. I'm just very happy.
That's done.
That's the name of the game today. Just being happy. No, also no big deal. We have 2 thermoses, so it's pretty sweet. I believe.
So he says, wrecked him, damn near killed him.
That's a good one. All Chinese takeaway use MSG. Without it, it doesn't taste the same. It enhances the flavor. Homemade lo mein is pretty cool, Lurbia. I don't think I've ever even thought of doing something that ambitious. I realized when I put together all these Zip Zaps how much of a Chris Farley fan I am. If you guys don't know, he was a heavyset gentleman from the 90s, and he was a comedic genius. He was working on being funny his whole life, and one of the most natural funny guys. If he was even like an ancillary character in one of the skits on Saturday Night Live when he was one of the cast members, he would make it amazing. Yeah, that's it, Sanders. Yeah. I'm glad everybody knows about Farley, man. He was the man. He just seemed like a guy, if we were all friends with him, he doesn't seem like he's much of a hater. He just seems like he's kind of like just always supportive and nice. And I think a lot of us have just come from different upbringings, and his particularly made him that unique, awesome friend characteristic that always seems like a pretty supportive guy. Speaking of issues, though, got a bear here, and he's kind of messing things up. We got good weather right now. I might need to sprint past the bear before he aggroes on me so I can get over to our path while the day is clear. Maybe I can draw him up here.
Here you go. Nice segment. Yeah. Come on.
I don't know if he showed up. I went over too late. He better have showed up. Neat how you kept your cool there, SK.
Get off of me.
Just having a nice day here in Forlorn. Don't just stand there and growl at him. Get him, eh? Slap him on the butt as you run by. This guy's creating drama. Dale granola bar. So what we're trying to do is get beyond these carts to get up onto the ice and then go left onto the ice. That's the best path for us. Right now, he's just causing problems. Lots of conspiracy behind his passing. You think there was foul play, man? It did. Here's the one thing that's sad about super talented people like him that are kind of young and stuff, that a lot of people realize how important it is for him to be in the mix. And so everybody kind of overlooks them having an issue and just try to basically get him on stage at any cost. And they overlook the fact that maybe they could be helping their friend before just trying to have the show go on, you know? Okay. Down to my last match. We're in the warm part of the day. Yeah. I could chain together torches and try to throw him at his face and get him to spaz. Something, just like we talked about earlier with the entrance and exit to caves, something about this train car is re-aggroing on us every time we pass a certain threshold or something. Yeah, he's playing games. Let's let him go that way, then we take off. Wish it was less windy for our Alright, like 10 Mississippi, we ride. SNL head honchos, ECT. Another comedian, Jim Brewer, was close to and made a video about Farley. Yeah, Jim Brewer is like the impression we do when we do "Listen, man." That's pretty much like a Jim Brewer impression. He's become an archetype around here. Bezos eats bear butt shots. Oh, did he eat the bear butt shot? Oh, he came back. This is insane, this bear. He's playing so many games, I wouldn't even believe it. He's also over here working with Bezos, who's trying to keep us from seeing the bear butt shot, which we all know is not happening. There we go. And I also have to allow the derelict comments of our boy Dunk saying, "But how dare you?" One match left, Sanders, and I can't even light it right now. I can throw a flare at him. That's about it. His pathing is kind of broken with these train cars, and we're seeing it. I have to take my opportunity if he goes the other direction. Knowing him, he's going to come right on back. Okay, he's beyond that part right now. I think we can take a break for it if we're smart. That was a bit of a scene there. You know, I gotta keep an eye on this guy too, because very often in blizzards I get snuck up on by 2 tons somehow. Thank you for those hips, Goblin. Thank you, Copper, for that support. Big Bear creeping. Oh, Versetti's in the mix. What is happening? Versetti, it's great to see you. I need some of your advice. We got a daunting task ahead of us, and I need to be like the big guy today. You guys will also be happy to know that that kitty that's in the hands of Marlon Brando behind me was actually a stray that wandered onto set during The Godfather, and he just ended up being part of it. What a cool story of another heroic kitty. I thought that was cool. Nice, buddy. Thank you. Thank you very much, QC. Yeah, I've been trying to get everybody to see how glorious the YouTube is. I hope everybody knows how exciting it is over there. It's thrilling, really.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Give me those hips back. Thank you very much. Even got a cool hip on the end. That's it, fire. What are we thinking here? Go to the middle? That's it. Alright, so at least I won't be running into the wind now.
Damn. I'm freezing.
Yeah, I'm freezing. Benefit improved rest. One of the tough parts about being on these crazy slider settings is that we actually don't get benefits from herbal tea when we sleep. Gotta get birch or bust. I can kind of see things in the distance. One of my favorite things to do when I take off for the forge across the thin ice is to go on clear days like now, so I don't have issues finding my pathing. It's quite a disorienting to and fro trying to get to this place. We're also taking the shorter path, flying as the crow flies, straight to it, rather than taking the path that goes around the perimeter of the lake, which is what I initially did. I ran into a lot of drama doing that, like wolves and things. And I appreciate expediting the process by taking it across the lake. Capella and Brando saw that cat and instantly knew he had the makings of a varsity actor. That's it. Nice director knowledge. All right, we got some Ravaged over here. Good time to get some Twitch automatic. It's Heck on Earth. Too much. Too many ads. Too many. Bezos is showing ads. Bezos is up to it again. Anybody else seeing Bezos ads over here on Twitch?
I need to lay down.
I mean, it's what I've always gone to, even for myself. Alright, we're getting our important supplies, trying to stay warm for this part where we're trying to get to the forge. I'm probably running out of time and need to get immediately to the forge so I can light up some fire and not drip. In the back of this place back here, we have an up arrow. That's wild. Alright, I'm taking off for the forge here, just trying to get enough to get there. Alright, I'm going to get the feathers from the Ravaged. And we'll have bonus food if we don't get a stock bunker. The bunker is one of those game changers. You can't really... Yep. Old Spence Family Homestead. This change in YouTube views, though, is going to benefit them also big time. Talking analytics over here. We're going deep. I'm very glad that everybody's in the mix with each other. That's so cool. Okay, this is a big moment for us. There's a lot of opportunities to get your outfit improved here. Sometimes you'll see shoes or coats sitting out. Right now, so far, it doesn't appear to be that we're getting either of those right here. Tough scenes with that. But we do have a safe. So any safe predictions? You might want to get in now. We already have 2 thermoses. Probably as cool as we could expect with regards to things we could get out of there, given the fact that we're going to make animal clothes and probably replace any pre-mades that we find around sometime in the first month, maybe. Because we're so tired, it's kind of tough right now. Oh!
I think I can use this.
0.1 Celsius to our warmth bonus. What a thrill. Wilderness Kitchen. Let's get some dog food. $100 in the safe.
I can always use more food.
Yeah. Is there a way to access it from under here? Okay, this is silly.
Could end up being useful.
Yep, I think we got that covered, bud. Here we go. Raft sweepstakes. Yes, you will get the finest clothes, but not on my watch. Lucky for you, I had a light lunch. What's a light lunch for a guy who has salads at a steakhouse? All right, 20, 50 something. $20.50. Ah! It could be an accelerant in one of the crates.
Someone's stash.
Living the Franklin life over here. All right, now we have to plan out maybe a regular fire to just warm us up and sleep for an hour, and then walk our way up to the bunker. Get the bunker squared away before we get down here, and maybe even sleep in it because it's inside. We wouldn't have to light a fire. Can we get there without having to start a fire is the real question. Let's just take a sleep with our bed warmth bonus, baby. Pat got it. First try. $100 in the safe, baby. Soon it'll be counted when just clicked on. All right, you know what we have to go up against when we go this direction, though. There's usually 2 wolves, and they're pretty intense. You got it, Doc. Larone, it's 30 seconds minimum for a view to count at the moment. Soon, just when it's clicked on. Wow, can you imagine how much manipulation there's going to be if they do that? But you got some solid knowledge of analytic signs. Pretty cool. Not what we were hoping for. We got to keep him aggro and get him away from where we're walking. Go real far right. And that's our mechanic to getting wolves off us right there. We have to kind of use their aggro, the side of cliffs to fall off the same way we do when we're hunting, and then hope they spaz. But it's all about learning their pathing techniques and stuff. I think we got one more maybe up here. You both took off running scared. What's going on, man? Is it going to be stocked? John stocked. That's the question. This is our moment. What do we think? All right, here we go. Here we go. We've done it. We didn't do anything, but good things happen to us by absolute luck, and sometimes when you're a jabroni, that's all you got, baby. We did it, Lurbia! Now the first thing I want... Boom!
Coming handy.
Alright. The big match epidemic is over, baby. We're upgrading gloves. We're doing it all. And now we can actually light a torch without feeling bad about it and look around this place. Here we go. Boom! We landed on free parking. You ready for it? No longer. Are we primitive? We got a can opener, baby! Oh! Open up a can on this whole island. Copper, I think that was a link. If you want me to check it out, I'd be happy to put it in there. But maybe just whisper it to me if it is by any chance a link.
I'm too tired to think straight.
All right, he's getting sleepy. I gotta stop messing around a little bit. Okay, maybe we'll take a big sleep and get up and loot all this glorious loot. I can be a little more flippant with my trusty brand, so I think I can afford that. Holy, look at this place. Was the wolf? Banged up dog food. Oh yeah, I love it, Copper. All right, we're going down for Morgan. I'm saying, Pack. Did you hear how smooth it opened? It's the hunter's cache. It sure is. So we can't take anything pre-cured, as according to the rules of the Franklin Challenge. But we can take a ton of beef jerky and Sprite from this place, along with all the matches we could find. I DM'd you a link earlier, by the way. Thank you, Sanders. Yeah, this is biggest find of the run, baby. Heck yeah. Well, the committee is pretty strict on these things, as we know, don't. And I'm pretty sure that it is stated as pre-cured everything, but we'll pull it up to make sure. Here's what we got. It's the Franklin Challenge. Requires us to live for 100 days, 100 minimum bow shots. Can't miss a shot. No stones, no health except birch, and no mending fails. Down here in the fine print, you can see that no pre-cured. Meaning that if you find a pre-cured hide or guts or anything like we did here in this thing, we do have to leave the pre-cured stuff behind. Since those birch we found when we were beachcombing were not cured, those were cool. But cured stuff is the stuff we can't get. Gotta do that stuff ourselves. So we're gonna have to get out there and see what we got in this bunker. Look at me over here with my 12 matches.
Better take this food.
Yeah. Holy! Look at all the beans! To go with our double jeans. Alright, some red tools for when we make the bow. Pretty cool.
Wonder if the owner's around.
Well, it hasn't stopped you before, Will. So we're leaving all this stuff right here that's cured. Boy, if you're trying to make a bow early and it's totally cool to take everything from the bunker, come on down to Forlorn Muskeg. Look at this, man. Guy's got all the Sprite. The world's about to end. I need the bare necessities. Get me 30 cans of Sprite. I can't live without the stuff.
Might have to drop some gear.
Oh my. Chamomile tea, so good when the insomnia kicks in at the airfield. Holy. Listen, man.
What have we here?
As you can tell, this takes absolutely zero skill, but it is a game changer anytime. I often equate it to landing on free parking when you're playing Monopoly. So I think I'll drop that cured leather since we're going to find those pre-made, pre-amazingified crampons. Okay, I did get a little excited about our stocked bunker, and I got up before I was fully rested, so I'll probably do a little bit more rest before we go down there and forge, and I'll take care of that right now. I was just too fired up to get all this stuff. Wanted to get it done. Love it. Moldy beef jerky. Stale beef jerky. Do you have Mountain Dew over there? I wish. We do have Summit Soda, though. Plenty of Sprite. Man, I can't even remember when the last time I had a Mountain Dew was. Mountain Dew is amazing. It's like redneck champagne. Alright, listening to sad music while chugging multiple Sprites back to back before bed without brushing our teeth. All of this is very important. Fat Morgan. Forgot to ask, did you complete the challenge with the camera and the tools on Timberwolf Mountain? It's on our list, Lurbia. We won't rest until we do. It'll be there for us when we're ready and ambitious to get the last part of that thing done. pretty good stuff. This is from The Great Copper. It says how to play peekaboo. All right, more soda. Oh.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Stacy's soda, LOL, lucky girl. Yeah, Stacy's mom's got it going on, that's for sure. Okay, thanks to the stock bunker, we should be heavily supplied to handle the calories we need for this forge. We're well rested, so we're just going to get over there, get that thing cooking to a minimum of 150 degrees, similar to how fast the bus has to go. 50 miles per hour, of course, when you ride the bus. And for this one, 150 degrees minimum to get your forge happening. Let's do it. I'm gonna use one of those Benjamins to light it up. Do you know the purple drink is named after a streamer? I don't think I did know that. That's pretty cool of Raph to do that.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Maybe there's hope that he actually makes Dave's Cave customizable
That did it.
in the sequel. He gives us a Dave's Cave we can actually hang out on. He's got his priorities. We know. That'll be it. When you guys finish up making those donkeys for them to ride, we need to be able to put a bar inside Dave's quiet clearing. Are you sure we should be doing this, Raph? We got a lot of stuff to do. I'm telling you guys, this is it. Thanks, Raph. Smooth as eggs when we open these cans. I think her playlist is still up. The game is totally different than what we have now. It's come a long way. Yeah. Have you guys ever seen some of the stuff from the old days? Maybe one time I'll pull up some of those things and we'll check it out. Because it has come a long way. I want polar bears. Polar bears would be so perfect. This dirty broth. All right, the first one takes 3 hours, so I'm always trying to make sure that I'm ready for it with full vitals. Let's drink more Sprite while we think about it. This is important. Here we go. Improvised knife time. This is important because this helps you make the bow with the workbench when you're actually crafting it. So this is a must. Now with the remaining ones, we make a bunch of arrowheads. Let's get it. Empanadas for sure. Sounds like a pretty good time, Sanders. Some soda. We need Larone's empanadas. The main ingredient, you guessed it. Jabronis. Jabroni. What, a dash of jabroni? Probably a little bit more than a dash. Some MSG. A big helping of jabroni. Maybe a little bit of saltiness. A nice glazing of negligence. And you have yourself a Larone empanada. She hardly plays the game, but it helped her, and they put their favorite soft drink in. Dude, that is so cool. Those are the Raph stories I love, man. He acknowledged that some people out there were helping his game grow, and he actually put them in the game for it. Raph's the man. One more cedar. Alright, now I think we need to open the discussion about forges in the future. I just made 14 arrows and I have to shoot 100 times. So we're all of the idea that I'm definitely going to need more than one forge. Should I leave my heavy hammer here at this forge? That's the big question. Or bring it with me knowing I might forge at a different location, so we have ones over there. It's all about the hammer and the 2 kilograms that it takes in my backpack and if we want to carry it with us. I do 2-pack. I'm worried that I'll have to come back to this forge or not have another one if we forge somewhere else. That's my only thing I'm thinking about. If on Loophole 4 we go to Ash Canyon, I have to imagine all that traveling we're gonna find one between here and there. Alright, we'll leave it. That's probably right, especially with this HP, huh? Oh, cooking too, baby. Here we go. I don't even know what we did. We just put something in a thermos and we got rewarded. Man, I'm going to keep complimenting Raph. Raph is really cool. And so is salads at a steakhouse for lunch when you could easily be getting an awesome steak. Cooking too. 10% calories from any cooked food item. And it says that we're getting better with camp tools and we don't burn things as much. Bro. Man, I feel slow. I think I need to sort. Just leave a responsible note for Mario Lopez. Holy crap. There hasn't been enough Lopez talk today. The guy is great. What we can do about this weight? Okay, I'm just trying to shed a little bit of weight. I think we're okay at 5 kilograms over, and I could probably move a little bit better. So I might give it a shot. This 16% broth is on the chop. Hey, amigo! ¿Cómo estás? How are you, Wizard? It's good to see you, bud. How's it going, Wizard Man? Muy bien. I've had a good day, and we've all been just, I don't know, it's just been happy is the name of today, Wizard. It's been pretty awesome. We're trying a really tough challenge, but that's not keeping us from being optimistic and excited. Oh, what up, Arcademies? What is shaking with the crew? Man, I don't think I said that right. Got a raid and run today, I'm afraid. No problem, my friend. It's good to see you. When you do come back from running, we'll be right here. Blowing it all over Great Bear Island. The way you know we would. I go by Ark if that's easier. I think I can handle that. What's the challenge today? Today is the Franklin Challenge, Ark. It requires us to hit 100 shots without missing on the craziest settings in the world. So needless to say, it's tough. Even beyond that, my friend, that's the part that really gets crazy. We sought to go further. Traveling at a night fatigue bar halfway down, headed towards Bear Country. Okay, see ya, Arch. I'm sure you just walked past a lantern in the busted shack. You got some good eyes, Hans. You're like Rocky with that hacksaw. Roast hips.
Can't feel my feet.
I'm taking this all very serious right now because I'm a bit scared. I'm in dangerous waters. If I can get back onto the rails, I feel a lot more comfortable. What do you say, Raph? It's half buried, easy to miss. Yeah.
All right. Too cold to think.
All right, let's get some teas warmed up. Looks like the fire wants to give out. Raph should definitely prioritize open things on my radio. Be a nice quality of life update. Open and warm things. Moldy beef jerky. Very responsible seriousness. Thank you, Duncan. I appreciate your always looking out for the well-being of Will. Sometimes even myself, I take the eye off the ball. As much as I love the man, I leave him out to dry sometimes. There is one thing that can really help you is Lily's Pancakes from Granny's in Mountain Town. Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about, Ainz. There is a recipe that you can sometimes find at Gray Mother's house in Mountain Town. But what I've never done is actually make the pancakes. By the name, I'm guessing that it's going to say you're going to need to use flour, which I usually reserve for roasted empanadas. So unless they take it to a further level than empanadas do, it's likely I'll be saving my old mill flours for something else, maybe. How about having another radial that opens when you select a flask on the radial? Nice! What's shaking, Shell? How's it going? I don't know if it is Shell, but I think I might go with Shell. Either that or Holy. Or Ball. Or Balls. It's good to see you, bud. Yeah, we're talking radials over here. Okay, sounds good, Copper. You keep kicking butt. No problem, Copper. Thank you for warming us all up with the sunshiny attitude you have. You're the best. It's so dark. And I'm kind of losing my bearings ever since I lit this fire. This is my nightmare! I'm freaking out, man! Is that the train car right there? Like, is that it right there? I think if I just go this way, I can go down the rails and end up at the train car right there. Why it's not in the radial is beyond me, to be honest.
I need to drop something.
Put this one in our Oprah thermos and let's ride. I'm getting close to the Wolf family reunion over here. I think I took the... Yep. Good night. Okay. I'm absolutely having a tough time. We could. Fire might be blown out by the wind, too, if we cheek for a while. I think I see the busted train car pretty close up there. If I can get this guy off us. Here's the family reunion. This is why I avoided it on the way in here. So I need to take a different path. I think I need to go that way. Take your path. A lot of things. A lot of things happen to us, Holy. This is a darn... Dude. Nope, not yet. We have in the past, though. Are you carrying meat? They seem to be homing on you. Nope. They're just super interested. They just recognize a cool will when they see one. They want to steal his 2 toques. Ninja doggos. Difficulty set to Insano mode. That's it. Okay, train car is straight ahead from where we're looking, right there. That's a source of refuge if we need to take some naps by the barrel. Yeah, it's tough. It's a very fun activity. All right, now I just need to think. We still haven't checked Dave's cave, stock bunker, so I kind of wanted to check that out. So I think I should sleep here. That will show you the way to the tracks at least. Drop a stick from the bottom. Bottom of the stick always points toward the top of the map. Yeah, that's a good one, Hans. Magnetic personality. Hey guys, I'm here. Anybody have moldy beef jerky? Maybe some little cow to help me sleep? No, we don't have any more condensed milk, Will. Okay, I'm thinking about lighting a fire, taking some naps. Trying to get till morning, maybe. And then sleeping. Or then walking in the morning with more rest so we can check Dave's Cave bunker and get back to the place. Also, we still don't have a maple, so we should probably talk about that. I don't have a maple. It's going to take 6 days. I'm kind of overlooking that whole aspect of things. It looks like we're going to be looking at a lot of pointless drawers in the dam. Maple spawn's close to you. Okay, hopefully we have some vision in the morning. We can pick one up. Yeah, that's it. There's one by Dave's Cave, too. I just feel like a bit of a jabroni not having one by now. Oh, what in the world?
Cold is making my head feel thick.
No problem. If it weren't for backseating around here, Holy, I'd be dead within minutes. I promise you. Yes. Definite pros here. The more sage advice, the merrier. Certified PV Blizzard Navigator. 1,000 hours in Interloper. At your service. Nice. Alright, I'm just getting everything jiggled up. .21% maple syrup. Not being able to see where I'm going doesn't scare me because I always know where I'm going. Holy! Well, I will say this, Holy, since you may have not had a ton of time to learn a lot of the backstory. Number one, roast empanadas are essential, and what everyone mostly does. I just heard some weird voice line I've never heard about resting or something. All right, maybe he wants me to sleep. Here's what everybody does, Holy. They give roast hip like there's no tomorrow, and most folks, there it is. Thank you, Pack. You see, that's what makes Pack a legend around here, Holy. He knows what I'm even thinking before I say it. This is a special time, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Naku. Thank you, Duncan. Thank you, Fire, for those hips, baby. I think that may have been one of our best hip extravaganzas right there. And boy, was it cool. Trying to fire off one more hour and see if we can get closer to that sun rising. Oh my gosh, thank you, Heinz. I hope those are showing up on the screen. We got tomatoes and Tim Curry red balloons. Yeah, some would say maybe you should light up your teas while you're stopped for a while. They'd be right. Yeah, that was pretty unprofessional right there. All right, a beautiful night to travel. We do have 3 down arrows and no warm teas. YouTube hips are a bit weird, but still taste as good. That's it. If you put 8 of those tomatoes or balloons in an empanada, keeps you up all night and you're partying with your friends. Larone travels 24/7. It's hilarious. It's true. We are quite nomadic. I think we're used to pushing it, Ines. We're used to being up against it with the schedule. That's what usually leads to the HB bar you see before you. All right, let's get our maple, head back to the dam, and create a bow. It should feel like minus 12 Celsius. Minus 17. Pretty chilly willy. Poor William. We're going to finish this challenge with 30 days to go and then just try filling all the time. Man, can you imagine having 100 shots in 70 days? Never missing? I would freak out. Quick maple checks. We also have Ankle Break Hill across from Camp Office if we don't get one by Dave's Cave.
Can't feel my hands.
Yeah, it's cold, man. You ever plan your trips in this game? Well, I try to, and then TLD makes his own plans. You know, Raph has kind of been hot and cold with us. Sometimes he's nice to us, but most of the time, I think you should be punished for the way you're acting.
Die if I didn't warm up soon.
4 to 5, baby.
It's done.
Uh-oh. Heartbeat Alley. We'll definitely be spotting over to the ravine to try to get some stuff going on. Got 5 more herbals we got from the thing there. don't want to lose my streak. And Chad, I'm busy raising my overgrown dodo. Nice, Melito. It's great to see you. Well, I will say this. If you do get finished, we would love to hang out with you, Melito. You give my regards to the dodo and tell them they have great haircuts.
Looks like a new day is dawning.
I've gone a little baby crazy today. Excuse me, that would be feather trims. I believe he can do the 100% with bears. You think so, Hines? We can do the John Candy strat? Won't be able to keep any sort of torch or anything lit. So let's talk about this big hill that's right here to the right when we leave this fire. If I leave this fire and I go this direction, that's where I want to go, is straight up that way. But because it's so steep, I'm not sure I can access it from this point. So is my best bet to just go down to the camp office and then swing back around? Or is there a way I can reverse goat up that hill and somehow get over there to where that cave is in that bunker?
It's like something is sapping my energy.
Okay. All right, we're gonna put this in our The Gambler thermos. And then for our Color of Violet thermos, some Rishi. We're gonna get a mag lens from the camp office. The glorious sun will aid us in saving our serious trusty brand that we can barely find this run. Trusty brand numbers are sitting at 20. Somebody's rustling around. Yep, I'm being stalked by a ninja. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute thriller here at the Mariners baseball stadium. They've been giving out old Nintendo games for the people, but they still seem like they need something exciting. And guess what's happening? Melito's running through the outfield, man. This is crazy. We got a streaker out there, Johnson, and boy, she is running. It looks like there's a couple dinosaurs with goofy haircuts helping her distract the outfield bad guys. The security guards are trying to wrangle Melito, but there's no chance. She's running with prehistoric power behind her, and she has no chance of being caught. This is absolutely insane. Ducking, dodging, shaking, and moving. It looks like Jose Canseco has never seen such a thing like this before. Unbelievable. Oh, we got other stuff happening. We got Traz in the mix. Oh my gosh. Everything's happening. All right, I gotta settle down for a second. Nice job, Melito. And Melito jumps over the outfield, and she is out of there. Oh, it's a blizzard. How's it going, Traz? How's everything going in the Rim World? Were you playing Rim World today, or was it a different game? Was it a scary game by any chance? Maybe it was a scary game. It's good to see you, bud. Back in 1979, maybe? Date everything. Holy crap. Good to see you, Traz. How's it going with N4P and the whole crew? Holy crap, everybody's here. It's good to see you guys. We're being stalked right now by a couple wolves, and the weather's kicking our butt. So we're just trying to get up here to a cabin. More lewd. You're doing a good job of escaping that intense world in 79 yesterday. Looks like we got a moose sighting. The whole thing is happening all at once. Don't get bit. Yeah, right up ahead there. That's what these markings indicate. If you see a little bark missing from the tree, guess who's in town? He kind of just turned our way, too. All right, we're so close to home. Throw your tomahawk. Right now, we are defenseless. So we're kind of in a sprint right now to make our weapon. That doe took one for the team. Yeah, herbivore. You can hear his bassy. Listen to him. I can't listen for too long because I'm about to take the drip. Okay, I'm playing games. Playing the hardest challenge in the world. I'm over here sightseeing. He was just sussing out that doe. Yeah, it's good to see you, Traz. The game yesterday was below Rusted Gods. It was super interesting, I agree. Yeah, you were doing a great job. Mag lens, baby! We're using to glorify us. So when we use this bad boy, we can actually save our matches. And since there's not too many for us supplied, this one comes in big for us. Sunny days provide us with free matches. And like a crazy next door neighbor kid trying to burn the ants because his home life isn't that great, we can use the mag lens and light a fire with the glorious sun. Escape to streak another day. Nice. Okay, so now we're just kind of resting a little bit, getting our vitals back to where they need to be because we were pretty low on temperature and fatigue. So now that we're at the camp office, we can loot this place and kind of mess around in here. Beautiful. 9 Celsius warmth bonus. Okay, we're going to loot the camp office, and we definitely need to prioritize the maple. We got 2 places to check for it. Ankle Break Hill and by Dave's Cave Stocked Bunker. And stocked is wishful thinking that I'm just trying to project into the air.
I think I need to lay down.
All right, we're going after Dusty Floor Potatoes. How many hours in the game? In 4P. I'm happy to report that I have over 1,000 hours playing this game. Steam has informed me that I have little to no life. Call you Nap, no problem, bud. Well, Nap, I'm happy to inform you that I have over 1,000 hours in this game. Steam has informed me that I have little to no life, and that I have officially played for 1,000 hours. Holy. But I die often, so it's not like I'm experienced. Definitely still first couple hour jabroni skill-wise, for sure. But it's a really fun game, and it's good even if you're a jabroni. So that's something. Okay, so we got a little starter kit here. Now we need to think about the maple. Why don't we go up Ankle Break Hill and check to see if we can find the maple there? It's either that or go down to the bunker. We're probably going to go to both. Maybe we go to the bunker? Another characteristic of even after 1,000 hours is that I'm still very indecisive. I'm somehow just about to break 300 hours. I know a lot more than my streams would indicate. Nice, Lily. Yeah, it seems like you know your way around. Yeah, so we get a 2 for if we go to the bunker. I'm so slow right now. Yeah, Sky Maple. But got my experience years ago. It was a different game then. Yeah, it usually comes up. I think it started in 2014, and it's been around for 12 years. And when you look at old footage of it, it's wild how far it's come. I always try to make sure that I praise all the amazing pros who've helped Raph with all the feedback, making this game as brilliant as it is right now. It feels like a game that's been carefully manicured for 12 years and optimized and maximized. Pretty great. I played this game once or twice. I died in the tutorial a lot and could not hit the rabbits with the stones. Yeah, that discourages a few people, Charles, because I think that it seems really easy, so everybody doesn't want to feel like they're amateurs, and they kind of feel like they want to quit at that point. But I'll tell you something. I was the same way, and after you squeeb squall with the rabbits for a while, it becomes one of your favorite activities. So, you give it another shot. And what's great, Charles, is that you can play this game any way you'd like. You can put it to the crazy limits like this, or you can make a sweet base and go fishing and relax, maybe after a long day of work. And after that, if you're interested in really good, affordable appetizers, well, just come on down to Dave's Cave. We got it all. Bottom shelf whiskey, Dave's famous margaritas, anything you could need. What really makes the place is the broken jukebox. I think I would like it more if I started a non-story version. That's it, Tross. Yeah, go sandbox. If I decided to retry, I think I'll skip the story mode. Yep. And then you can put it to any way you'd like. I can hit the rabbits sometimes, but don't get to them quick enough. They wake up and run off. Yeah, that's why I sprinted them after I throw, Melito. I try to get them before they do the scamper. Have you ever gotten glimmer fog in weird places? I got it in the dam, insomnia risk, and live wires and everything. Glimmer fog. You'd have to tell me more about that, Lily. Glimmer fog, huh? Sounds like a rock star thing. Yeah, we were playing at Cleveland. It was a packed arena. And then all of a sudden, Jonas was up there singing, and he was surrounded by glimmer fog. It was as if the rock was rolling around him. Yeah, I'm Jonas, the lead singer, and I was inhibited by glimmer fog that night. It was pretty crazy. Sounds like Jonas has a big story to tell. Okay, here we are, coming up with the best location in the game. Any of you guys who haven't seen it, here it is, baby. Dave's Quiet Clearing, otherwise known as Dave's Cave. Oh, and you could come on down and get great deals on appetizers and everything else we mentioned. And this is the spot to do it. I know that you might be thinking, this is just an empty cave with literally nothing in it but a fireplace. Well, if you open your imagination a little bit more, you might see a surly old bartender with a towel over his shoulder, wiping down a bar that seems to never not be greasy, giving out advice with a Seattle Mariners baseball game on in the corner, on an old busted TV that's not a flat screen, other depressing people surrounding you, marble reds in the air, and yellow wall paint that used to be white. I see it. Nice nap. Yeah, it's right there. And one important other thing we always do before we leave Dave's Cave, you guessed it, we leave one rose hip here for the boy. There it is. Yeah, it's my favorite place of the game right there. If Raph really loves us, he's going to make it so we can customize this place, or just put furniture and bar stools with electric tape over the seats in there for us. That would really mean that he cares. All right, so we're reverse goading to this bunker location right now. And we're going to be sleeping in there whether it's stocked or not. Our consolation prize will be the moldy cardboard bed. Let's get up to this bunker. All predictions as to whether it'll be stocked or not. Here we go. Karaoke in the caves, nice. That's it. Good luck on bunker. Thank you, Zert. I heard that was in the works. Do you have an inside track with the guys at Hinterland, Zert? The Glimmer Frog concert last night was insane. Oh. Yeah, I'm Jonas, the lead singer. I was inhibited by the Glimmer Fog for most of my set. I really don't know how to explain it, but it was like my terrible voice became less terrible, and people started to believe that my talents were actually greater than they were. We sold more tickets and merch and t-shirts than you'd ever believe. It was crazy. All right, here we go. We're going in the hatch.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Okay, we're coming back down to earth. A dusty, abandoned cache. Here it is. Fixed with empty milk crates, old boxes, cardboard, a leaning against the wall shelf, an old barrel tipped over, And a moldy cardboard bed. Alright, let's eat some dog food before bed. Alright, a fat Morgan Freeman. Time to do it. So we got skunked a little bit, gang, but we did get one that was stocked right next to the forge there, so we can't be greedy, I guess. John Stockton. Alright, get a couple more hours of sleep, and then we'll go look for that maple. We always check that we have enough calories stored. More than the burned we'll do in the bed, so we don't lose our well-fed. Yeah, we're power napping. Okay, it's the middle of the night. A perfect night to find a maple in a clearing down here by this cave. New beef jerky. Don't know why my badge said I was watching without audio. I don't know really how Twitch works. Well, Twitch works very simply, Fire. It's Bezos over everything. Bezos needs big hedges so that he can count his money in private. He doesn't like us seeing what's going on back there. And we're not allowed to question it. Man, this visibility is weak sauce. Maybe we can get an hour or two and get a clearer night. Grandpa Simpson back to the moldy cardboard bed. Yeah, Jonas that night, he was electric. Undergarments were flying towards the stage at a breakneck speed, and Jonas was just on fire. They called us out for an encore, even though they barely know our songs. And we just kept on singing. Yeah, I was singing that night. It was pretty crazy, really. All right, let's see what kind of visibility we got out here. I read that Amazon started sending packages with drones. Maybe that's why Bezos needs more money. It could be, Millie. And that's not frightening at all. So, resting for a couple more hours paid off, and now we'll be able to spot that maple a lot better. And since this is an unfamiliar maple to us, it would have been impossible to see in that non-glimmer fog that we were out here in. Alright, I'm gonna have to check the map here because I'm not exactly sure if this is the location of the maples over here or not. But I think it was right behind us. Anybody else thinking that it wasn't there? Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Here's the map, gang. We were just at Dave's cave. We went to the prepper's cache, and then we looked down there by the cave for this maple right here. It was in that big clearing. Go towards the road, left of facing the cave. Yeah, I didn't see anything down there. We'll look again. But this is where it was supposed to be, where the frolicking rabbit is. The cave's right there, and that's where the maple is. So that's the cave right down there, straight ahead. So the maple should be somewhere over here to the right. And I don't think it's here. Looks like we're going to Ankle Break Hill. Uphill more, bro? Up that way. Zert the man. We've done it. Okay, we have acquired the maple. Now let's take this thing back to the dam, get our guts, get our birch. Zert knows his saps. Man knows the saps.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Should I climb this rope? Or just go somewhere normal? This feels reckless and crazy. Let's see if we can find Dave's cave and go back through those valleys. I don't think I've ever been over here. This is the Maple Station. Okay, cool.
So cold.
Sometimes I think it takes about maybe 2 or 3 trips somewhere to retain things. Yo, what's up, B? How's it going? How are you, B? And thanks for buzzing on in. We got some flowers around here. Might be a lily flower. We also got something else. What's the deal with B? See that jerry can, B? No big deal. Oh no.
Well, thank goodness for that.
What's the deal with cans? I mean, we've talked about and even met Larry 20 times and he still hasn't stuck. I am.
Can't feel my feet.
Didn't eat enough airplane food, B. Wolves down there, most likely. Lake Trail.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Camp office. Alright, I don't know how good my memory is, but I definitely don't want to leave these saplings here. So this is the moment when I say it's completely on you guys. I take zero responsibility. We made it, B. We were in a bit of a situation there. You got a friend in the corner. Oh, you like that guy in the corner, Hellfire? You want to see what his story is? See if he's got anything going on with him. No, I don't think he does. Doesn't look like you can move him. I do believe if you clear the junk, though, it does get rid of him. I would never consider that man junk. But, hopefully he's doing pretty good in the Great Bear Island in the sky. Alright, so now I just need to come up with activities to do. I did, Duncan, if you can believe it. Yeah, I think he's... Is he part of the clear junk? Yeah, the clear junk happened, and now I'm supposed to remove him respectfully. Here we go. You guys ready? A brief moment of silence for the unnamed guy. I'll see you, buddy. Done it. Thanks for teaching me about that, bud. Same way you destroy something to remove the body. Yeah. Took a little time. We gave him his due. We paid him his respects. Alright, I'm going to look for activities to take part in while we're waiting for this blizzard to die down so that we can walk to the northeast part where the dam is of this town. We know that if we go along the rails, we're guaranteed to get the Fire Striker derailment because we've checked 2 out of 3 of the spots it could spawn. So it just by process of elimination, it's going to be in there. That's going to give us infinite matches for a while and make up for the fact that we only have 2 brands or 2 boxes of Trusty Brand here at 19 total. It's going to be nice when we start to get planning for the future and getting some hides together and making some serious moves. You better stick to the tracks. I won't have riffraff coming near me at Alan's cave. Yeah, Alan's cave is a very sophisticated cave. They don't take kindly to tomfoolery around there. I'm looking for activities to partake in. Okay, that's salt right there. I'm just looking to buy some time while this weather's cooling off. Might go down for another nap. Napping will. I'm gonna have to boil some water at our first spot fire. Grandpa Simpson. Raph respecting deceased people in games? What a bloke. Yep. That's our guy. We're going to use the upstairs thing so we can do 2 waters at once. And just try to get some water boiling while we wait for the blizzard to get out of here.
Looks like it worked.
Settle down, Will. Oh! Fire starting 2, baby. Here we go. Fire starting 2. Novice. Fires last 10% longer. And there's 55% chance to start them. It says we're quite good at starting them. And they last longer. I think they were getting tired that night in the writing room. Yeah, just say exactly what it is twice. You now suck less at fire starting. Thank you, B. The bird gets all mushy on you. If you let a ptarmigan go, you give it a rub on the head? Oh, and then do you have it as like a friend? following you around, laughing at your jokes rather than laughing at you. What a prospect that would be.
Better find some water.
Somebody's got to laugh at these terrible jokes I'm making.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
We're going to leave them unjiggled so they just heat up fast and we can ride. And then we're going derailment, fire striker, bang, to the dam. Let's make sure we grab those curables too from downstairs. All right, we talked about this earlier, but if you're ever in an indoor location like this one and you're kind of stumbling around on Heartbeat Alley, go into customization mode. Here on PC, we push Y, hotkey, and you aren't stumbling in customization mode, so you can actually kind of cheat the system by navigating without being on Heartbeat like this right here. And then you'll see it go right back to stumbling when we go out of customization mode. Only works on indoor locations, of course, because there's no customization outside. Still rad, though. All right, now we're back to stumbling. And it gets way more drastic than this when you get closer to death. Jeez Louise, Raph. What do you say, bud? All right, we got Hollywood. Hollywood's cousin over there. This guy's probably an East Coast moose. This is probably a New York moose. Hey, yo, I'm over here drinking Acorn coffee over here. I'm the New York Moose. I'm from the Bronx. Oh, he's from the Hamptons. He's a fancy New York Moose. Okay. Like George Costanza. He's got a place in the Hamptons. What's the deal? Right in those train cars right there is where we're going to find this fire striker. We're always hoping for a high percentage so we can light a ton of fires with it. Fire striker is essentially a giant book of matches. Super awesome. He's lost. He's looking for Alan's cave. He definitely is if he's a Hamptons moose. Yes, the Hamptons moose does eat here, but he's sophisticated. If any of you other jabronis think that you're going to be eating lunch or dinner at Alan's cave, good luck. Jeez, Alan. Derailment. All right, guaranteed fire striker right around this thing. Here we go. Boom. 26%. trusty brand. So we got a little backup. We got a low percentage, but a trusty brand to go with it. Yeah, I showed mercy. No more complaining, eh? Featherless wonder over here. Since we have to go, oh, that was nice, dog. We trust the brand. So, I thought about getting the guts out of that bad boy, but with the weather the way it... Everybody run right at him. Pet wolf isn't a bad idea. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about donkeys around here, Heinz. Seems like they'd be a really cool survive. Having a tough time finding where the other guy is located. Okay, there he is right there. What up, dude? What a shaking. How's it going, dude? What's shaking? My tail feather naturally. Oh, nice. A Nelly reference. What I'm talking about. Train loading area. No, not Nelly. I'm old school. Well, if you shake your tear feather and then have the Florida State school anthem playing as the beat, it's definitely Nelly's world. And you could find dude in St. Louis with Air Force Ones on. Any more of these Nelly references for you guys? Well, in the Blues Brothers, it was Ray Charles, but the song is older than that. Nice. Man, I love Ray Charles. Ray Charles is one of my faves. So close. Sapling anxiety.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Okay. Feels a little safer. We're close to the Carter Hydro Dam, and once we get there, we can put down our curables and plan how we're going to get to the ravine. We're going to go get our guts, and we do have a little bit of time since it's going to take a little bit of while for this. Shimmy, shimmy, Cocoa Puff, pass it to me now. Nice, Joel. There we go. We got some Nelly contingency in here. It's good to see you, Joel.
Too much stuff to carry.
That guy, Nelly, definitely has some glimmer fog on him, doesn't he? I once saw Nelly participate in one of those, like, musicians do something at the Pro Bowl for football, where it would, like, be like MTV guys and Nelly versus another team of kind of personality people. And Nelly beat the crap out of those guys. Nelly was electric on that field, man. I'm pretty sure, though, it was like Nick Lachey and a lot of hilarious guys out there with him. Howdy there, wasn't expecting this. What up, Chrisney? You weren't expecting there to be such an educational and inspiring discussion about Nelly? Is that what you're thinking, Christy? Didn't expect some country grammar talk here today. Yeah, we're blowing the doors off this thing, Rossetti. We're talking about underlay EI. We're talking about everything. I actually didn't mind Nelly back in the day. I thought he was decent. He had a pretty good voice. Pretty good CD, that first CD he came out with. Wasn't expecting this level of jabroniism. Well, you know what I would expect, Chrisney, is this attitude from you. Coming in roasting. None of this is proper Queen's English. Oh, okay. Raph doesn't like all this rap music. Turn it down over there, eh? So we kind of opened the discussion to Lily's pancakes and how awesome they were. Maybe we should talk about whether Lily's pancakes are better or more beneficial than Rosip empanadas. Because I'm going to start saving maple syrup for those Lily pancakes if it turns out that empanadas are somehow not the greatest thing to eat in the game and that maybe these Lily pancakes surpass them somehow.
I might have to drop some gear.
Take it easy. Incredible Will over here is picking up the desk. Okay, especially on Heartbeat Alley. 10 HP is really good. How'd you get so beat up? Well, Chrisney, the jabroniism, exactly as you predicted, is pretty much what it is. I've been talking about Nelly a lot, and it's having a good old time, really. Check this out, though. We do have a can opener. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about the ravine. There's 2 deer guts over there, and there's a ton of birch for us that'll help us get off of this tough condition we're on. Jake's bacon pancakes. Are her pancakes better than Jake's bacon pancakes? I don't think I've ever had Jake's bacon pancakes, but it sounds like Jake is shortcutting eating pancakes with bacon. And he just says, you know what? I'll take some of the work out of there for you. I'm combining them. It actually, I don't know. It could be good, Heinz. Who knows? I've never had bacon pancakes. As in, Lily's pancakes heal you 10 HP. You get HP from Lily's pancakes. Oh, never thought about that. That's pretty good if you have a run where you don't have any regeneration from the bark. I'm partial to the pancakes, but it's limited to how much peaches you can find. Alright, it's the warm part of the day, so going over to the ravine now will be good. We should probably light up a fire, get our teas lit so we can warm up and get over there. Let's start with a cheeky 1 hour to warm up. We could go straight to Jamiroquai Virtual Insanity if Nelly is too much for you. Well, I don't think it is. But anytime we're busting out Jamiroquai, you can bet that's in the jukebox there at Dave's Cave, Joel. Lots of special recipes heal you. Talking Jamiroquai now. I think Jamiroquai was always wearing Cat in the Hat's hat during his music videos. He would have these zany hats, like a pickup artist. Little trusty brand. When does a sandwich cook? When he's bacon, lettuce, and tomato. Holy crap, we got the dad bits!
Come on.
I used to love BLTs. I probably still do, I just don't eat them a lot.
Turned out pretty well.
Need to get BLTs in my life. I know that lump was negligent. I'm hoping there's more lumps where that came from, since we got 100 days in this thing. Alright, now I think Rav's playing games. Alright, we got 1 toilet worth of toilet water there. We can do some running river oats and make porridge if we'd like. Let's get birch bark. Alright, now's probably a good time to go into customization mode so I'm not stumbling. Had a good time hanging out. I'll catch you later, Larone. Don't die on me, man. No problem, Fire. You keep on keeping on, bud. You're the man. I'll see you soon. BLTs are so good. It's been way too long since I made them as well. Yeah. I used to order from a place called Jerry Subs and Pizza. And I would say, hey, I'd like a BLT. Extra bacon. And because it was just, I was just a little rapscallion, I think the owner took it nice on me. And this does not contribute at all to the fact that Jerry Subs and Pizza may now be potentially out of business. But I would like to say they gave me extra bacon. And it was nice of them. That's it, dude. That sounds amazing. Problem with bits is that you get the package of bacon, and then 2 days later, you're out of bacon and full of bits. Wow. That's it. Speaking of bits, how about that bit by Dunk right there? No regen turned on with this. Playing custom again, we sure are. Yeah, it's even crazier. Requires level 4 cooking to do Lily. To the ravine. Little mayo. Try to block the wind here with this wall till we transition over to the ravine. Vagabond is best. It's just rabbit, salt, and water. Rabbit, salt, and water. And you make Vagabond. Guessing a stew. Is that a recipe you have to find before you can cook it? I just phased through a tree. How whimsical. Okay, let's get over to that Ravage, pretty close to the log bridge, and we'll get the guts out of there, bring them back over to the dam. We're picking up each piece of birch bark we see along the way. We're going to craft up some teas and get off this Heartbeat Alley. Birch tea turned on. Everything else give you condition back. Well, not except for Lily's pancakes that we've been talking about here, Chrisney. Apparently Lily's pancakes and some of these vagabond stews and things can help you get conditioned. We're just learning about those. Yo, what up, Crocious, the man? Hello, Crocious. You'll be happy to know that I do know hello is H-A-L-O, hello. But I don't know much else. I do know that Lupa, L-U-P-E, is Maglens, too. We're getting there. It's good to see you, Crocious. How's it going, buddy? How's it going with your loping action? You've been killing it, by the way. That's the important part. How's it going with you and the crew, Croche? We're gathering up some stuff here in the ravine and taking it back to Mystery Lake, trying to make a bow. The one great thing about being on the toughest difficulty is that there's blizzards often, and birch bark replenishes when the blizzards hit most. What I can't remember is if we engaged the deer. It might have disappeared if we engaged it. I don't think we did, though. Left HRV almost empty, happy about it. Wow. Going into scary territories. Prepper Spy works for normal settings. I don't think it's classed as a broken one. It's trader only. Ah. The heart icon will have a plus sign, and it will say max condition.
All right.
Get out a little snack here. Prepper Spy isn't from the trader? Are only the trader recipes giving back health? Not sure. I think we're figuring that out kind of together right now, Chrisney. Max condition for the broken recipes that work for misery. I don't know about any of this stuff. Prepper Spy's in one of the 9 Prepper's bunkers. Go. Vagabonds from the trader? Got you. Prepper Spy comes from the Prepper's cache. Alright.
Feels like night is coming.
Very cool. Thanks for telling us about that, Hans. So, I'm gonna get the other gut out of this deer, take it back to the dam. Just craft a bunch of teas from all of our birch we just acquired over here. Looks like we're gonna have a nice healthy 8 cups of birch bark. 8 times 5 is, I don't know, 25, 35, 40 HP. Not bad. So we'll go from 7 to 47. Man, 7 is so bad. What about E-stems? Do they work? They sure do. We had to use one earlier when we were in the drama here in the ravine. Well, that's kind of a talk we had a little bit earlier, Chrissy. I'm not sure if we're getting that stem right now because I loathe that rope climb so much. It may be a part of what we do because we have some downtime here while we wait for our maple, so we might be looking for activities like that. Who knows? But it's definitely a good point. There is a stem at the bottom of the ravine here that's still available for us if we're interested in going on an adventure. Be careful with stink for a lot of the recipes. Oh, the recipes themselves actually smell. Like when you make a bowl of vagabond, kind of still smells like rabbit. It's interesting. One of the coolest things I saw was I got in a wolf struggle one time, and then I saw the wolf that got away after the struggle when I donked him with the hammer. He was limping. I thought that was interesting. Back to the dam with our amazing awesomeness. We're going to put these guts down. What I'm probably going to do is go grab a tiny bit of chicken, maybe some throat quote tea, or maybe a coffee, real life Big Moose Kicks or something. Try to eat a banana and come back vital and ready to get this bow crafted. That's what I'm thinking about. What do you think about that, Dunk? You think that's a good idea? Trying to hear from Rosemary Gladstar again for the millionth time. More uninspired quotes for college freshmen. that impress their family members in Thanksgiving. Okay, we got the meat outside. Let's throw these guts down here. Okay, excellent. We've got our red tools here ready for whenever these saplings get cured up. And then, while I'm eating chicken and making tea, flowers are the rose hips of hippies, man. We're going to come up with a strategy on what we're going to do with our time here. You can kind of see the spoils of our endeavors. That's definitely what pirates say. This is what we got here, and we need a ton of time because the maple's only 11%. So you can imagine that if it takes 6 days, that's still 5 days, kind of. It's pretty insane. We're going to have to find a way to occupy our time, maybe loot the rest of the dam. We haven't been down the river for all those cattails yet, so we could take the river route and go down there and grab a ton of cattails, maybe a couple more birch. Whatever's the best way to spend our time, really. I think it'd be good for us to get ahead on some animal things, too. I probably should have grabbed that hide while I was over there. Getting a bunch of hides from animals and throwing them down here, getting some gloves or some pants made. Ideas like that, I think, are good for us. Let's check the calendar real quick. It's been 8 days, and we've survived 7. Guess what? Boom. Can opener. How glorious it is. 57%, baby. Okay. So that's what the game plan is. Bezos break. Throat quote tea. Flowers of the rose hips of hippies. A little bit of chicken. Come back fired up, ready to storm the steeds. Storm every steed. Bleak Inlet Prepper's Cache may be a stem in the ravine. Yeah, I'm interested in going to all the Prepper's Caches, maybe. I would like that. I'll be right back. Another storm lantern. Oh, we are stacked up with the night vision. Nuts and stuff. Searching the cabinet for the best jackets. All right, we're going to find some clothes. Decent cargo pants. Cotton pants with reinforced areas. We'll take a bit of punishment. Nice. Because so far, I don't know how to shoot my rifle. So we got a lot of good spare stuff that we're stocking at our base. We got some more jeans when we head out to the square dance. Okay. More Sprite. Gotta have it. Obey your thirst. We're on. We're making it. Aqua Pop. I didn't really see what Aqua Pop was. Let's check that out. Aqua Pop. Or Aqua Pure. Water purification tablets. A packet of water purification tablets can prevent dysentery. Well, what's odd is that you would think that you would use those on the toilet water, but fortunately, they say, you know what? Toilet water is amazing. Drink up, my friend. No problem. Okay, I think it's time to leave this cabin. Let's see if there's another cabin around this little area here. The coastal highway region. Harvest reishi mushrooms. Oh. Thought I heard something. That is something big. Or I'm tripping. Yeah. You guys hear a bear or something over there? Oh my God. There he is. Oh! Okay. We're staying inside for a little bit. Good Lord. That was intense. He stood up. He was about to charge us. Oh, that's right. I had the cooked venison on, so he was lingering. All right, we're eating. Frosty, good Lord. I got to eat my cooked venison, man. He was looking for dinner. I'm too full. All right, we're leaving this venison here. That was insane. I quartered my first cougar yesterday and the hide disappeared. I rage quit. Scrub bush.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
It's nice they named a bush after us. Okay, so here we are again in a blizzard. And we can go back to the Red Barn. I just went looking for a cave here around this rock formation to no avail. So if there's a close cave, I'm down with that. Otherwise, it's back to the old Red Barn.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
Thank you, Sil. Appreciate that. Got the little self-deprecation on a Tuesday. It would be terrible if the hide disappeared. I'll be careful now. Yeah, that's been a big topic of debate, is hides disappearing today, Jeff. And yeah, PV can just get out of town. So the bear cave is like straight ahead, but it doesn't look like a regular cave. Okay, Duncan, but are we sure that straight ahead is where I'm facing right now? There is a cave, but barn is better, simpler, safer. Okay, if I can get back to that barn, I'm down. I think I just go straight out of the forest here. I think if I just go kind of that way, I'll get there after about 100 yards or so. But it's, you know, it's crazy, this weather. Once I commit to the direction I'm going, I'm going to have to be real certain, since I can't see about 2 feet in front of me. It's a feature, sadly. So you navigate. Okay, are we ready for this? Because I'm going to leave this forest. Not super sure where exactly you are, but I'm watching. Okay. Confidence is brimming over here. It's past the tree line and left, give or take. Yeah, that's kind of what I know too. All right. We could do a shielded lump fire if we're unsure. That's what we could do too, grown up. Yeah, is just do a fire here and try to wait out the blizzard. So I'm just going to take a quick Bezos break. And we're going to assess what to do and then figure out what's going on around here. But the stinky streamer girl might be able to help us. So let's talk to her and see if she can give us any advice on how her unshowered self could get us out of here. We need input from the stinky streamer girl. Yeah, all stinky hands on deck. One hand with Taco Bell, the other hand with some product to keep you from having to shower. That's what I picture her as. She's holding one of those gordita crunch things in her hand as a burrito, and she's eating that. And she ordered it using an app. So someone had to deliver that Taco Bell to her. She didn't move for that. She just stays there not showering with her greasy hair just telling you about this product that she's got in her right hand. There it is. I imagine energy drinks are somewhere on that table as well for her. She's ambitious, though. She grinds. She's always on that stream. So, you'll be happy to know that in a very savage-like fashion, I ate chicken breast. And also, it was half a chicken breast. Not going to brag or anything. Also, I brought back some tea. But I think we have a more pressing issue that somebody around me seems to think is a top priority. She won't have it any other way. She wants it to go down immediately. You know what time it is? This time. I don't know if it came through, but that's what time it is. It's time for the old girl. It's time to hook her up with a churro, and I can say it because we're about to hook her up. Once you settle down. She's freaking out. If I pull it out of the bag, Dunk, she's just going nuts. I'm in there trying to get a tea going and everything. But here it is. It's her favorite thing in the world. Delectables. It's basically like middle-of-the-road brand churros. And it's got tuna in it. One of her favorite ingredients from her other treats. So, we're going to put it on this plate here. Add the whole thing for her and throw it on her tower. Because this is a great kitty we have here. And she's pretty much our mascot. She keeps me, she keeps morale high for me throughout the week. And it's just an absolute dream to have as a kitty in my life, I gotta tell you. Each day is better because of her here. So we take out this pureed tuna and we throw it on this plate for the old girl. She's going crazy under the desk right now with a lack of patience, if you can believe. And so we glob it on, we don't leave any in the tube, and we give it to the old girl. She gets one of these a week, so it's a huge thing, and she absolutely anticipates it. She's also worked into the schedule while I go and get chicken for her to get a little pet in between. She seems to think that that's top priority as well. She's been getting into that lately. And here it is. All those globs of pureed tuna for the old girl. Okay, Aretha. I'm coming backwards. Watch out. Watch out. Here we go. There you go, sweetheart. There she is. How beautiful she is. We did it. So, as for us, what do we got on the schedule? Because we have a lot to take care of in the next couple hours, and we have a lot of business. That's the first time I've been able to hear her meowing. That was so cute. She shrieks, Lily. It's crazy. She has to scream. It's part of the ritual. Yeah. I have family come over and they're like, what's going on with your cat? It's when she thinks she's going to get a treat, she goes into berserker mode. And you just witnessed it. You could hear it even with there being a governor on our microphone. One time I heard her crunching on her dry food on the microphone. I thought that was hilarious. But there she is, enjoying her churro. And she's going to wolf that down, and then she's going to go have the nap of her life. But as for us, we need to come up with a good plan. So let's start by checking out the map and figuring out how we're going to handle this. The way I look at it is we got about 5+ days of activities to do. So it's probably going to be go down this river here that we just kind of went over, this Allen's Cave River, get all the cattails, and come up with smart plans for what we got going on. We obviously aren't married to having to stay right here in the dam. We can definitely do anything. We could also go far away and come back 4 or 5 days from now. We don't have to stay right in the close circumference of the area too. We got a lot situated. Since we've confirmed the Bleak Inlet Bunker, I think that's a good way to spend some time. Bleak Inlet Bunker. The Bleak Prepper's Cache is super close to the ravine entrance. Over that upper pond and turn left and go as high as you can. It's right there. The Tails Bunker is over by the Forlorn entrance, though. Okay. Since we've... super close to the ravine entrance. Okay, I think I might need some more information before I understand this plan. I understand that it involves Bleak Inlet and a bunker. I do have a map that connects them. So the idea would be go down the ravine rope, get the stem, go to Bleak there, and check the bunker. So there's a way to get to Bleak from the lower ravine zone. That's cool to know. I love that idea then. That's a perfect plan. But before we get to planning, I think we need a little wisdom in our life, man. What time it is? It's the other part of the big break. It's throat quote tea, baby. So I've been kind of not drinking too much Big Moose Kicks. It's been a throat quote frenzy. And today is just like every other day when we have throat quote tea. And it comes with hippie wisdom attached to each tea bag. You can kind of see it here. It's got ridiculous jabroni quotes on it. Wisdom time. Shriek, 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 shriek. Like we're at a slam poetry or something, you know? All right, prepare yourself for hippie wisdom. Oh, God. How strange that nature does not knock and yet does not intrude. Emily Dickinson. One more time. How strange that nature does not knock and yet does not intrude. Exclamation point, by the way. Emily Dickinson. One last time in hippie voice. Listen, man. How strange that nature, capitalized nature, by the way. Just want to throw that out there. Classic. How strange that nature, capitalized, does not knock and yet does not intrude. Man. Emily Dickinson. Well, you may have heard that one before. And for Dunk, I'm sorry, bud. I don't know why they only use like 3 quotes over there. We're going to have to get some Benjamin Franklin quotes to go along with it. I know that he was great at quotes. He put together the old almanac and different things like that. So we'll bust out some Benjamin Franklin quotes to make up for Emily's hippie drivel. You have to go that way first for the Canary Workshop code. That is also the way to get the code for the canary door. But be aware that there are timber wolves in that upper bleak area, so you gotta be sneaky. Uh-oh. All right, we got some drama coming up. I'd be happy to use my marine flare if that'll be enough. I think we got one left. The marine flare might be the way. Okay, Scruffy's got a quote for us. Thank you, Scruffy. Here we go. He that lies down with dogs shall rise up with fleas. Beautiful, Scruffy. Well said. 2 would be better. All right. So I don't know anything about this Canary Workshop code. I'm guessing that's a code we're going to get that we unlock once we get to Bleak and we get over there to the Canary Cannery. Either way, you guys came up with an amazing plan, and I'm super stoked about it. Thank you. Let's do it. I'm going to get some old-fashioned sleep for us so we go into this big journey well-rested. We know we're going to need all the fatigue we can get climbing up a rope. I thought you finished that challenge. This is a challenge. Sure is, Christy. Hardest one in the world, too. Canary. Cannery. Okay, so we're going to be kind of living off the land here. I'm running out of canned goods, so I'll be eating a lot of cattails here on this little journey we're on. First one was the bird. Is this a different challenge? It sure is. OMG, this is apparently a Ben Franklin quote. No gains without pains. Yes, I fly my... I don't even know what Ben Franklin would sound like. We did learn that he was good with the ladies, so maybe it's more aloof. Yes. No gains without pains. Can you imagine Ben Franklin in the gym with his little pants pulled up and his long socks and his little buckle on his shoes? Yes, I'm doing chest out curls the wrong way because we don't know how to lift weights in these days. Remember when Mac was talking about how to lift weights, he was saying that you like jerk your back and do all this crazy stuff. Yeah, Christine, this is the old Franklin challenge, and it should be up there for you if you're ever looking to see the rules. But the highlights of it are live for 100 days on the hardest settings possible and get 100 wildlife hits without missing any shots. So it gets pretty crazy. Thank you, Don't. Alright, we seek the lower ravine. Can't believe I'm doing this, but apparently it's going to take us over to the Bleak Inlet. I'm going with 11 lumps. Hopefully that's enough to get me there. Let's do it. In those days, workouts were just work outside. Yeah, there's nothing like a little bit of man chores outside. When I was finished doing the siding and the gutters, I was sore all over, and it's the good type of sore, you know?
Can't feel my hands.
Smarter man would have done this before he left home.
Turned out pretty well.
Yeah. All right, let's get that cooking skill up to level 3 so we can get empanadas on the menu. Got a ton of birch bark to make as well. Just taking care of responsibilities fireside. Morning's coming. Will bring with it the sun. Let's not forget what Emily said, and the fact that she made nature capitalized in her quote. Okay, now let's talk about those Timberwolves. Yeah, 2 marine flares. If I run into haunted Aurora Timberwolves, I imagine I'm going to lose the fight no matter what. They hang out near the swamp, but not far away. If you take a look at the Bleak Inlet map, the bunker is pretty close to the entrance, so I think being sneaky is the better part of valor here. Okay, once we transition right into Bleak, I'll pull up the map so it's front of mind when we're in that territory, and we'll get it taken care of. All right, we're leaving real soon. Prepper's Cache is left hang, left. It's up a hill. It's one of the easier caches to find. Excellent. And this is unbelievable. I can't believe you guys came up with this extra bunker to check. Great work. What else is cool is that I never knew you could get to Bleak Inlet from the lower ravine here in the ravine. Holy. Seems like it's kind of far away. I'm not going to question it. Let's go climb a rope. If you die, sorry. Well, with that type of sympathetic support, it'll be like nothing. Probably need to get a total of 3 old man beard. I think I'm sitting at 1 or 2 right now. Grab one more beard. So you need at least 2 bows, enough for 25 arrows. Sounds like you're setting up to take on the Wolf Wrangler, but 100% on that is really tough. Yeah. It's way harder than that, and it's going to be crazy if anything ever works out. I just want to take it one step at a time, but you're absolutely right, Christy. We're going to need probably 2 bows total, because the first one's going to get worn out from all the different bears and wolves and things we're shooting. Rose hips. So I do believe someone mentioned to me that it's kind of a death trap if you try to goat down. Right there on that little thing is where we're going to put the rope. So you can kind of goat down there by looking at it, but I've heard that there's a death wall or something. First one will get you to around 40 or so. The second one will last to the end. No one gets past my death walls. Holy crap, Raph. It's intimidating. It can be done. The death wall's on the side. You're on, but don't try it. Yeah. And if I hear the words death wall, I think that's enough to keep me scared and away from it. We'll take the old mountaineer rope over there. The death wall. This summer, the wall fights back. Hey guys, do you want to go rock climbing? They were unsuspecting. They didn't know that it was the death wall.
My fingers feel numb.
Crap. You could do a jump rope if you're feeling frisky. I've seen that done on the rope a couple times. Well, I've seen it done too, Chrisney. And off stream, I have tried some James Bond related things like that. And sometimes you're successful and sometimes you're not. It seems like it's very, like 50% chance on grabbing the rope while you're plummeting down the rope, just trying to spam left on the old mouse over there.
Goddamn freezing.
Oh, okay. That heartbeat should go away as we get our 5 HP back. Holy crap. Did he get paid in the off season? Got a great baseball name, have to say that. Oh no!
Damn. I'm freezing.
I'm freezing! You heard that.
That did it.
No, injury kind of sad. Definitely sad for Cal. Probably less as a Mariners fan who would love to use that cap elsewhere. But then again, we're talking about baseball. And baseball has an infinite cap. It's a crazy world in baseball. No salary cap. So if you're rich, you have a pretty big advantage over your other squads. That's how Neo's Yankees have been thriving over the decades. Poaching stars like Alex Rodriguez from ball clubs like the Mariners, paying him big dollars. The rope glitch with harvesting stuff like that thinks right outside the box. Yeah, and I saw the Terminator Scabura one time snap a bunny's neck on the cliff over here and somehow teleport down to the bottom of the rope. That, of course, wouldn't be allowed in this challenge, but it's just an odd note about the game. So he squeeb squalled with the rabbit over there, which is definitely off limits as well. And then he brought the rabbit over there, snapped his neck on the ledge, and somehow it teleported him to the bottom of the rope. Pretty wild stuff. Might be a lockout next season because owners want a cat. Yeah, small market owners. Billy Bean and his boys. That's a rope glitch. Okay. Man, our clothes are getting down there. 15% there. Look at these socks. 0.1 Celsius from those and 0.2 over here. Though he looks sad and tattered, He's got spirit in him still, I believe. Sadie Hawkins. There we go. So, here's a question I have. We're going to Bleak Inlet to check a bunker. Are we coming back through here to get back up? We probably are. I'm wondering if I should leave some weight here. Yes? Pretty far under. Thing like this might stay. That's also saving my butt when I'm taking the drip. Leave the weight. What is the weight? I kind of need these things on the go. Might leave my rose hips scattered all over the snow, subject to the grazing deer and frolicking rabbits. I gotta say, I wanted to leave weight, but I'm pretty close to it. I could leave these things. Smarter man would have left them at the dam. Don't know if I'll cut my second maple or anything. That's a kilogram right there. And this Jerry Seinfeld over here is keeping me alive. These two things I'm cooking with. The skillet's pretty much the only expendable thing, and it's 1 kilogram. Tough to leave the weight. Pretty much down to my skivvies. Beautiful day, though. Look at this day. It's a nice morning here in the ravine. The skies are crystal clear. And though it's not sunny right now and it is overcast, you can see for miles. You can see the tunnel we came in through coastal to get here. Pretty cool stuff. Oh. I hope I don't run into any drama where I need accelerant fires, that's all. But I'm gonna trust you. You're a wise man. What's the deal with leaving me at the rope? Ready? About to rock out down this thing. May the force be with you. Thank you, Hans. Bunker is left after the fallen tree bridges. Okay. I'm gonna say I'm having a really good time, and I appreciate all you guys' amazing advice on finding these cool secret bunkers and Bleak and stuff. I think we've looked at a total of 3 bunkers, right? 2 or 3. And there is a 1 in 4 chance of them being stocked. Ravine Basin. All right, let's get our stem, baby. Boom! Okay, I see some reishi mushrooms. Let's get it. It was the coldest region until Sunders Pass came out. Yeah, I was over in Sunders Pass last time, Mines, and that place freezed my butt off. Minus 42 at sometimes. And we learned about the elevation mechanic, that because it's higher up in the air, it's a colder temperature. Also super cool. Bleak is colder than PV. Probably PV has more blizzards, and then Bleak could just be colder in general, maybe. But I'm also completely guessing right now, Bean. I'm not sure. All right, I'm going pretty much the only direction we have, which is this way. Here we go. Man, this is a great shortcut. Bleak Inlet. Okay. So Duncan said pull up the map right when we get here so we can see where we're going to find this cache. And then we'll get our bearings about us now that we're here in Bleak. Here we go, to the ravine. Summit at Ravine's End. Okay, the Prepper's Cache is right around the corner. You're going to want to warm up before entering Bleak. Okay. We're going to just go sneaky style. We have this running wolf to avoid right here. Possible timber wolf pack. And we're just going to sneak stuck under the tree and just sneak on by, baby. And we have our 2 marine flares. And we're just going to sneak on over to the Prepper's Cache. Is it going to work just like that? Because I'm thinking it is. What do you think? Yeah, they're there. Heavy drama. I wonder if I could despawn him. It's a bit cheesy. He's trying to sneak, boss. Deploy counter sneak measures. Yeah, I just cheesed the Timberwolves with the transition. We'll see if they... Oh, thought that was higher. All right, we got drama.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Summit at Ravine's End. See a maple over there. Just intense. Glad this Bob Newhart theme song is accompanying it. There it is. The sad truth.
Can't feel my feet.
Sometimes the snap will get me.
Damn,
I'm scared.
smarts.
Ah! Okay, I gotta find a different route.
Feels so good.
Yeah, we're going through it, buddy. We're gonna get you some beef jerky and Sprite, though. Don't worry. It's coming.
Need some first aid. Soon.
I'm gonna get you all the bandages you could ever imagine, buddy. We're almost there.
Damn, that smarts.
Yeah, it does smart.
Hurts.
Here we go! Ready? This is the reason we came over here. We're looking for jerky and Sprite and matches and everything. Here we go! Oh, man. Number 50 for the Chicago Bears. Dick Butkus. Okay, so this abandoned prepper's cache you guys asked to see today is stocked with a metal shelf, a moldy cardboard mattress on the floor. Yeah, we got that. We got some other cardboard as backup. You can make yourselves a king-size molded cardboard bed even in this place. Comes also fit with a grate with nothing in it and some gross roots coming out of the walls. All right, let's get some rest. All right, that was really cool. I can't believe this shortcut to the Bleak Inlet exists. This is going to be great if we ever do any sort of speed running things and we need to get right over to the Bleak Inlet. So you've survived 8 days and 7 hours. You just increased the chances of finding a stock bunker by 11%. I like that too. We eliminated an empty one and we're headed towards more. So I don't know how many total there are on this map, but with 100 days, I imagine we'll be hitting a lot of them. The Pleasant Valley one for sure, and any other ones we can think of, it's on. Remember, even bunkers have the Prepper's Pie recipe. 1 out of map, 9 total, so 2 will be stocked. Excellent. All right, I'm going to look for the recipe now, Heinz. Or will. Well, I think this one is officially not the recipe one, unless it's hidden in a cheeky spot. So we'll keep on trudging. We're going to hit most of them, though, so I do have hopes that we'll have ourselves a Prepper's Pie before all is said and done. Very cool shortcut. Do we want to responsibly note which bunkers we've checked? I think we should. Let's get ourselves over to this transition spot and do that. Looks like we're doing a little parkour. On Interloper and Misery, the Prepper's Pie recipe will be in an abandoned bunker, the only one with a body. But on custom mode, there will be 3 stock bunkers, and the Prepper's Pie recipe will be in one of those. Okay. Wow. Pretty serious stuff. Yeah, I'm about to sprint over to this tree. I hear a little AWOO action coming from these boys.
Feels so good. Damn, that smarts.
Whoa, that's how Scruffy would do it. Let's get the heck out of here. Well, yeah, if we get up and you still need some help, buddy, maybe. Right now, sleep on this leaf. They had us in the first half. We came prepared. We got one of each left. We're getting out of Dodge. Want to get a hide and some steaks. It's never a bad option. The hide would be good. How heavy is the hide? We're going to need a couple additional guts for our second eventually. Kilo, I think we can do it. I gotta start getting them sometime. The prospect for the hides on a deer are gonna be pants or boots. You can make these snazzy boots and look like a gal from 2008 wearing Ugg boots with apple bottom jeans on and deerskin boots with the fur. Any of these T-Pain references landing with you guys?
All right.
We're hot on the tails of our Nelly references, and we come storming in with T-Pain references. All right, let's get some of these cooking skill points and keep making moves. Yo, what up, Ivan? We're on the Benjamin Franklin today. We're flying the kite of hope with the key to success. Can I buy you a birch tea drink? It's very nice of you. Type of Dave's Cave attitude you can get used to. They're always buying rounds for everybody. And they're always leaving roast hips for the bartender. Well, that was a great idea. Go into that bunker, and boy, is it easy. And it pretty much incentivizes me every time to come down to the lower ravine for this stim now. At the top of the hour, we have Akon references coming up. Let me bust out my Akon for a city. Convict music. Trying to take it easy. How's that? I actually met Akon one time, and he was awesome. Just want to throw that out there. Alright, this thing is going to take 40 minutes. Alright. Let's do it. Soul Survivor, deep cut. Well, it's nice to see that you like a little hip-hop, Versetti, you know? Akon plus Larone stream collab. That would be so sick, man. Akon is the man. I'm telling you, you meet a lot of people in the entertainment industry, and a guy like Akon, instantly I felt like he was good. Now, I'm sure he's probably a derelict like all of us, but I don't know what to say except for it was different than other folks with his level of influence that I've met, for sure, which felt a lot scarier and more intense, whereas Akon was like nice and pretty cool. Heavy metal cooking. All right, it's heading into the evening time. We're probably going to have to come up with some more cool plans like this one to go to places to get just stuff done while we're doing it. We still have the river plan. Go down by Allen's Cave, see how long the lines are, see if there's anything out back by the dumpster. It's a very sophisticated dumpster. We don't even have dumpsters. We're so sophisticated. Our trash is disintegrated. It's all biodegradable. Our biggest sponsor, RAF, made us get biodegradable trash. That sounds about right. He's 100% is a Gronk. Don't you remember he threw a kid into the audience, picked him up out of the crowd? I don't. I'm not sure what a gronk is, but yeah, that's what I mean by he's probably got some, he's probably made some mistakes, like throwing somebody into the audience or whatever that is. All right, let's leave this joint. Okay, we're out. We're leaving. We're going up a rope. I think I'll be asking the super obvious question at that point. Is what level of fatigue we have right now enough to get me up this rope? Gronk's just Aussie slang for a-hole. Is it named after Rob Gronkowski? Or is it just through time people have been called Gronks? Gronk sounds very much like a caveman name. Yeah, I am Gronk. I come from the third cave. Yeah. You probably got to decide that before you climb, and that's kind of why I'm sourcing out to see what some opinions are about this rope climb with my level of fatigue. If I get encumbered by that point, I'll be stuck there too if I grow tired by then, but I'll probably need it anyways, the shelf. So I have a little thing over here, like a train car I could go sleep in. It's probably better than sleeping on the shelf outside. Like Kronk from Emperor's New Groove. I don't know the origin of the word here. Oh, okay. Emperor's New Groove, huh? Is that David Spade? I heard Acorns build a city. Akon build a city? Oh, he's building a city. Nice. All right, I'm climbing this rope. Look how long it is. It's gonna be intense. I could also go and sleep in that train car and get my fatigue up, and then be able to climb no problem all the way. After the shelf, I won't even get encumbered. No, don't. Thank you, Rocky. All right, I'm gonna sleep for a couple hours. Probably like 6 o'clock. Yeah, I think I'm out of laziness, Chrisney, not going back to the cave. He attempted to build a city in Afro, but it ended up not happening and being abandoned last I read. Oh. I don't know who it was, but somebody forgot to put all their teas in their thermoses. Whoever that guy is. He stinks. Wait, you don't like heating up your teas? You think it's good when they're cold? Huh? Don't want to comment on it too much since Akon is Larone's dear friend and conciliaire. Well, thanks, Rossetti. All right, we took the conservative route. If you're doing something this crazy, I think it's always good to err on the side of caution. And that's what we're doing here. And I like it. Now we're defending his unscrupulous activities. Hey, you had it coming. You're spazzing. You know, Ein says to chuck his two off the ledge. They've been running amok. Good parenting right there. Let's get to this rope. We now have about 5 o'clock on fatigue, and we were sitting before it at about 7 o'clock, maybe even getting close to 8 o'clock. So I really think that we took the right move in getting more rest. So we're ready for this climb. The climb of all climbs, baby. Alright, I'm probably going to stop on the shelf. How's that cave looking now? Nice, Kristen. Beautiful. Don't get sleepy yet, buddy. Got a little bit more to climb. He may or may not have pulled a Wyclef Jean and was gone till November. I was here in September, but I'll be gone to November. I pick up coal in the Desolation Point mine, because it's now mine. Why would Wyclef go to DP? I don't know. We know he's not going to be here until November. That we do know. And if Dylon if he gets too close to Dylon, Dylon's going to take him out. You're too close, man. All right, I'm going up this rope. I think we're ready. We got full fatigue back. Let's do it. The diamonds. All right, we just got encumbered right there. Will, don't you play games, man. Go, Will.
I'm feeling so drained.
You're a hero, buddy. Great work. Have that Jerry. That was heroic, man.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
You mean all this time Great Bear Island's actually Haiti? Well, I'm not sure, Chrisney. It looks a little cold to be Haiti. I try to avoid that one. Also, bleak inlets. YouTube wouldn't know what DP is. YouTube wouldn't know what DP is. Wyclef went to DP to avoid catching federal fraud charges. Oh! Yeah, I'll be gone till November. I won't be back for a while.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
I know, but how else would Wyclef get here? Well, it seems like he's pretty busy right now, Chrisney. I think he'll be abroad for a while, at least until things, settle down a little bit, I guess. I don't know if that's how it works with the man, though. He didn't really ever settle down.
Fire's life out here.
Listen, man. Do you want some help, Wyclef? You gotta listen to the trees, man. Let's get off the drip. Gotta remember Larone mixes up Wyclef and Will.i.am. Yeah, I do. I'll be gone to November, recording with the Black Eyed Peas as well. They have to come to where I am because we can't go back to the States. Alright, I'm gonna throw all this stuff in our thermos and we're going back to the dam. We'll get a progress report on our curables and come up with the next plan for what we have. I am still very impressed with this great plan that you guys just initiated. Awesome stuff. It was literally right after you transition into it too. You get a free stim out of it and you potentially get a stock bunker. You do have to deal with the Awoo boys, but if you come in there with the marine flare, you're prepared for it. Just think of Bleak Inlet's acronym. The gang related and also gang related. DP means a few things. Alright, I think we're gonna get to Friday talk over here. All right, let's pick up any pieces of straggler birch that we see. Man, I love all the moans and groans. Such cool sound design. Not seeing it. We got most of it. All right, let's get back over to this dam, drop off these guts and hide, and then initiate plan 2. We might have some arrows to make. We still haven't checked over by Alan's cave to see if there's some birch saps over there as well. But we do have a random lump. We're doing it. The way Wyclef would want it to be done. Mystery Lake. I will say that I hope everybody has had an awesome Friday. I will say mine's been pretty awesome. How many birch have you found so far? A pretty good deal. We found a big school of them next to trappers. Got about 5 or 6, maybe even 7. Okay. Now it's about getting our situation taken care of. And settling back in to probably get some rest in our bedroll. What we're going to do with the bow and what we're going to do our time with while we're waiting.
Something's making me feel really tired.
Alright, these things need 3 more days. This guy over here is at 32%. Man, I can't believe we have to hit 100 shots. We got our glitch piles of books over here, waiting for some skill books to be read. There's some options there. There's a lot left of the dam to loot, too. We kind of just sparsely kind of checked it out. So there's going to be a bunch of lockers and things we'll go loot once we're not dripping from fatigue. Look at this floating box. It's kind of whimsical. Okay, let's get some rest. Going down for a fat Morgan tonight. Food's getting a little short. You should only need 9 for this challenge. If you need more, you've already lost. Well, let's see what we got, Chrisney. We got 10. So, guess that's it. Alright, I'm gonna go checking out that dam. But not at night, right? Trusty brand, along with our fire striker, is what we're working with. 22 matches and a 26% striker. So I don't know that I have to be crazy conservative with it. Do you have another maple and 2 more guts, Kieran? I don't. And that could be part of an activity that we participate in to do stuff. I'll tell you what else. I know we can get 2 guts right at Winding River at the deer behind the dam, and then it would just be about finding the other maple. That's not a bad thing to plan for the future. We also have to plan, I think our arrows will last a good deal, but I haven't really done the math or anything. There should be one in Winding River, you say? Could be. There's going to be a couple scruffies down there. Or a couple Scots. What was his name? Duncan? Larry? Alright. I think I like that plan. To prepare for our second bow, too. And then leave it resting. Between the dam and the cave up on that high point. Think we have the safe to loot as well? So that's something. We got lockers and safes here. Right now I'm thinking about going and getting those guts and that maple potentially. I'm gonna probably have to have my P's and Q's about me if I'm gonna be traveling around Winding River.
I can always use more food.
Oh. Heck yeah. Let's get it done. Are there any maple spawn locations next to Alan's cave? The very sophisticated cave. This has been super fun, man. It's the calm before the storm. You make the bow, and then you plan for this insane hunt with zero margin for error. The woodpecker smashes the tree. Rosemary, Gladstar.
That'll come in handy.
Alright, we seek the maple. I'll pull up the map here if we have any issues. I think I know what the high point is. If I just head north, basically, there'll be like an uphill area, and I just walk up there, and somewhere up there the maple will be there. I've been jumped around here, so I always take the high road because I was jumped right in that area there by a ninja wolf with no torch. He whooped me. Okay, there's the hill I was thinking about right there. So I'm going to go up there and see if I can see this maple. It's a strong green tree. Could be turned into a bow. What a thrill. Cattail dreams, baby. Got a wreath in the mix. Oh, an additional Ravage. This is pretty cool. Alright, we're in uncharted territory. I don't think one time I've ever been up here. I'm going to keep looking for this maple. I have absolutely no clue where it spawns. And I'm checking the map in moments if I don't find it soon. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Winding River map initiated. Here's what we got. We are kind of right in this area right here. I think what we have to do is get across the river to this M maple and check it next to a ravaged over here. Looks like there's multiple ravaged here in Winding River. And this maple is our opportunity here. So we have to get basically just straight across and check it out. Let's go do it.
Can't feel my...
I think it's over there. It was next to a ravage, and I see crows over there. I don't know how good this crouching technique will work. Nothing to see over here. Just a cool well with 2 toques and a torch. We're just cruising on by, baby.
Wait. I'm so cold. I'm warming up again.
All right, let's heat up.
That should help warm things up.
Yeah, I think so. You're doing great, Will. Okay, as far... Majority of the saplings, acorns, and mushrooms don't spawn until hundreds of days later. Yeah, and we also have it set so it's just, you know, whoop you up, basically, when it comes to resources and things like that. So I imagine if there's an opportunity for it not to be here, it definitely will be on these settings. I'm thinking it was probably up on this area up here, if it did exist. All right, I'm gonna get these teas fired up next to the old fire here while we stay off the drip. If we let our temperature go for even a couple minutes, we'll be back on Heartbeat Alley instantly. Get some forage fired up. Day 350, odd I started getting the 3rd mushroom and acorn spawns saplings similar. Yeah, so pretty much right in this vicinity up here is going to be where we're going to see this maple. It didn't look like it spawned this time. So now we're going to have to pull up the map of Mystery Lake and see if we can find a maple over there for backup. Or we craft it in the future in a different town like PV or something. But I don't believe it's over here. I wish I knew more about how he snuck up on me. That boy, stealthy. That's intense. Well, we may not have found our maple, but we are learning about new crevices of the map and new shortcuts, and it's a thrill. So now we'll be looking somewhere in Mystery Lake for the maple. We still have Ankle Break Hill over there by the camp office as an opportunity. Unless we can find a spawn closer, it'll probably be that one. We could spend a little bit of time going down the river, grabbing a bunch of cattails, and then getting the maple from that spot at Ankle Break Hill next to the camp office. Come home with a brand new maple for our second bow, and then if we're interested, we're going to get 2 more guts over here next to this ravaged deer. We know we're going to need them. Responsible plans for a responsible run. Harrison Ford Bridge, by the way. We're just glossing right over that. Alright, I'm going to fire up this fire here, and we're going to get a lump or something on there for temperature, and the 2 guts out of this deer along with a little bit of deer meat snack. Calories are starting to become less and less.
Turned out pretty well.
prepping for Friday night, baby. We're storming the steeds, and we're getting everything prepared. Much like Benjamin Franklin would do. Benjamin Franklin would say to get more maple and guts. Oh gosh, I think our fire went out.
I'm kind of thirsty.
Rats. There it goes. Come on. Why is the challenge named after Benjamin Franklin? Did he do it first and claimed it? You got it, yeah. He was always a secret TLD fan. He really couldn't talk about it much with his colleagues, but it seemed like it was something he could never tear himself away from. The river flows from Pleasant Valley. Holy crap. Alright, there's plenty of drawers here left in this dam for us to search. Plenty of time to do it. We got our other 2 cured guts here, so we're going to throw them along with this hide. You know, I probably should have gotten the hide out there, but I was freezing and I started to panic a bit. That would mean Winding River is usually underwater. Listen, man. Did you know that Winding River Trusty Brand? Okay, going through the dam right now. We're dropping off some deer stuff, and we're gonna make a plan to get a maple from somewhere in Mystery Lake. We haven't exactly narrowed down where the maple will be, but we know one of the remaining spots we haven't checked is Ankle Break Hill. I'll also say this. There's probably about 1,000 maple spawns in Mystery Lake. So we're not leaving this town without a second maple for the future. I'm gonna start thinking animal clothes too. I think I'd be a fool to let myself get far into this run without preparing by getting a bunch of animal hides together. And we're gonna check the safe, which I heard there's going to be a Mackinaw in. 99% Mackinaw. Okay, let's get these guts down. Beautiful. Get the hide. It's on it. All right, we got a cool collection of stuff. 40% maple, 44 over here on these birch, and these ones are at 60. Backup guts with 1 deer. Now what's the question? Question is, where's this other maple? Look at the dam next time. It's supposed to block water from Pleasant Valley that would make Pleasant Valley almost flooded. But if you walk towards the Winding River Cave in PV, there's waterfalls from Mystery Lake. Listen, man. Okay. Let's talk about maple in Mystery Lake. And let's talk about it serious. Okay, so my first thought was Allen's Cave. I was kind of hoping there'd be one over there. Preliminary reviews detail that there might not be one there. Looks like over there we got a Ravaged and some Rose Hips, which isn't bad, but, you know. So Ankle Break Hill looks like it's the closest on this right side. If we made our way down the river, we could grab all that stuff and then go Camp Office to warm up, Ankle Break Hill for the maple, and straight back home. That's a great option for us. The other one is we check that one right there. So it'd be all the way over here towards Clear Cut to check for this one in the weird distance next to a wolf. So that one's a bit scarier. So I'm thinking we go down the river, because we're going to get a ton of cattails, 150 calories each, with every one of these glorious stalks over here. Grab a bunch of cattails, get our backup maple, and then really start to look for more hides. Nature calling with rabbits, different things like that, so we can get some more hides curing too. And then as soon as we make the bow, I think it was mentioned earlier to do 2 bear and a moose and get those curing, and then go get our Ash Canyon backpack on a crazy adventure. What do you guys think about that idea? Because that's what I'm thinking about doing. Backup cattail, food, situations, backup maple. Back here to make some arrows and stuff. And then keep thinking of smart, responsible plans. Is there one by Prepper's Cache? You're exactly right, Ivan. That was the one we have here curing. We checked out the one over here and we were about to pass it. And then, as if out of nowhere, Zert said, hey, keep going up that hill. We found it. In the night. It was glorious. So we did get this maple right here. And we're probably going to check for this one right here on this hill. So it's go down the river for cattails, end up at this red house, up the hill, and over to grandmother's maple. I like it. Let's do our lump inventory. 8 lumps. Is there anything else we could potentially drop off here we don't need in the foreseeable future? Alright, now I'll just drop maybe a little bit of scrap or something. 33 feathers, not bad. I think we got a couple old steaks out here I forgot about a while ago. Oh yeah. Beautiful. We got some backup food. Okay, maybe 1 hour in the bedroll, then get to traveling. Let's do it. We seek a backup maple and some sustenance. I do hope everybody's had an awesome Friday. I will say one thing that I'm pretty grateful for is that I'm pretty sure that kitty's been with us for a while. And that's cool. Alright, just when I keep thinking the wind breaks, it comes back. So I'm just trying to go when there's not too much wind or blizzard out there. Let's do it. Alright, now this walk won't come without its obstacles. So I'll stay responsible as we walk through a lot of potential wolf spawn locations. And if there's any other sort of plans that I should be partaking in right now, I'm really not thinking about it too intellectually with the hides and things. I probably could improve that planning a little bit more, maybe strategically. Gotta hurt Scruffy, man. He's got me on the run. I'm gonna do some moldy cardboard bed action. Weather keeps wanting to kick up out there. Unacceptable. All right, let's get out there. I don't know if we can go too far with 3 down arrows. This might be a mini Grandpa Simpson. We're just gonna get some sustenance and probably head back. Otherwise, I'll probably burn through a lot of fire resources if I just try to forge ahead and get this done. Might not be the best way to utilize my lumps and firewood. Pick up a few of these stray birch barks here. Just gotta get the bare necessities and set up so you have enough stuff like food to last while you wait for your maple bow to cure.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
You never know when Scruffy's gonna show up right there. Or his cousin Daryl. Alright. Whenever the weather allows, we'll get back further down the river and head on down to camp office. What wouldn't be cool is if an aurora happens while we're out doing this at night. So that would be scary. Okay. Calories being ingested and the future being planned for. Pretty soon I'll be able to make some arrow shafts into arrows and things over there, but those just need a tiny bit more time to cure. Looks like we got an aurora. So this might be reading time. Carter Hydro Dam. Maybe we'll read. This place is lit up. This is cool. Yeah, these things are at 68%, so we got our skill books over here. Let's see where we're at. Cooking is sitting at between 2 and 3. Fire starting is on the way up too. Alright, get our stuff read up. We're gonna be so close to cooking level 3 if we can get through the book. Let's go grab some more toilet water without shocking ourselves. It's creepy in here. Boom. All right, back to reading Wilderness Kitchen by M. Hunter.
Anything right about now.
Boy, I need to stop being so loose walking around this shock-inducing dam over here. Getting caught in the beauty. Oh. All right, we're 1 hour away over here on M. Hunter. Let's get some good old-fashioned rest. Hope everybody's having an amazing night. We got a little bit more here that we're going to try to get accomplished. 9 days, 21 hours, and 20 minutes. Boil up some water and plan for a day tomorrow where we can make moves. 74%. I don't know what the math is on that. Okay, let's keep it going. gat up some reclaim, boil some water. You guessed it. Sooner than you can even believe, we're going to be at that cooking level 3. We'll break down some responsible crates around here for some extra reclaim wood and have ourselves a nice stock for when it comes to be bow time, so that we got all the supplies we need to have a night craft as well by lighting a fire. Can you believe it? What a thrill. Alright, let's go grab one more pallet. Bring it on down. I'm itching to get into that safe and find that Mackinac. Seems like at this point nothing can replace the great Sadie Hawkins shoes we have that seem stronger than ever. Work boots might do the job. Okay, let's keep looting, baby. Give me the loot. In the way of a Mackinac, 99%. All predictions for safes, get them in while they're hot. All I hear from everybody is Mackinac, and I appreciate that. That's what I would like. 25. I could also use some rose hips. Okay. $25, $31. All right, we're not going to talk about this.
I could eat anything right now.
What do you say, Raph? How about a nice, warm Mackinac, red black jacket? What do you say?
I could use this.
Okay. That was great. Got cash. The search continues. Oh, they got a copy of those cool posters here, don't? It's the Mystery Lake one, I thought. Yeah. They're acting a little wonky directionally, but this one is Coastal Highway. Wow, look at that one by the fishing areas. Yeah, those are awesome. One day. I would like that done. Okay, just trying to responsibly boil some water before a little bit more sleep and maybe some night cattail acquisitions, backup maple action. So far, I'll say we're a little behind on getting the bow created, but we've had a lot of fun. We've learned a lot of things too. We're well equipped with birch saplings, so we'll have an ample amount of arrows and things. We can have up to 14. We're pretty well prepared for the big craft. Let's get some teas fired up. I probably should rest more before I go on my cattail excursions. And I do want to talk. Yo, what up, Deadpool the legend? What is shaking, my man? How's it going? Yo, what up, teacher? Holy crap, everybody's here. How's it going, guys?
I wonder who owns this stuff.
Yeah, Deadpool's the master of terrain. You ever want to see a guy goat like a pro? Guy's got it. He's got the feel. TLD has a unique feel when you're on the terrain and doing the goat stuff, and you kind of feel it after a while. And Deadpool knows. He's the man. The gang's all here. And how's it going, teacher? We're about to leave the dam and go do that cattail party. See how these socks are holding up. They're doing good. They're living it. I was streaming last night and I had a one shot of bear. Nice. You hit him in the critical spot. Excellent. Yeah, we're doing pretty good over here. We have all of our stuff ready for a bow, and we're in a tournament where we have to do 100 shots. So it's definitely going to require probably a second one. So we're getting that backup maple to go with our backup guts over here. And we're opening the conversation for clothes. Since we know we're going to be here for 3 calendar months, it's going to get real cold, and clothes come out at 99%, and we're not allowed to mend. So there's no other more important reason to focus on animal clothes. Once we get the bow, we're going to try to go for 2 bear right off the rip and 1 moose and get those things curing, and potentially go over to Ash Canyon for a tech backpack and some different stuff. And I would like to maybe think about rabbit skin hats or gloves, deer pants, deer shoes, whatever kind of outfits we should think about in our sequence. While we have time right now waiting for this stuff to cure, and maybe we could go do some acquisition of hides. I think there's 2 Ravage right there in Winding River with hides on them. Just full animal clothes. Like a true hunter. Yeah, you know what I've never had, teacher, is the cougar knife. Never possessed one of those in my whole times. Or the cougar anything outfit-wise. I've gone toe-to-toe with a few cougars, but I've never made hides or knives out of them.
Just need to close my eyes.
All right, we're going to get some rest, and then in the morning, we take off for the river. Let's do it. Yeah, how's it going? Shooting bears in the ear, huh? Just a little bit more rest. I'm gonna wait out this wind. And we're living off the land calorie-wise, so that's kind of a part of what this recon mission is, to get every cattail along the river, and then we'll grab maybe some ravage too and get a bunch of hides. Deer are probably going to be the easiest for us to come by, since they're usually deer hides laying around. So that's going to be shoes or pants. It truly is emotional support because I'm probably never going to even light it. It's just out there for no reason. Alright, let's grab these reishi mushrooms. Alright, so even when you just leave the house, we still can't act like it's just chill because we're chilling. It's gonna be serious. Great Bear is not taking any days off. Sounds so stupid. But seriously, I'm not gonna lose track of paying attention to these wolves. How about that? Do we want to go to Alan's cave? A very sophisticated cave. If you think about coming over here, you better have the proper attire. And I hear you haven't made any clothes yet. You look like a derelict. You won't be allowed in. Come on, Alan. What if I make reservations? Good luck. Classic Alan. Classic Alan. Absolutely no riffraff allowed. I'm trying to enjoy my salad. Eh? The only difference between Alan and Raph is the A at the end. Alan doesn't know what he's missing out on. Yeah, great customers, right? No. No, all of you are not it. Don't come here. The catch of the day, we're out of it. Alan, come on, man. Should be a deer around here. I'm looking for a little help from my friend. So far, all I see is Scruffy, not even a ravaged. This Alan's cave idea might have been bad. I'll get him, boss. Yes, turn around. You went the wrong direction. Nice. Okay. We're turning around, Alan. Come back when you get your act together. Alright, we're gonna get back on the river and go towards the camp office. We know what we're gonna do. Stay off the drip if we can. It seems like we've been on like 15 HP the whole time. We get to heartbeat and then we get off it by a little birch. We're back. Oh, here we go. Look at this burdock bushel. Hey, doing awesome out there. I'm the burdock root. Yeah, well, only the fish talk around here, burdock root. I think the burdock root would have more of an alien voice anyways. I am the burdock root. Man, I'm losing it over here. I'm getting cabin fever. Losing it. The burdock's talking to me. Au gratin potatoes back on the menu. Yeah, we're going to make it sophisticated down at Dave's Cave. It's not just French fries, Alan. We make au gratin potatoes. So how about that? Yeah, it's still not enough. All right, Alan. I'm probably doing a spot fire here pretty soon, making sure we don't take a drip. No games. We got 3 steaks back at the house we can eat when we get back there, when it's crafting time and stuff. And we'll live off cattails on our way down to check for the southern maple. And I'll also whip up a bowl of porridge here, start spamming that cooking skill. With 100 days, we do need to be considerate with our trusty brand usage a bit. Probably getting a little too flippant out here. And I got pretty bad RNG on our fire striker if you saw, Donk. 26%.
I'm that baby's daddy. Out of Pepe.
It was Bernie all along. I can't believe it. Is the trader off? He sure is, Ivan. He's a good man, but he's going to have to trade with somebody that's not in a crazy Franklin challenge. Bernie Mac was so awesome. His show was fantastic. Cactus, you get cooler by the day, my man. You are a cool customer. You might live in the desert, but you're cool as a cucumber. Bernie was amazing. He was great in Bad Santa, which is hanging behind me. The Bernie Mac show was fantastic. He's pretty much a great in anything I've ever seen him in, really. Benjamin Franklin wasn't playing TLD when the trader was in the game, huh? Yeah, I mean, things have changed over the years. I see you're still going strong, Larone. Like the dodo bird's genetics, we live on. It's because of our haircuts. Yeah, I love him in Bad Santa. Yeah, when him and John Ritter are talking, he's eating the orange with his big ashtray. I totally believe those characters, you know? Coen brothers, killing it. Bernie Mac's a legend. America, here's the situation. These kids are running amok. That was the Bernie Mac show. I made 15 baby dinos today, and 4 of those were overgrown dodos, aka Harpaganoris. Here we go. Yeah, I love that scene. Nice. Yeah, I think Bad Santa's in my top 5 movies of all time, no matter what time of year it is. I rewatch it every year. I love Billy Bob. Things look a little odd on this end. We do Bad Santa Elf and Friday After Next for Christmas. Friday After Next is in the mix. Wow. That's pretty cool, Dung. I think I'm a Home Alone, Bad Santa, Jingle All the Way guy myself. And then some of my family members like the Peanuts Christmas, and I actually think Peanuts Christmas is great. It's pretty short, too. It's not too long of a commitment. All right, it's all about the cattails, and we'll see if we find any ravaged. There should be a nice couple bundles of rose hips over here. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, a great classic. That's true. Some of those classics, too, they're like 30 or 40 minutes. You can get through them, like the Grinch. Grinch is probably on there, too. I have another family member who likes the Jim Carrey Grinch, if you won't believe, and it's way better than you would expect. I love the Boris Karloff Grinch, of course. That's my jams. Let's use the sun. There's a Ravage up at Ankle Break if you want to make the trip. Oh yeah, we're making the trip because that's where our backup maple potentially is going to be done. So we're going to get a couple hides together. And if we can safely transport a couple more guts, we're probably going to need some more guts for the boots or pants that we make too.
That did it.
We might just want to just start getting every hide we see. All right, Micro Machines over here. Between this and our last hour of Wilderness Kitchen by M. Hunter back at the dam, we should roll over to cooking level 3 during the bow creation. That, of course, is going to enter into the mixed rosehip empanadas on the menu, which keep you up. And rosehip empanadas, I'll probably want to have most importantly for when it's hunting time, so I can become not encumbered when it's the most important, probably. But I'm open to discussions about it. TLD is amazing. You're storming. So these things are 30 and they're going to stink. And this thing is 40 minutes. Let's go get these rose hips. I'm going to grab the hide before we take off.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Yeah, I was convinced when we were playing Interloper that all these bushels that are sitting right here would have been completely stocked. It seems like it was almost close to 100% spawn rate of tea stuff outside. Off the charts. I felt like I wouldn't have ever run out of tea on our whole run. Alright, I gotta stop playing games with this wind that could die out at any moment. The rope that leads to Ankle Break Cave, but you gotta climb up 2 ropes to get there. Let's go to the Canadian office and take the old ankle breakaway, probably. Does seem fun. Won't deny that. I'll tell you why I'm doing this rope right now. Today's just been about a little bit of adventurous. You know, we've kind of had a sprinkle of Indiana Jones to go with our Ben Franklin. I would say it's probably pretty adventurous to go flying a kite in a thunderstorm. So I do feel like today's just about adventure. You know? We're taking new trips. And I'm just living a little, you know? It's like dating someone who makes you do new things, you know? Adventurous Will is taking us to new limits. Just like a wild new gal who pushes us through our comfort zones. Okay, now what about this rope? It does look long, and our fatigue is pretty weak sauce right now. So maybe this adventurous gal might end up getting our butt whooped. Had to go for a bit, but I'm back. And how's it going? It's going pretty good, Lurbia. We're adventuring over here. I'm about to go up a second rope if I get the go-ahead, and we're going to be right where we were aiming to get. It's just about being able to get up there with 9 o'clock fatigue. Maybe I get cheeky right now. 27 to 31. The reason I didn't pick up those logs of wood is because I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to not carry silly things up there. We ready to try it? Rocky, if you're there and you know I'm going to die, say it now. Hit some cheek. We're gonna have to bust through a trusty, Brian.
It's getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter.
It is very iffy, Bean. We're gonna play conservative. We've been doing that the whole time. Though we are adventurous, we're still trying to be conservative about things. Let's be smart. 3 out of 4 directions covered by the tree, and a free log to use on this thing. As long as we get this thing over 1 Celsius, it should stay warm enough for us to cheek out here in our sleeping bag.
It's done.
Looks like we'll expend a lump. Whoa, she's here! The cougar has arrived. Like a total... She's just so cool, man. Classic cat behavior. All right, we got 7 o'clock. How we feeling about a 7 o'clock climb? We still got juice on this campfire if we need to get it for another hour. We'll do one more. We're playing it smart. You don't think we need to stem up there, right? That's not what you're saying? I'll definitely be leaving some of this. All right. $27 of 34. Let's go! By the power of bifocals and kites with keys attached to them. Are we in Mystery Lake? Where are these ropes going? They're going up to a cave that I don't know the name of. I'll find it out for you.
I don't rest soon.
Woo! All right, trusty brand inventory check. 16 plus a striker. Getting pretty... But we made it. We're adventuring. That's it. Broke quote T, baby. Quotes might be redundant and ridiculous. The T is awesome.
Turned out pretty well.
Yeah, it's doing pretty good. You're doing awesome, Will. You haven't totally lost your mind pretending you're Alan's cave, talking about Wyclef Jean and which month of the year he'll be gone till.
Could end up being useful.
That's it. We're looking for the maple bean. You got it. And what we're getting as a consolation prize is this sweet Amelia Earhart hat. Our other one is disintegrating off of our head. It's at 12%. That's what I'm talking about. In double digits for the first time with our warmth bonus at 10 Celsius and looking like a real pilot. Yeah, I think these are going to be a little too ragged for us at 29%, so we'll be leaving those behind. But very cool. And we're hoping that the maple will be right out there, so whenever the weather allows us, we'll get out there. For right now, it's time to cheek up and get cheeky with it. Because everything is done with care, they also provide you with certain resources when you go to different spots, knowing the troubles that you'll go through prior. Get off the trip. Yeah, that was pretty good. And when you find something with high percentage, it's even better because you know that we can't repair it, of course, with our sewing kits and stuff. So it's pretty much just down to complete luck when you get high percentage stuff. Jiggle the Sprite. A little more running river oats. We're making moves and we're on new adventures. So we were basically by the Ravage going along the river there, Bean, and we climbed up 2 ropes and it took us right to this overlook area. We've never done this before, for sure. It was kind of a shortcut. And look at us with our au gratin over here, times 3. We can make 3 cups of rishi. 58 viewers in your YouTube stream. Thank you, Versetti. That was the long cut. Well, it was an adventurous cut. Alright. It did quiet down out there. It's quieted down out there. But we probably need to wait a little bit, right? Maybe break down some torches, get another hour worth, get some clarity, and check for our maple and rod. We only have to get down to the camp office to sleep in a normal bed. We're getting outclassed by YouTube. Well, ever since the two combined, it's now become like at the end of the episode of Power Rangers when they all become one and they become a giant robot, Godzilla style. Was there a maple I didn't see? We're going to go check for it in no time. TMNT meeting Power Rangers GIF. Did they have a crossover episode? There was like a weird Power Rangers show that came out that had live action people, and it went off the rails. I don't know if I ever saw it, but it happened. YouTube's the heart. Captain Planet. And that was a good one. All right, any maple experts? Oh boy. Maple hype. We've done it. All right, now we ask ourselves, do we have enough juice, fatigue-wise, to get all the way back to the dam? I'm thinking no if we're on red. So we'll probably go down to the camp office for some inside sleep. Animorphs. And the Animorphs were cool too. Captain Planet, he's our hero. He's going to bring pollution down to 0. And Raph approves. We got the maple. That's our backup bow for once we shoot this thing so many times it disintegrates. It's insane that we have 2 bows worth of shots we have to take in this challenge. But if you want to make Benjamin Franklin proud, Benjamin Franklin, the huge long dark fan, we've learned. All right. That New York moose is over here. Nobody saw that. Better not have been my new Amelia Earhart hat. Going back inside, getting some rest. Yes, Ben and I go way back. We met in Paris. Raph and Ben Franklin having crumpets in Paris together. We're planning for the future, eh? Get a few cattails in us, full water, go down for a fat Morgan Freeman. This is an exercise in futility, given I'm about to sleep for 7 hours, but maybe it's good to just make good habits, even if you forgot them the first time, right? What I think. All right, Summit Soda in the morning. We'll get out and see if it's Maglan's weather, but we're taking this maple with us back, and I did not cure it when I slept for 7 hours. But that'll be another thing, like when I rip my clothes cascading down that mountain, that we don't mention. So when it comes down to cattail supplies, we still have the whole lake over there we could harvest if we think that's a good idea. I could go do that too. Go around the lake and grab all the tails. Think I should do that? That would be what a responsible person would do, wouldn't they? The glow. The glow prevents. All right, we're continuing our adventurous but responsible run by going and acquiring cattails. It's not a flashy decision. This is a decision that plans for when we're making the bow and we need those extra calories to kind of sustain us while we're stagnant in one place, not acquiring things. If you can see the flakes, the mag lens won't work. All right, we're looking for glorious cattails amongst these pieces of tall grass. We'll just take a nice counterclockwise circle around this lake, avoiding the wolves and checking those fishing huts for maybe some trusty brand. We're going to be here for 100 days, and we have to make sure we're planning accordingly. I would say along our journeys to Ash Canyon, it would behoove us to grab a second fire striker if there are any opportunities in those towns. So we'll look at the Excel sheet and see if on Loophole 4 we'll find any more fire striker opportunities in the places we're headed. Let's keep on rocking.
Can't feel my hands.
All right, I'm gonna pop in here, fire up some teas. Another trusty brand down. There we go. Summit has guaranteed striker on all loopholes. Okay, and remind me again, Ines, are you referring to the Summit Ash Canyon or Summit Timberwolf Mountain? I'm not sure about all the lingo.
That did it.
There's one summit, Timberwolf Mountain. Oh, okay. You go through Ash Canyon to get to it.
Nobody needs this anymore.
Mountain. Summy. Okay. Gonna go down for a little cheek here next to our won't go out fire. Let's do it. There's a summit at Ravine's End. He was there not long ago. Summit discrepancies is what we have.
All I can think about is food.
You're looking for some food, buddy. Well, guess what I got? Dry cattail stalks. They taste like wafer crackers, or what do we call them? Those rice cakes. They gotta taste like rice cakes. Just dry diet food from the 90s. Weather is getting pretty weird out there. It's just kicking on and off. And it's time you finally summited. We're gonna summit. Boy, it's beautiful out here. Looks like we got some wolves over there in the distance. Troving around. Freaking mesmerized out here. We spent a lot of time here in Mystery Lake and had some good memories. We did a lot of our early bear hunting in towns like these. We would go into the huts, fire off some shots at unsuspecting local bears. We've done a lot of bear-related activities. We did the old tournament where we had to hunt in aggro range, and that was pretty exciting. So we learned a lot about dodging the bear and not just exploiting him on rock tops. Let's just say he tore up about 1,000 pairs of our shoes during that tournament. And we got mauled almost every day, it felt like. It was a good thing it was on Interloper and we were able to sleep and rebuild our HP that way. Good times. Mystery Lake is the ultimate classic TLD map. Yeah, it's got a good feel to it. A very classic feel. I did Summit twice on my new run. Gamble for Hacksaw didn't pay off. Holy crap, it's like the movie The Gambler with John Goodman's one scene and Mark Wahlberg. course, our thermos is named after the gambler. Appropriately, of course. Oof, ouch, my gamble. I've definitely done that as well. First time I did the summit was for the Hopeless Rescue Challenge. Oh. Hopeless Rescue. Is that the one where you fire off the flare from the Desolation Point lighthouse? That one sounds awesome. All those challenges sound pretty awesome. Would be cool to have maybe custom settings on those to make them extra difficult too. But I guess can't have everything. One thing we do have, moldy chocolate bars. Blizzard hit when you were goading, huh? Alright, let's see if we can play low-key games with these wolves. There's nothing to see over here, guys. Nope. Get in there. Beautiful. What I was trying to avoid was dealing with their drama and making us walk way off the path. I kind of wanted to be able to hit the counterclockwise circle we were doing and not have to go with a huge wide berth to get those guys off us. And that's where the torch thing came in.
This will come handy.
Oh, okay. Well, that was cool. A 31% toque and some orange Nikes over here that are tied with our Sadie Hawkins. So this is that age-old conversation where you would think Nike shoes would be way better to survive in, but Raph's favoritism for the Sadie Hawkins might come into play again. And we might be actually keeping these things. Yeah. Are we keeping Sadie Hawkins shoes, of all things, over orange Nikes to run around an island and survive in?
This stuff will come in handy.
Yeah, it sure will. They're pretty much tied right now. 60%, both 6 Celsius and 3 on the wind. Looks like Sadie Hawkins are 10% waterproof and stronger. Well, we're ready for the big dance. And I know Mary Sue is going to go steady with us. She finds out my dad also owns a car dealership. We're going to be in. I say keep the Hawkins in case you need to go to Allen's. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing, Ivan. We're going Hawkins. Larone, are we storming the steeds tonight? We sure are, bud. And we've had a day that is categorized as nothing greater than happy. And we've been adventurous as well. It's been an adventurous but responsible outing where we've tried new things and learned new areas to transport into different towns in. And it's just been a thrill, really. I have completely lost track of time. And God knows how long we've been going, but it has been an absolute blast. We got about half an hour of adventures remaining. So we're going to try to get back to the dam and settle ourselves in over there with a healthy supply of hides and cattails and everything. It's good to see you, Dave. Dave's the man. The TLD man. The maps aren't drawn correctly. All the inaccessible areas are shown as non-existing, but in reality we can walk on it. Oh boy. All right, let's get it fired up.
That'll come in handy.
Oh, it sure will. There's usually actually a pretty solid amount around this little island here in the middle. The three-way cave overlaps another small path. I end up doing laps. Yeah, some of those caves I get turned around in. You only fell 15 meters this time. All right, hopefully Boris moves on from this area over here and we can see if there's tails or anything at this hut. We're getting a pretty good amount of these things, though. We're going to be going back to make our bow with a lot of calories. What was that cool baseball player that got hurt from the Mariners? His name was like... It was like Cal Mantle or something. Like straight up baseball names. Cal Riley. Oh, man. Coming up to home plate. Cal Riley. Just got a baseball name through and through. Kid was born with sunflower seeds in his satchel. I hope a steady recovery for Cal. Probably named after the Oriole great. All-time legend in games played consecutive, I believe. Probably won't be broken. Mountain Town is a good example. It makes it look like you can't go down the hills. Nicknamed the Big Dumper. Oh! Alright, let's go grab these remaining tails. Always minding Boris's location. Heinz, thanks for all this help, man. You've got some solid knowledge. I appreciate it. On account of his prodigious posterior, I was thinking that, and he was the home run leader last year. Oh, man. I can't even imagine what these boys are hitting these days. Are we still hitting Sosa McGuire numbers? Or is the pitching caught up?
Something's gotta go.
Probably all these goofball books I keep picking up. Whole lot of books in these places, not much else. Alright, I think we need to start heading back to our dam. We've acquired most of the fruits of the lake. He hit 60, so not quite roid baseball levels. Yeah, we're going through a unique time in mixed martial arts where there was like a brief period where the heat was kind of on the organizations to test the fighters, and now it seems like they're kind of reverting back to the old days. You're seeing guys coming in looking a little bit more like bodybuilders again, a little bit more like they had some help during that training camp. I didn't know if other sports were getting lax too. 60 solid. Judge did have a crazy home run season recently, but those Sosa McGuire days are long over. What was that about, man? That was the coolest time to watch baseball. It was just like a thrill. Every time you turned on your TV, one of these juiced up dudes that used to be a base stealer was hitting 70 home runs. There was like 4 guys doing it. PEDs don't give you better hand-eye coordination. It's just more for recovery. Yeah, and I imagine in a marathon like a 163-game season, it's paramount to recover. But unfortunately for Cal, he has only 52 hits, not home runs, hits this year. He's been taking a few swings. Barry Bonds. Those numbers from the 90s were absolutely juiced. Go look at how much Bonds' head grew in his 30s. I've seen it, Rossetti. And I saw him as a base stealer early on in his career turn into a power hitter. We all get our dad's strength, and he took it to a new level. They just literally said, we'll throw to anybody but you. Go ahead and take first base, man. Just go over to first, Barry. Go ahead. You know, Griffey was keeping up with those juice heads, but he was legit. Was he? He got giganticism in that episode of The Simpsons. So I guess he was clean IRL. Barry was greased beyond belief, but I've never seen a better hitter than him. He was like Darth Vader out there in the box. Man, nice. Versetti, trying to think of the ball club down there. Who we got that you root for, Verset? Our boy Neo, who's also from Louisiana, is a fan of the Yankees. Because he's a bit of a contrarian, and his whole family was Rangers fans. And when they went to the Rangers-Yankee game, he decided to be a Yankee fan. The kids don't lie. All right, let's get back over here. What you reckon about Albert Pujols with juice? Well, I think we reckon probably, Hans.
Fingers feel numb.
I think if I watched baseball again, I'd have to watch it with somebody like Dunk or a real fan like you guys. You've been a Pirates fan since McCutcheon in 2012. Pirates. Well, maybe you'll be a fan of the potential salary cap they're trying to implement, Versetti. Did you hear about that? Pirate's a pretty small market.
Could eat anything.
You know, sometimes I hear rustling around in the grass, and I don't know if it's scruffy or just good sound design. But it scares me. Could have used accelerant. My great uncle X was a pitcher for Pirates during World War II. Is that real, Duncan? That's cool.
Come on.
You got baseball genes.
It worked.
It did, Will. You've done it. All right, so we're just going to take it one step at a time here. Let's get some teas fired up, boil some water, maybe take a cheek or something. So, you probably, most of you know, but we double right click these teas when they're next to the fire so that they go permanently to hot. Instead of hot, will burn in 20 minutes. So once this 11-minute timer is done, it'll go to permanently hot and stay warm, and we won't have to babysit our teas. So that's why we jiggle them over here next to the fire. Jiggle is, of course, picking it up, putting it back down.
I could use a drink.
Got to stay on top of eating these cattails, and when we get back to the old thing over there, we'll get some stuff taken care of. Thank you, Don. How many Sadie Hawkins do we have in backup? Well, not enough, Dave, but I'll tell you, we got a 62% pair we're rocking right now with all we got. We got double jeans, these tattered socks, one set of underpants, some gloves over here, pretty good shirts for this layer, and this jacket coming in with 90% when we found it, and our hat game has been off the charts. Just trying to get everything crafted up so we can get back to the dam and settle down there with a nice concerted plan. We're going to set ourselves up with so many responsible notes. Part of those notes needs to be to keep the mentality we had today. To be responsible but adventurous. You know, there's a line there we could ride. The WW teams were the guys who couldn't get drafted. Yeah. That's wild. Man, half the league is just off fighting the war and defending our country or something. Those guys were so cool back in the day, man. Bob Newhart is a veteran. A lot of Bob Newhart talk today, but he was a veteran. Came back, his cool sense of humor. Alright, we're gonna make this all gratin here. It'll be nice to munch on some alien potatoes. Uncle X was too short to fight, so he got to play in the MLB for a couple of years. Nice! When he practiced, he probably did the old knuckles out. Travis the Travois. Travis dreaming. Never seen the run with Travis, though. That'll be the day. That's true. We've never had a Travis. The run with the Travis would be unstoppable. 100 days with no repair foul sounds rough as heck. It does, Lurvia, and I think that's going to require us to get more than pre-made clothes and start aiming to get a bunch of hides together so we can start making some of these things. Cougar head wraps, rabbit skin hats. This thing's cool, man, and you just feel awesome when you're wearing animal clothes. Not to mention the fact that if we start getting some of these outfits, some of them scare off wolves, so it'll keep us alive too. Because it smells like a predator, and the wolves will run in fear. Holy. Alright, now we go down for a cheek. You would love a Travis. It lets you lug around all your loot goblining. Hey, is this still Franklin Will #1? It sure is, Fire. In the flesh, baby. He's still here. And he still believes that Mario Lopez sits in a chair so cool. Fireman is back. We're obviously all just going to pretend like this aurora is not going to affect us until we come into drama. And then if they decide to be haunted wolves coming after us, we'll assess what to do. Wow, look at that green sky. All right, I'm getting caught up. This is real. Okay, the only tricky spots we've been kind of funneled in by wolves in the past. When you try to get back to the dam from here. On the lookout for green haunted wolves. Double flask. Oh, we got it. 2 flasks, Dave. One of them is The Gambler, starring Mark Wahlberg and also co-starring John Goodman. That's our kind of flannel flask. And then the other one is The Color of Violet, which is the Oprah movie from Dave's Cave Video Store, where she teaches people a little bit about life, a little bit about love. Any sort of green would be scruffy up here. Is that him up there? Outside, out front of the damn trailer? Yeah, it's him. Oh! Oprah says, let your employees go home when they feel sick. Yeah, that's good advice. Or they'll quit on you. So he's barreling over here. I'm imagining if I do an accelerant fire, I can stop him. But I don't think there's any other way. I think it's an accelerant fire or I get mauled by this wolf. He just started dashing over here the second he saw us from miles away. We have the #1 cricket player of all time. He served in WW2 and continued his career, Sir Donald Bradman. I'm hoping, I don't know. There's street lights on the train tracks. It's going to be tough to get back there. Wolf will be scared of flashing lights and will respect fire. Yeah. I think I'm a little far away from a street light right now. Fire won't scare him away. Yeah, it'll give me defense, right? All right, I'm going to check for accelerant. Just get it.
It worked.
Woo! Oh, Hacky Sack Jones over here. So his pathing doesn't take him down this way too much. He's kind of guarding where we're trying to head. And he's got a friend. We have the waited out option if things get real crazy. I would love to just find a way to get inside one of those two trailers over there. Then we can get our way into the dam. It's horrifying. Yeah, I am thinking of breaking for those trailers. Just gotta wait for the right moment. Yo, what up, Metal? How's it going, buddy? I got the news for you right here, boss. Boom. Just one, but one's better than none.
To rest.
Did you guys see where his buddy went? Do you think I can make it in there? Because I'd like to go when he's on this side of me so that I can get just sprinting. any sort of kettle corn from me sprinting right now for those trailers. I am encumbered. 30 of 27. I don't see his buddy either. If I can get this guy over in this area again, I'm gonna break for it. No clue what his buddy's up to. Oh, there he is. He's skulking around waiting for me. He's right in that area.
Of course.
Heavy drama right now.
Need to find some place to escape this cold. Surrounded by snow, nothing to drink.
I was hoping that wouldn't happen there. We got these boys right here. Yo, what up, Goblin? How's it going, Goblin? Sleep! Yeah, I'm thinking about it, Scaburo. What else could I do at this point? What is shaking, Goblin? It's good to have you back. I hope you had an amazing time on Great Bear and you were doing some serious stuff. Twitch reinforcements must defeat the YouTube Scourge. I don't know how to say that word. Scourge! What's shaking, Goblin? If we do sleep, we're kind of risking it being blown out in the night by a blizzard over here. It'd be quite a cheeky situation. We could also get mauled in our sleep by the wolves if that happens too. Let's just take it easy, buddy. You want to talk about wolves that cheated death? Both these two over here. They're looking out eyeballs, and it's grayscale. What? don't you keep your comments in your pocket, buddy? Okay. That was awesome. But scary. Okay, I'm a little flustered right now. What I just need to do is settle down. I'm pretty sure the haunted guys ran off because the aurora was ending. So let's make our way back to our curables and settle down. Holy crap. You know what, guys? Just stay on that side. Okay. So that was a bit of an unexpected Aurora Wolf double team right there that we experienced. And now... Oh. We're losing 21 HP per hour right now, so we definitely got to get inside. We have a couple of deer steaks here we can eat.
I'm too tired to think straight.
Amazing. 100 on YouTube, that's quite a lot.
Anything.
Oh, nice. YouTube on the rise. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we're rising through the ranks. All right, there's a lot of cool stuff happening. They got an unfair advantage that Dave's Cave video rental is YouTube only. Yeah, very good point. 80% maple, 83 on these guts, and we got saplings for days we can make into some stuff. So let's start to kind of figure out how we're going to set ourselves up for success when we come in here next time and figure out a responsible way to leave us so that we can come back with as much righteousness next time. I'm going to start by taking a 1 hour sleep so we're off the drip. Gotta stay off the drip. Arrows until the bow is ready. Yeah, that's probably in the top bullet points of our responsible notes. Okay, I can use YouTube too. Metal Rock, nice. You're doing it, Metal. Okay, now is when we think about some serious stuff about how we're gonna do this. We're just gonna set ourselves up with notes and make sure we don't forget any of the stuff we got so we can come in next time just crafting like crazy. We got maybe a couple extra lumps over here with some books and things. We're going to read Wilderness Kitchen to get to level 3. That's another thing for the notes. And then we'll break down these pallets over here for reclaim wood so we can make the bow and the arrows during the nighttime if there's no aurora. Okay. This is the guy who's started this whole thing. He came in here thinking he was going to be one of many Wills trying to do this, and he's actually still the first. I think in large part due to some solid outfit RNG that's helped him travel a lot in these early times without warm clothes. So he's been getting hats, decent Sadie Hawkins to start off, and some good gloves and things. I mean, he's had some stuff. Here's what we got. This is Franklin Will number 1. Loot pool 4. Thank you, Raph, for the bedroll. Exclamation point. We've checked out 3 bunkers, and we've already found 1 stocked one. I believe that was the one over in Forlorn. Woo! Now let's start with some responsible notes. Tuesday guy. Exclamation point. No, serious. Colon. 1. Say thank you. Okay, we'll do that. And then we'll start by being responsible. You're welcome. Man, Raph is on it. Being responsible by crafting arrows. Or 3. read cooking book, and get level 3 cooking. Roast hip empanadas all day, every day, all night. Here we go. Number 4, make moves. Hey, Larone, stopping in to say hi to Garfield's biggest lasagna fan. What up, Kia? How's it going? We're setting ourselves up responsibly over here to come back and handle all these different things that we might forget about in our stead. Making moves to create second bow in the future. Bow number 2 in future. Gather hides with downtime. 6, prepare for hunt. Lastly, maintain happy but adventurous state of mind. Okay, that was all elaborate and way too long, but we've done it. We made some notes so that when we come in, we're not all over the place. And yes, this is what Mario Lopez would want. Over here on the stat sheet, we've lived for 11 days. It's been glorious. We spent a lot of time traveling, and like someone mentioned earlier, we never stopped. We ran into 128 wolves, and we made some stuff happen. There's only one can opener on this stat sheet, but there's going to be more, I can promise you that. Did you grab your saplings from before? I can't remember where they were. We sure did, Ines, and we got them right here. Mama, we made it! We got them all right here, ready to be made into some stuff next time. So, the notes are there, the stats are there, the can openers are going to get up, Metal, I promise you, buddy. We're going to get more. This is what we need to do over here. We just need to read like one more hour of Wilderness Kitchen, and that thing's going to roll over to level 3. Empanadas on the menu. Fire starting might be in our future as well, so if we read any other books, it might be the one over here that starts a fire by S.J. Adams. That's a very presidential name for a Franklin run. So, oh, look at our Mystery Lake poster. I'm going to eat a bunch of tails, too, to make sure next time God doesn't lose the well-fed right away. When I see Larone playing TLD, I picture Jackson doing the iconic shoe shuffle. Like height. Little happy TLD dance. That's it, Kia. Lasagna all day, baby. That's it. I hope John's been giving you ample pets, and Odie hasn't been giving too much of a hard time. He's a pretty easygoing guy, you know? Just needs to get booted off the table every once in a while. Okay. If we're looking to craft at the beginning of next time, the lights are flickering. It's on. Is this 2 auroras in one night? Holy. Larone, gotta run. Hope you have a good night. Great stream. Sorry I was late. No problem, Dave. We'll be taking off, and you can come and see us on Tuesday if you like. We'll be here on Tuesdays. Or on Tuesday. And I would love to see you, buddy. Now, what we're gonna do is make sure we've checked everything out. We got our skills going. Everything is hot. And we've made some moves. We're ready to go into next time successfully, I think. So let's make sure we save with double blue outline mode. We do it twice out of superstitious reasons. And then we back out of here. Let's get out of here. Let's back up. Whew. That was intense. Thank you for those hips, Fire. Thank you very much, Ines, for those hips. It's Tim Curry hips. I'll be there on Tuesday for sure. Nice. We're going to be rocking Tuesday. And thank you very much for coming, guys. This was insane. I really do think that we found a new attitude, at least for now, that really suits us. And we're going to try to continue it. As much as it's never easy to bring a vibe from a Friday to a Tuesday, or in the reverse of that. But we're going to give it a shot, I suppose. Who knows? It's pretty exciting, I will say that. I want to make sure, too, that I mentioned to you that we got some cool stuff coming up. Cool dude attitude. That's it. And I wanted to make sure I reminded you guys. I'm super serious. I've been working on some awesome stuff in the mix. And I just want to mention to you guys to reach out to me if you're interested in making some serious moves on some creative stuff that might not be TLD related, but it's stuff that means a lot to me and I'm put a lot of effort into. And I would just love to always make sure I extend my branches, I guess, to my fellow awesome TLD people, because I know that you guys are extremely creative, way more creative than I am, and you'd be a great help. So make sure you reach out to me on Twitch, YouTube, Discord, whichever zip zap is out there. You look for me, and I'm in the mix. As well as I'll go take care of Aretha right now and make sure she's doing good. She wants to remind you about those exciting things on our YouTube, like Aloni Jabroni. Aloni Jabroni's where we play various games. It comes out every Sunday, and we go to places like video stores and different things. And that's where we do a lot of that colorist purple stuff, and where we have our employees fall asleep because they're narcoleptic and everything. It's pretty wild. Second. C-H-U-R-U. I can't even say it out loud. She's going nuts. She sure deserves one, though. I'll say that. Thank you, Fire. Thank you very much. And thank you, Naku, for those hips. Simply Naku. The man. Okay. So, definitely check out Aloni Jabroni.
I'm also going to need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday, too. Okay.
That's right. We will be here on Sunday with Aloni Jabroni, of course. Thank you for those hips, Duncan. You guys are the best. Amazing stuff. Okay. That was pretty awesome. I'm always so fired up as we're winding down over here. We've had such a long day and done such a great deal of things. Lasagna hips. Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you, Naku. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm just seeing what's going on out in the world today and preparing for the future. Let's do it. Okay, so I'll see you guys on Tuesday. You're the absolute best. I'll probably be on time tonight. If you're not sleeping, bless you, brother. You got it, Kia. I'll be there. Whether it's Rocket League or TLD, we will be unbreakable. How's that sound? So, I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Thank you, Goblin, for coming in and hanging out and bringing the crew. And keep kicking butt on the island. You guys are the absolute best. I have a real tough time saying goodbye, so I'm going to say it about 30 times before this 30 seconds is up. You guys are amazing. I can't get it over. You're a goat. I got to spam you with bits here shortly one of these days. Holy crap. Lovely lady bits. I'll see you, Kia. I'll see you, Dunk. Oh, get well, Cal. Riley is what I say. I'll see you guys. Happy to see you in a more long-term challenge. Seems like it's going to be a lot of fun. Bean, you are amazing. I'll see ya. Please give my regards to the absolute boss for SETI as well. I'll see you guys. I'll see ya. See you guys. See ya, YouTube. You guys are killing it. And if you're ever trying to send rose hips, they could come in the form of red balloons. I'll see you guys. I'll see you Tuesday. I'll see you guys.